Young Master Calix ran as fast as he could through the estate, wanting to see his sister as soon as possible. The servants briefly answered the guy that the lady was in her private room and that she was absolutely fine. However, the gentleman could not believe such words until he saw them for himself, so he slowed down in front of the doctor. With poorly concealed concern in his eyes, Calix asked the doctor about his sister's condition. The middle-aged man did not notice how the boy ran up to him, and therefore at first he was scared and could not answer. But in the end, he admitted that the lady's fever had already subsided, so that she had almost completely come to her senses. But it was clear from the doctor's face that there was one single moment that was bothering him. Calix immediately noticed the man's behavior and therefore asked if something was really wrong. For some reason, the doctor couldn't find the words to explain what was going on, so he simply wiped himself with a handkerchief. Then the gentleman could not stand it and opened the door to his sister's room to find out everything personally. From the threshold, Calix called out to the girl in the hope that she would be completely healthy and answer him. But for some reason the lady remained silent, which forced her brother to find out what exactly was bothering the lady. He came very close and tried to meet Rosalind's gaze, but she seemed to be staring into space. After a few seconds, the guy couldn't take it anymore and anxiously called his sister, trying to understand what was happening. In a completely mechanical and at the same time uneven voice, Rose declared that she was fine and that nothing was bothering her. This answer was so different from the lady's usual words that it filled Calix with wild horror. During the recent battle, Rosalind was the one person whose body took the longest to find. The search was further complicated by a hunting competition that was held in a small town called Vista. The need for these competitions was that the number of monsters and wild animals was growing very quickly, and the imperial family could not allow panic to grow within its state because of the possible danger. Therefore, many of the royal family, as well as noble gentry and knights, participated in those competitions. The most famous participants were the princes, one of whom bore the title White Knight and was the second in line. The fifth prince wore a forest robe, befitting the name of his unit, which read as Deep Forest. Besides these most famous princes, various strong royal knights also took part in the competitions. To someone uninitiated in the rules, this whole event would probably resemble a very ordinary war between people and not a hunt for monsters. And so it happened that on the fifth day of the competition, the neighboring state of Balta actually attacked the empire of Ilabenia. The squad of professionally trained killers was suppressed by dawn, but the attackers could not be identified. Moreover, even despite possessing divine healing power, it was still not possible to avoid injuries and deaths among those defending. In such a situation, there was no question of continuing the hunting competition, so people returned home. Only a few knights remained on the battlefield who were not so badly wounded and could help with the rest of the fighters. Quite soon, the deputy of White Knight, who was compiling the list, realized that among his detachment, only one person was still missing. The man treasured this girl very much because she was a faithful and brave knight, despite her female gender. He remembered very well how he had instructed Rosalind before the competition, wishing her luck and success in her hunting endeavors. So the deputy began to look for the lady's body, asking about it even in other detachments just in case. However, none of the soldiers saw dark long hair around them, so they all went looking. Eventually, the search party of soldiers came deep into the forest to a high forest cliff. 6 days have passed since the battle, and only now the seriously wounded Rosalind was found. And now Calix is faced with the fact that, as a result, his sister remembers absolutely nothing from her life. This greatly saddened the boy, because at his age he was not at all prepared for such a situation. The doctor reported the disappointing news that the lady did not even remember herself. However, the lady was able to name the name of their family crest, which gave hope that her memory would return. Until then, Rosalind's eyes will be somewhat empty and even stupid, since there is still little knowledge in them. Although the lady was interested in everything around her, she was no longer a child to learn everything from scratch. The brother could only hope that his sister's memory would actually return, otherwise they would be in trouble. The doctor did not want to give the young man hope ahead of time, so he said that it was difficult for him to predict anything right now. And the gentleman understood what the man was telling him because he himself saw that the lady was now very weak. So Calix only asked to remove the white cloth from the walls of the estate because his sister was alive. After this, the brother decided to thank the knight who found the girl for saving her and helping her with her treatment. The gentleman also gave orders that no one in particular should visit Rosalind, except for one single maid. The guy was still worried about the Miss's condition, so he asked the assistants if she had eaten anything. And the girls answered, somewhat embarrassed, that Rose had surprisingly eaten everything they had brought quite well. Initially, the maids were very worried because they thought that the mistress would not eat anything at all. But Rosalind managed to eat 3 plates of hearty food quite quickly and was going to have dinner after that. Hearing this, Calix asked his assistant to bring his food to his sister's room as he wished to eat together. As soon as the girls left, the young man thought and realized that he had forgotten to do something important for the lady. The thing is, he didn't even mention how happy he was to have her back safe and sound after so many days. Looking at the photo where they were captured together, the brother could not hold back a warm smile because he loved his older sister very much. Calix made it a point to talk to Rosalind at dinner tonight because he had a lot to say. However, the guy's plans were not destined to come true because he himself forgot about everything when he saw the lady. He was told that the lady had hit her head hard, but her behavior was still too terrible. Even the maids, who had seen less than tidy people, were amazed at the appearance the lady created. Right now, although the master did not want to admit it, his sister reminded him of a person with feeble-mindedness. Suddenly, the girl carelessly and quickly reached for her brother's food, since she had managed to quickly eat all of her own. Rosalind was not embarrassed by anything, and she continued to devour the meat with incredible appetite. This state of affairs finally convinced Calix that something was absolutely wrong with his sister. For a moment, there was a deathly silence at the table, as the guy could not accept the girl's behavior. In the end, the brother, since he loved the lady very much, only put his cutlery on the table when he calmed down. Calix asked the maid if Rosalind could eat meat yet, since she was in a very serious physical condition. The girl explained that she added meat to the still light morning soup, and the lady did not have any complications. The gentleman stretched his lips into an uncertain smile, as he was surprised at how quickly the miss was recovering. Moreover, she ate so disgustingly that it seemed as if a wild and extremely hungry animal had just eaten. The assistant quickly realized that the young man had not eaten, so she informed him that food would be brought to him soon. Meanwhile, the guy watched Rosalind with interest, because he noticed a lot of new things in her now. The girl attacked the meat with such an incredible appetite, as if she hadn't eaten for almost her entire life. Calix advised the lady not to eat so quickly, lest she get an upset stomach. The lady clearly had not thought of anything like that, as she was noticeably surprised by the words of her worried brother. But surprisingly, the girl immediately began to chew much more slowly, apparently listening to what she was told. This situation reminded the guy of the moment when Rosalind herself had once said similar words to him. And in general, the way the brother and sister were sitting now brought Calix back to his childhood with her. In his teenage years, the mistress taught her brother all the rules of etiquette, which she herself knew perfectly well. But he would never have thought that he himself would have to teach his sister the same thing. At that moment, Rosalind reached out with her tongue to lick her hand, and the gentleman grabbed the girl's wrist in time. Calix asked the lady never to do that again, but he tried to say it in a very gentle manner so as not to offend the miss. The guy admitted that it was extremely difficult for him to watch such a lack of etiquette on her part. Sometime later, since Rosalind had lost her memory, Calix reintroduced himself to her, smiling sweetly as he did so. While the brother was talking, the sister continued to eat meat, although she had already managed to eat quite a lot. Here, Calix said that his sister was an imperial knight, and the lady was partly interested in this. The gentleman clarified that Rosalind served in the guard of the second crown prince and was of low level in the White Knight. When the guy finished speaking, all of the sister's interest noticeably disappeared as she continued eating again. Because of the lady's indifferent gaze, the young man wasn't even sure whether she was listening to him at all or not. In the end, the guy decided to continue his story just in case, so that at least something would remain in the lady's head. Calix explained that his father was unable to visit them only because he had a lot of work. Moreover, the man's face was so stern that the very sight of him made children cry. However, the head of their family was still so respected among the people that a wine was named after him. At the word wine, Rosalind for some reason looked down because she had never tried it yet. The brother told me with a cheerful laugh that his sister cannot drink wine because she is allergic to grapes. Suddenly, all the guy's joy disappeared as if by magic, because he remembered one dangerous situation. The whole point was that the lady ate his steak, which was prepared using wine. Calix jumped up in horror, as he was very afraid for such a carefree girl. Grabbing Rosalind by the shoulders, he asked how she was feeling and if there were any signs of allergies. The sister shook her head in bewilderment, and the brother explained that she usually developed a rash. As if they were little children again, the young man asked the girl to open her mouth and show him her throat. Miss blinked her eyes in confusion for a few seconds, and then obediently opened her mouth. Only after making sure that Rosalind was okay was Calix able to calm down. At that moment, without even knocking, one of the maids burst into the room calling for her mistress. The assistant asked the lady again about her health, since she did not know that her brother had already found out everything. The guy looking at all this just awkwardly scratched the back of his head, but did not interrupt the caring maid. A little later, the girl asked for forgiveness for accidentally not keeping an eye on her mistress. But since Rosaline continued to maintain her calm appearance, one could be glad that nothing happened. Just in case, the assistant promised to bring allergy medicine for the lady. As soon as she left, the guy awkwardly and carefully looked at his sister, who had recently been found. The girl sat and drank wine absolutely calmly, as if she had never suffered from allergies. But she didn't even try the vegetable salad with avocado, which she used to really like. These changes made the younger one think hard about what had happened to the lady. Once upon a time, Rosalind, with a cheerful smile, taught him to pay attention to even the most insignificant details. And right now, Calix was trying to analyze the lady using the methods she had taught him. But the girl's face remained just as indifferent, no matter how closely the young man looked at it. A few days later, the maids were already talking about the fact that the lady had started eating with cutlery. It was at this moment that Rosalind passed by the gossips, but paid no attention to them at all. The girls followed their mistress with their eyes and noticed that she was barefoot, which they considered fashionable. Moreover, recently, Miss not only walked barefoot, but also with her hair down, which also looked rebellious. All these rumors quickly spread throughout the palace, so the assistant brought them in the form of papers to Calix. The document said public sentiment was lifted by Rosaline's survival. This was not at all what the gentleman expected to read, but he was glad that the rumors were not terrible. The only thing the guy didn't quite understand was how people outside the estate found out that the lady was walking barefoot. But he wasn't going to do anything about the story about Rose playing with the children, even though he was surprised. Here, the assistant reported that a countess had temporarily arrived at the estate and invited her children to dine. For Calix, this meant a little trouble because he had to prepare his sister. He saw that Miss was sleeping in the corridor again, although she had a very nice room of her own. Unexpectedly for the guy, the lady's mouth opened slightly, as if she was trying to say something barely audible. The gentleman paid attention to this, since this was exactly the kind of observation his sister had once taught him. But then loud voices of maids were heard outside the window, talking about their daily duties. The girls laughed merrily, discussing the fact that their current working day was soon ending. Rosalind watched her assistants without opening her eyes, as if studying their behavior very carefully. The sister's mouth opened again, and it dawned on the brother that she was relearning their language, which startled him. He remembered once again how the elder had once asked the boy not to miss even the most insignificant things. The lady assured that the teenager would be able to read people when they tried to lie to him for some reason. Calix still remembered that many of their family looked kind, but were not kind. Now the young man was interested in whether the lady in her current state was capable of lying and whether she knew how to lie. Here the girl turned and met the gaze of her brother, who had been watching her closely all this time. To avoid any awkwardness that might arise, the guy quickly said that their mother had returned and wanted to have lunch together. Rosaline's face suddenly lit up as she found this event extremely interesting to her. The girl jumped off the windowsill and walked up to her brother, addressing him by name, as she wanted to say something. And then, with a sweet smile, she invited him to go with her, repeating the words of the maids who were talking under the windows. This came as a huge surprise to Calix, as the girl hadn't really spoken up until that point. He guessed that the lady learned quite quickly and remembered a lot only while listening to others. But the young man was going to deal with this later, and for now he asked the maids to make his sister look good. As the gentleman walked to the living room where he was going to wait for Rosalind, the assistant asked him if everything would be okay. The gentleman himself remembered that it would be better not to tell the Countess about his daughter's feeble-mindedness, but he hoped to have time to teach his sister. And indeed the lady quickly remembered everything that her brother had told her, which could not but please him. When the children entered, the Countess was very glad to see them, since she did not often come to the mansion. Calix immediately asked how his mother was feeling, since they hadn't seen each other for several months. The lady hugged her son, and then turned all her attention to her daughter, who stood silently nearby. The boy was shocked to realize that his sister was barely coping, answering her mother's questions only negatively or positively. To help the lady, the young man quickly invited the lady to the table, since during the meal she would ask fewer questions. Calix glanced at Rosalind as he was pleased that she had done well and answered everything as she was supposed to. He even began to hope that their dinner would go well, when suddenly the girl reached for the bread and dropped it. Without thinking twice, Rose picked up the bread from the floor because she really wanted to eat it and she didn't see any problems. So, without even peeling the bun, Miss put it in her mouth and began to chew contentedly, as it was delicious. The son and mother, who saw the whole incident, were horrified by this because it was a serious breach of etiquette. The girl herself wiped her lips as if nothing had happened, since she did not think that she had done anything wrong. Calix only now realized that he had forgotten to tell his sister not to pick up food from the floor under any circumstances. So now, in order to explain to his mother what was going on, the guy had to tell her the whole truth. This made the woman burst into tears, as she had hoped that her daughter would be married, if not for her pretty face, then at least for her intelligence. Here the Countess remembered her husband and asked if he knew about Rosalind's feeble-mindedness, to which Calix answered in the negative. The madam turned back to the lady and looked into her face, feeding her with a fork as she could not believe what had happened. Rosaline sat quietly and ate, paying little attention to anything else as she was very interested in the food. The mother said that she had a headache from worrying, so she decided to finish dinner, and the son offered to walk the lady to her room. A little later, when Calix returned to work, his assistant dropped a whole pile of papers on the table. The guy was clearly unhappy that he was forced to work so much and search for information on a certain topic. But the gentleman himself was very interested in what his assistant was able to find, even at the cost of such efforts. The employee's eye twitched slightly when the young man stated that his work looked merely normal, but instead of swearing, he admitted that he found such a request from the gentleman very strange. However, there was essentially nothing unusual in the reports that the assistant brought. Suddenly, clearly very worried, the guy asked if everything he was looking for was really true. To this, Calix replied that he only had suspicions, so he did not want to jump to conclusions. That evening, holding the same documents in his hands, the young man went out onto the balcony to think again. The papers described a legend about shadows living in the dense forest that could eat lost travelers. Otherwise, these shadows were called reflections, since they completely copied the people they chose as their victims. Having studied all the existing information about these creatures, Calix began to read eyewitness accounts. One man said that he was picking berries in the forest, but he tripped and fell off a cliff, after which he lost consciousness. He didn't have the strength to get up, so he just lay there and looked at the dense forest, when suddenly some creature appeared. At first, the man mistakenly decided that it was something like the roots of some tree, which was not the case at all. With indescribable horror, the man watched as this creature very slowly approached him. The story about the reflection was famous in his circles, but he did not believe in all these legends and only laughed at them. At the end of these stories, it was said that this creature comes when a person's death is near. But for some reason, the incomprehensible shadow did not kill the man, but only stood nearby and silently watched him. In order to survive and not fall into the clutches of this monster, the victim began to eat all the supplies he had. Thanks to this, after 2 days the bleeding stopped and the swelling on the broken leg went down a little. As a result, the reflection, having fully taken on the appearance of a man, disappointedly went back somewhere into the forest. While reading the story, Calix was completely relaxed when suddenly he heard some strange noise behind him. He turned around and saw that the door to the balcony was for some reason ajar, although the guy had definitely closed it. Remembering that spies could periodically sneak into the estate, the gentleman quickly hid the papers. And then the young man, since he knew that no one should visit him at such a time, drew his sword from its sheath. Without a second thought, he boldly jumped into the darkness of the office, asking who dared to disturb his peace. Imagine the brother's surprise when he put his sword to the throat of his own sister, who didn't even move. The smell of blood immediately hit the gentleman's nostrils, and he noticed the spy already dead on the floor with his neck twisted. The thought came into Calix's head again that no human could kill so neatly. So he threw Rosalind to the floor, still holding the gun near her throat. The girl was not at all frightened by her brother's actions, but he, on the contrary, was trembling with fear and excitement. Not understanding what was happening, the lady turned to the guy, calling him by name, but her face did not change. Calix remembered how his sister used to call him and always smiled very happily. Once again, the guy realized that the person in front of him was not at all the person he once knew. Unable to contain his emotions, the gentleman began to cry and demanded an explanation from the girl about what was happening. The young man screamed, asking for what purpose the creature had come here and why in the form of his sister. When Calix asked who she was, the lady's eyes sparkled and there was something inhuman in them. Then, realizing that it would be useless to lie, the creature honestly admitted that it was a reflection. These words were exactly what the guy so much desired and at the same time was afraid to hear. And the creature suddenly smiled and said that it was a reflection of Rosalind. Calix recalled how, before meeting his mother, his assistant had warned him that the Countess might be upset if she found out the truth about her daughter. The woman was already very weak, which is why she left the estate for a country house even before the girl went missing. The employee asked whether the gentleman would tell his mother the whole truth about his sister going crazy. Calix then planned to quickly teach the lady all the manners so that she would resemble her former self. As for the creature itself, it lived for a long time under the mountain in the forest and often became different animals or insects. In any form, the creature tried to run as far away from people as possible, because to some extent it was afraid. Although the creature fed on dead animals, it never hunted them itself but only found them. In any form, it could wait a long time until someone fell off the cliff again. The Count of Drythorn began trying to subdue the beasts about a year ago, which caused their numbers to dwindle and the creature to become very hungry. With its ears tuned to catch any sounds, the creature eagerly awaited the time when it could eat. And then a man fell from the cliff, who was supposed to die soon, so the creature had to wait. Because of the fear of the darkness, people even began to beg for mercy before their death when the creature showed itself to them. And for the first time, the reflection was able to see such beautiful and fearless dying eyes. For some reason, this girl did not try to escape from the fog that enveloped her, but only reached out to it. Suddenly, she grabbed the creature and asked for help, for which she was going to give anything. Taking the form of a human, the creature reported that the lady had too much blood, and therefore it could not save her. Then the mist suddenly smiled and said quite calmly that the unknown demon could eat her, but in return the lady wanted the creature to do her a favor, as this would be her last wish. For the first time in his life, the shadow saw someone who could smile like that in times of deep despair. It became curious, so it asked what exactly this strange and incomprehensible girl wanted. The sister told her brother all this at night, and the next morning he watched her very carefully. The lady was surrounded by maids and was clearly loved by them, as the girls did not leave her side for a moment. The guy knew that these assistants had been watching and helping Rosalind for a very long time, being nearby. So the young man wondered if no one had suspected anything when talking to Rosalind. At that moment, one of the maids called the mistress and showed her what beautiful flowers had blossomed. To this, the lady stated that the assistant herself was much more beautiful, which greatly embarrassed the girl. This act of miss was immediately appreciated by the other maids, who heard everything perfectly well and were also embarrassed. Calix felt an unpleasant shiver run across his skin at what had happened, because this was not like his sister. He realized that this creature was also one of those who so easily steals other people's hearts with their compliments. Once again, the boy was convinced that this reflection was not his sister, which made him angry. At night, the girl admitted that she came to protect, and Calix tried to find out who exactly. The young man did not believe that this creature could be trusted, so he even started shouting in his questions. But then the reflection said that she needed to protect the master of the White Knight, and Calix froze, because it was so similar to his sister. The boy put his sword away with a sigh as he realized that he still wouldn't be able to kill Rosalind, even if it wasn't her anymore. He remembered that the eldest wanted to protect the second prince, even though her father helped the first. So now the master completely retreated and left the creature alive since he could not change anything. 2 weeks have passed since then, and Rosalind has learned to handle forks, spoons, and knives, and has even stopped picking up food from the floor. She also learned to speak quite quickly, although she still communicated mostly in short sentences. Once again, Calix was watching the lady, when suddenly he met her gaze, although he had not planned to. Rosalind waved calmly at her brother, feeling friendly towards him since he had not revealed her secret. The guy still couldn't begin to consider the reflection as something alien, so he waved back at the miss. A little later, when the gentleman was again working with a thoughtful face, the assistant asked if everything was okay with him. Instead of answering, Calix threw all the papers about the reflection into the fire, since the shadow was fulfilling the will of his sister. Of course, all the documents quickly burned, and now no one could guess what was written in them. The young man returned to work when he was suddenly informed that Lord Raymond wanted to see him and his sister. Moreover, the guy was already sitting in the living room, which made his brother hurry to him. On the way, he met the maid and scolded her for not stopping the Lord when he asked to go inside. Without listening to the explanation any longer, the young man ran on, as he could not allow the Lord to see his sister first. Before he could reach the living room, the young man heard a man scream and realized that it was Raymond shouting. Calix became even more scared because he couldn't even imagine what Rosalind could have done, and the girl really watched the guest with a very angry face, although she did nothing else. It turned out that the guy touched the lady, as he always did, and she attacked him in response. The gentleman jumped up to his friend and asked what had happened, but he could not answer because of the pain, and the lady herself did not explain anything, but only continued to look angrily at the Lord who touched her. Suddenly, the guy, without explaining anything, lost consciousness and simply fell to the floor, which frightened the young man. When the doctor examined Raymond, he saw that he had bright red bruises all over his body. Calix tried to find out from his sister why she did this to the Lord, because there was no need for it. The lady explained with alarm that she did this because she considered the guy to be a very bad person. The maid heard this and said that she had something to say, so the master began to listen to her. The girl said that Sir Raymond hugged Rosalind as soon as he saw her, and Calix did not notice that the Lord had done anything bad. The maid lowered her head and asked for forgiveness, saying that it was all their fault because they had set the mistress up like that. The fact is that earlier the assistants explained to the lady that no one unfamiliar should touch her, and if someone does touch the lady, he will be a bad person who will need to be punished. And now the girl asked for forgiveness for this, because she didn't think that her advice could result in this. So Calix trained the reflection to never hit people for no reason again, and misrepeated these words many times to remember. Afterwards, the Lord explained to the girl that Sir Raymond was their friend and also a member of the White Knight Squad, just like her. Rosalind asked again if it was okay to hit him, and her brother explained that it was absolutely not okay. Calix added that the sister can easily defend herself against any spies or people who attack her, but the guy scared the girl that she could end up in a very scary place if she beat everyone in a row. Here, the relatives were informed that the Lord had woken up and could even speak so they could visit him. However, Raymond himself, although he came to his senses, was in an extremely bad mood because of what had happened. Rosalind obediently asked the guy for forgiveness, as she had promised Calix to do so. The Lord asked anxiously if this was really the same Rosalind, and the lady confirmed this thought. Then the Sir asked if she really had hit him for some reason, and the lady again apologized for her actions. Raymond, watching Miss reaching for his cookies, said that this time he would forgive her. Meanwhile, the girl took a whole handful of cookies and began to eat them calmly, as if that was how it was supposed to be. This made the Lord realize that something was indeed wrong with Rosalind, and he asked Calix what it was. The gentleman had to confirm that the lady was not the same as before, and the Sir once again asked her not to hit him. After this, Raymond could not restrain himself and hugged Miss again, because he was very glad that she was alive. Rosalind herself didn't feel anything at that moment, since she essentially didn't know this guy at all. A little later, the three of them sat down to drink tea, and the young men began talking about the Black Moon, which Rose had also never heard of. Then the brother explained that their neighboring kingdom of Balta was opposed to the Ilibenian Empire and was fanatical about magic. They believe that there is a Crintidanian, who is the god of darkness and chaos and is also the true god. The second prince has the most power, so he calls Idelibhim the real god and keeps the people of the Black Moon under control. The girl was told that when the prince was attacked again, he created the White Knight Squad, of which she was a member. Raymond had already told about the detachment, and seeing how diligently the lady was chewing, he also began to doubt whether she was listening. The Lord then announced that after a hard battle during the hunting competition, he had been appointed the new deputy captain. Suddenly, Rosalind asked Sir if he was really happy about such a sudden promotion, and the guy admitted that, on the contrary, he was very afraid of this place because he now had a lot of responsibility. Here, Raymond announced that the lady had also been promoted, albeit to senior knight, because she had passed the promotion test. Calix, hearing such news, immediately looked at his sister with alarm because he remembered her goal. It turned out that the Emperor promoted Rosalind even though he knew that her entire family belonged to the first prince's faction. No matter how the gentleman thought about it, he still could not understand the actions of the head of the empire, because it was about his son. In any case, the guy remembered that he was now facing a much bigger problem and looked at his sister. The whole point was that as a knight, the girl should have been able to wield a sword, but she didn't remember anything. So Raymond asked the lady to pull out the sword, and she obediently raised it above her head, since she did not know the right way. The Lord said that the lady's movements were cute, but the weapon had to be handled a little differently. Suddenly, the miss snatched the sir's sword and asked if it belonged to her, and the boy explained that it did not. To Calix's great surprise, his sister was able to lift the heavy two-handed sword with one hand. The gentleman tried to explain this to his friend by saying that Miss was supposedly restoring her body through physical training. Rosalind looked at her brother in surprise, since she had never done anything like that, but she said nothing. In the end, Raymond believed his friend's words and laughed, saying that he was glad that the lady was able to get herself into such good shape. He said that he was once offered to train so hard, but the guy refused, which now surprised his brother and sister. To change the subject, Sir asked if Rosalind really wanted to return to knighthood, even if she couldn't hold a sword properly. To this, the girl proudly declared that she simply had to protect the master of the White Knight and therefore did not intend to retreat. The Lord noted with a smile that the miss had lost her memory, but at the same time managed not to forget the most important thing. So he picked up his sword to at least teach his mistress something, since she needed a lot of training. He put the weapon to the girl's neck with a sharp movement and asked her to quickly regain her memory. The guy explained that this was the only way she could truly protect the second prince, which the lady took notice of. That evening, after training, Raymond hurried home, although Calix noticed that he was tired. But for the Lord, too much had passed since their training with Rosalind when he desperately tried to teach her something. At sunset, the guy showed the lady a large number of strong techniques, hoping that she would remember at least something. But when Raymond had finished, the lady demanded that the knight show her everything again. Although the Lord agreed, it ultimately exhausted him so much that he still decided to go home, all because he had to repeat all the movements almost 100 times, but the girl still wasn't satisfied. Before leaving, he reminded his friend that Rosalind's promotion was only 2 weeks away. Since the second prince himself would be dedicating, it was necessary to work on the lady's behavior. All because Miss could say something wrong at any moment, and that would be the end of her career. The guys were very afraid that something like this could happen, so they knew they had to try. At this point, Raymond said goodbye for now, since he had his own business related to preparations for the initiation. Here the Lord asked if his training would be useful, since the girl had been simply watching him all this time. To this, Calix replied that such a thing would not be a problem, since Rosalind had a good memory. And indeed, right now, although it was already night outside, the girl repeated all of Sir's movements over and over again. She was incredibly pleased with herself because she managed to perform everything she was shown without mistakes. The creature still remembered well Rosalind's last wish to protect the second prince and was going to fulfill it. After several weeks of preparation, the lady arrived at the castle of the Master of the White Knight for initiation. Raymond noticed how much the lady's communication had improved and was very surprised by it. The guy even shed a few tears when he realized how much effort Calix had put into this. The Lord then gave Rosalind festive clothes and ordered her to prepare properly. The miss began to change clothes right in front of the guy, but he immediately stopped her embarrassedly and asked her to retire to the room. A little later, Rosalind successfully changed into her festive uniform in a separate room. The Lord began to tell her that after initiation, the lady would be able to choose 5 students of her choice. Sir then asked the lady if she had remembered the order of the ceremony, and she replied in the affirmative. Raymond was worried whether Rose, who had lost her memory, would be able to show herself well in the end. The lady remembered how Calix explained to her that if she simply remained silent, no one would believe her. So the brother came up with a way to make sure no one would find the reflection's actions suspicious. He informed the White Knight commander named Nathan that the lady currently had temporary amnesia. Raymond announced that since the miss still wanted to protect the second prince, he decided to return her to the ranks. Afterwards, he gave the commander a doctor's report that Rosalind's memory would soon return. Just in case, Nathan asked the girl how she was feeling, and the lady replied that she was quite well. Then the man told the miss to go, and left the Lord in his office, so Rose went alone. Rosalind immediately felt the angry glances of the soldiers surrounding her, which she noticed very well with her peripheral vision. The girl came to the conclusion that she was not loved because her father was protecting the first prince and not the second. The creature felt sorry for the lady, whom he had little respect for, although she had tried very hard all this time. This was confirmed by the same evil glances that followed the lady who was walking to the ceremony. Rosaline could hear people calling her useless and incompetent behind her back. Raymond had previously warned the lady that she might be treated badly, despite all her kindness. With this in mind, the girl stood in line and waited for the prince to appear to begin the ceremony. Unexpectedly, upon seeing him, the reflection was very surprised, because she did not expect such an appearance from the guy. The second prince, Ricardus, had beautiful, snow-white hair, was tall, and had a fair face. Miss caught his gaze and felt her heart beat faster for some reason. The master of the White Knight was strikingly different from Rosalind's initial ideas. Due to the increased heartbeat, the reflection even thought that he had been poisoned for some reason. Calix said that the second prince's mother was a commoner, which is why he was underestimated. However, because of Ricardo's integrity, many still respected him despite everything. But most of all, the boy was loved for his incredibly handsome appearance, which he got from his mother. Looking at the prince now, the lady thought that she had never seen anyone more beautiful before. Rosalind guessed that was the reason her excited heart was beating faster now. After some time, the ceremony began, and at the right time, the girl was called for initiation. For some reason, Ricard looked at her with a bit of malice and as if from above. However, he quite routinely asked the lady to recite the vows as she dropped to one knee. Miss obediently swore that she would become a loyal knight and do everything she could for the Empire. Then Ricardus appointed the lady as the senior knight, touching her head with his finger. When Rosalind raised her head, she met the prince's gaze, which she herself did not expect. However, the guy immediately turned away and looked as if he was unhappy with what had happened. Without understanding anything, Miss again stood in line, as this was required by the rules. The sister could not find an answer to the question of why the prince's touch seemed so cold to her. A little later, Raymond helped Rosa with her documents, since she did not understand anything about them. The guy didn't expect that as a result of this help he would have to fill out not only his own papers, but also the lady's. However, Raymond tried to console Rosalind in every possible way and even fed her cookies to make her feel better. So the lady ended up going to train, as her friend had advised her, and forgot about everything else. There was nothing difficult about such a task for the girl, so she calmly took the sword in her hands. But then some guys with a younger status approached the current senior knight, wanting to talk. One of them even congratulated the lady on her promotion, although the creature noted that it was not with good intentions. The blonde said with a grin that he remembered well the time when they both had the same status. The guy admitted that he didn't think that Rosa would be promoted so quickly, so he didn't prepare a gift for her. The knight knew very well that such words could not be spoken to those who were senior to him in rank. But he thought that Rosalind was too weak to stand up to others, so he was impudent. Suddenly, the blonde asked the miss to teach him something, if it wasn't too difficult for her. The guy imploringly asked the girl not to refuse to train with him, because it was very important to him. The reflection immediately wondered what Calix would have done in her place, since she was strongly oriented towards him. The brother warned that there might be arrogant knights who would try to cause harm. Therefore, the master advised his sister to agree to fight the first of them if necessary. So, to avoid any further attempts on her life, Miss nevertheless agreed to fight. The referee announced the rules that the fight would only end if someone said they were giving up. The crowd around saw that Rosalind was going to fight Nestor and was very surprised. The blonde himself had no doubts about his easy victory, so he smiled cheerfully. The guy believed that he could finish off the lady with one blow, so he boldly rushed forward. Imagine Nestor's surprise when Rosa ended up hitting him faster than he hit her. The soldiers were as shocked by this as the blonde himself, as they thought that Rosalind was fighting poorly. But in the end, the girl hit the guy on the arm with incredible ease, and he was unable to parry. It turned out that the lady's blow was so strong that Nestor's sword even flew to the side. However, the blonde couldn't believe the girl's strength, so he thought that the lady was just lucky and demanded another round. Miss agreed to fight, but for some reason she put her sword back in its sheath, although she shouldn't have done so. Afterwards, in full view of everyone, the girl threw her sword aside, which no one expected. Suddenly, Nestor realized that Miss was insisting on a fist fight, even though they were in different weight classes. The blonde had already decided that nothing would come of the lady, since she was also a girl, and therefore inferior to him in strength. However, for some reason, his hands continued to shake, which meant that the guy was nervous for some reason. Unexpectedly, Rosalind, without waiting for the first move from her opponent, jumped forward with a blow. As a result, Nestor not only fell to the floor, but flew back several meters, which surprised him. But Miss didn't stop there, as she again approached her opponent and lifted him by the collar. With a scary expression on her face, Rosalind asked if the blonde still wanted to fight, but he didn't have time to answer. Before the guy said he was giving up, the girl had already started hitting him without even listening. A few minutes later, the vice captain burst into Raymond's office, interrupting his work. The man didn't explain anything and simply walked behind his desk, as he was clearly emotional. It was only when Nathan sat thoughtfully at his desk that the Lord ventured to ask what had happened. The vice captain said with a sullen face that Rosalind had been assigned to escort the second prince. Raymond was very surprised by this news, as he did not expect anything like this. The man briefly told that the lady had beaten Nestor, and the sir immediately ran to look for the girl. He could not understand why the lady would suddenly do something like this. Raymond remembered very well that just a few weeks ago she couldn't even hold a sword properly. Suddenly, in the corridor, the Lord came across Rosalind herself, who was behaving completely calmly. From the lady's calm eyes, it was impossible to tell that she had just seriously beaten someone. This was what alarmed the Lord the most, as he expected to see other emotions on the Miss's face. Moreover, Rosa was carrying Nestor's body in her arms, who had clearly been unconscious for a long time. Raymond immediately asked what happened to the blonde, and the girl said that she was taking him to the infirmary. The boy's friends explained that they were unable to stop the fight because he lost consciousness. The Lord asked Rose if she was hurt, and the Miss replied that the opponent was too weak for that. Then Raymond, just in case, asked the lady to tell him when Nestor finally woke up. He also advised her not to wait until someone passed out next time, and the lady agreed. As for the history of the empire, the current emperor and empress were distant relatives. Since no one objected, the first Prince Elpidio was born, and his status was very high. Initially, by default, the boy became the crown prince and was supposed to take his father's throne. However, when he was 11 years old, the emperor met another beautiful girl, and not only did she become the ruler's wife, but the lady also brought her 2 children with her. These children turned out to be the illegitimate son and daughter of the emperor, born in the border regions. As a result, the boy became an official member of the imperial family and received the name Ricardus. At the age of 10, he had risen in status even higher than Elpidio himself and was now the crown prince. Since then, the emperor's first wife and her son did not have a single peaceful day of life in the palace. When Ricardus's sister accidentally died during an assassination attempt on him, he seriously entered the struggle for the throne. Elpidio couldn't stand this, so he tried to kill the second prince again during a hunting competition. But this attempt also failed, and Ricardus himself began to understand his relative even less. Right now, he desperately turned to the Count, saying that he was upset about the dead soldiers. The man had no power in this situation, so he could only sympathize with His Majesty, which is what he did. Ricardus himself eventually stated that he was not one of those people who could die so easily. However, the guy could not forgive himself for the fact that that night the soldiers simply took him away and left him to die. The second prince wanted the first prince to experience the same sad feelings that he was feeling at that moment. Ricardus's subordinates tried to reassure him by saying that the knights were happy to die for him. But the guy didn't need anyone to die, and instead he stayed alive. However, there were no other options, because the number of attempts on Elpidio's life only increased. Then one of the lords approached the prince, and the boy decided to listen to what he could tell him. The man seriously suggested that Rosalind be included in His Majesty's escort. These words made the prince think hard, because he knew about the girl's family and did not want to accept her. So, after some time, Ricardus honestly answered that he did not consider her a suitable candidate for himself. The guy simply couldn't let in a man whose father was the first prince, that is, his enemy. However, the Count did not back down and provided him with many letters of recommendation with Rosalind's case. The man continued to convince that there were already few good people around the prince. He boldly declared that he trusted the lady, no matter who her father worked for, because she had different views. The Count's words made the prince think that perhaps the lady was strong and smart enough. Suddenly, Raymond's father cleared his throat, clearly attracting His Majesty's attention. He added that his son also noted Rosalind's talent, so she was a good candidate. The man admitted that Raymond described the girl almost as his own daughter. Hearing that the miss had also managed to obtain a good qualification, the prince became thoughtful. They had once communicated, and he remembered well the words of the lady who had been faithful to him. Rosalind promised to definitely, if necessary, even die for His Majesty, because she valued his life more than her own. Remembering that Rosa had lost her memory, Ricardus thought that she had brought this misfortune upon herself. The prince was still afraid that the lady might turn out to be Elpidio's spy, but he had no other choice. so in the end the guy decided to give the go-ahead because he wanted to see what could come of it. At that moment, in her room, Rosaline stood in complete thoughtfulness in front of the things she had chosen. Raymond approached his friend and asked what she was doing, and the lady replied that she wanted to visit a sick person. The Lord immediately understood that the girl was talking about Nestor and sincerely praised her for this desire. The only thing that confused the guy was the things that the lady for some reason chose for the patient. Rosalind, in all seriousness, replied that she had heard that a family ring should be given. Seeing, in addition to the ring, a children's book and pasta among the valuables, the sir and the lady were touched. A little later, Nestor was very surprised when Rosalind brought him a box of pasta. He also took a small bouquet of flowers and thanked them for the gifts, as he was afraid to refuse. Raymond looked angrily at the patient, hinting to him that he should not dare to say anything bad. Then the miss asked how the blonde was feeling, and he replied that he was quite well. The guy was very surprised when after this the lady said that she had not been worried about him. Nestor was embarrassed and tried to understand why the lady and this lord had come to his chamber at all. His hands began to tremble violently again, and the blonde even thought about asking the guests to leave. But before Nestor could say a word, Rosalind suddenly grabbed his face, which made the guy freeze. Even Raymond was surprised by the lady's behavior, and she calmly said that the patient had a bruise. The blonde immediately, just in case, stated in fear that only the bruise hurt and nothing else. Rose asked the guy to be careful, but he was afraid that she might hit him again. But instead, the girl gently stroked the defeated man's forehead, brushing his hair away from his face. Rose, smiling sweetly, asked the sick man to get well soon, so that she would not worry. These unexpected and sweet words even made the guy blush with embarrassment, which surprised him. Raymond was no less surprised, since for the first time he saw how easily and simply the lady's charm worked. At that moment, the blonde tried to say through the pain on his face that he would definitely recover. When the lord and lady left the chamber, he reminded them once again that the miss would be training knights. Rosalind didn't care that she was given this opportunity, but she listened. Raymond admitted that, in fact, initially, no one wanted to go and study with her. However, after the fight with Nestor, everything changed, so the guy gave the lady a whole stack of papers with those who wanted to. Then he pointed his hand towards the line of newcomers and told the lady that she could choose. The knights had indeed already lined up, and each of them hoped to be chosen. Seeing the approaching knights, they greeted their superiors in unison on command. Rosa, without even looking at the papers, began to look at the people on her own, and therefore came closer to them. Raymond was surprised when the girl silently gave him back the documents, because that was not usually done. It was the first time Lord had seen someone start choosing without even reading at least a few questionnaires. Meanwhile, Rosalind had already begun to select students for herself, and came close to some guy. The young man clearly felt uncomfortable under the lady's gaze, but did not move. After a few seconds, the lady pulled away, and he was able to breathe freely as the tension eased. Rosalind walked further between the rows, still choosing her students independently. Just as suddenly as last time, she suddenly approached the girl who was standing calmly in the line. The lady then asked whether she was obliged to choose 5, to which the sir replied in the negative. Then Rose thought for a moment and chose the girl she had been looking at as her student, after which, without thinking twice, she also chose the guy she had been looking at the very beginning. Raymond did not object to this choice, but only checked the list to find out more about those chosen. But the other knights were terribly unhappy, because the lady chose students from among the common people. Raymond called the chosen ones, Eberhard and Letitia, to him and told the rest to be free. In the end, only 2 of Rose's students, whom she had just noticed, stood before the older knights. Sir told the newcomers to listen to Rosalind in everything and learn from her if they wanted to achieve great things. Eberhard and Letitia immediately stated that they had no objections to this. Raymond immediately remembered how Rosa had once been just as young and full of hope, which made him smile. Several years ago, the girl assured that the Lord would not regret taking her as an apprentice back then. After this little incident, a few hours later, Ricardus called the lady into his office for a conversation. The prince immediately said that he did not need the miss to devote her life to him, as she intended. The guy called the girl Rose, although it was an abbreviation of her usual name. The lady immediately remembered that Rosalind herself did not like it when she was called differently, but Ricardus took advantage of this. From this, Miss concluded that for some reason the second prince did not like her very much, although she did nothing. She thought so, among other things, because he kept asking the girl various questions, testing her ability to speak. Eventually, Ricardus came to the conclusion that he could tolerate having a lady by his side, even if only temporarily. So the prince relaxed and was about to raise his cup of tea to his mouth when Rosaline suddenly grabbed his hand. This unexpected action of the miss caused great irritation to the heir, who had just come to terms with her presence, and the girl herself had no intention of letting go of his hand, as if she was absolutely right. The assistants who were in the office tearfully asked Rosa what she was allowing herself to do. In response, the girl told the prince not to drink the tea because something had been poured into it. Ricardus had often encountered attempts to poison him, so he immediately became wary and even believed it. Since the maid was pouring him tea, the guy looked at her sternly, immediately becoming suspicious. The girl shuddered in fear when she realized that she was the one suspected of the assassination attempt. She stated that she had tried the tea herself before giving it to the prince, so everything should be fine. The assistant also added that the poison would not work on the prince anyway, so why should she poison him? Rosalind responded that the enemies might want to test whether all poisons don't work. Thoughtfully, Ricardus suddenly said that there was a lot of meaning in Rosa's words, so they could be true. The heir suggested that the enemies might have created a poison that would not affect him, and the maid shuddered. Suddenly, the girl's face changed dramatically, and in 1 second she pulled a weapon out of the hem of her dress. She screamed that she wished the prince dead and threw all those knives straight at him, wanting to hit him. But Rosalind, with incredible ease and speed, fought off everything thrown by her assistant. Seeing the way the lady moved, Ricardus realized that she was much more capable than he thought. Without a moment's hesitation, Rose rushed at the maid who was trying to attack the prince. The girl tried to defend herself and quickly threw the tray that was standing next to her at miss. But Rosalind easily parried this blow since she had good reflexes, although she was a little distracted. So the maid immediately took advantage of the moment and rushed to the prince to kill him as quickly as possible. Ricardus himself did not move at all and even allowed the weapon to almost touch him, and the prince really didn't have to do anything, since the lady herself repelled the assistant's attack. To prevent the girl from falling and running away again, and also from attacking, Rosalind grabbed her by the collar. The lady had already raised her fist, clearly intending to continue attacking, as she had done with Nestor. The people around didn't even notice when the lady managed to put her sword away somewhere again, switching to her fists. One of the assistants shouted for the miss to stop, because it was impossible to kill the traitor. These words affected Rosalind, and she froze in place, raising her fist, but did not strike. Then the reflection quite seriously stated that this girl was not dead yet. Ricardus said that they had to listen to the maid first and then attack, otherwise they wouldn't get the information. The prince addressed Rosalind by her full name, which surprised the lady, and she stopped. So the girl let go of the traitor and stepped aside so as not to fight anymore. The heir immediately asked how the mistress realized that the maid was a murderer, since she was well disguised. Rose admitted that all this time she had been relying heavily on her senses rather than her mind. And so, as soon as she entered the room, she smelled the blood coming from this girl. Even though she was simply pouring tea, the maid was unable to deceive the creature. The prince was surprised to note that the lady had a fairly good sense of smell, which he could only envy. Moreover, Rose was able to notice that the assistant only pretended to drink tea, since she had been lying from the very beginning. So she carefully poured it into her sleeve, and no one in the room noticed. The lady told him about it, and the guy didn't expect that the lady would also have such good observation skills. Suddenly, with fright, Rosalind noticed that the prince was still bringing the cup of poison to his mouth. However, she immediately jumped and covered the heir's mouth, and then took away the cup so that he would not drink anything. The prince's assistant immediately asked the girl to remove her hands and give back the cup, since she had exceeded her authority. But the heir asked that the tea be given to him and not to the assistants, if the miss wanted to earn forgiveness, which no one expected. The prince explained this by saying that he wanted to find out what kind of new poison his enemies had invented. While everyone in the room was arguing with each other, Rosalind began to examine the contents of the cup. Unbeknownst to the others, the reflection used its abilities to analyze the contents. And looking inside, Miss realized that magic had been deliberately mixed into the tea in the form of poison. During his training at the estate, Calix showed his sister objects that were imbued with magic. The girl herself noticed that all these knives contained particles of magic, which surprised her greatly. The brother admitted that he took this weapon from the enemies, but had absolutely no idea how they created it. But if there was magic in the poison, then the priest's treatment would not give any results, which was very dangerous. So now Rosalind told everyone that this poison was from a hunting competition. The lady's words frightened and alarmed everyone present because the matter was serious. Ricardus asked how the lady knew this, since she had just looked at the tea without even tasting it. The lady remembered her brother's words about not telling anyone that she saw magic, so she asked her question, asking the prince whether magic could mix with holy power or not. The prince actually remembered that he had been unable to cure anyone at the hunting competition. This fact scared the guy a lot, although he tried not to show his emotions to anyone. Ricardus didn't even want to think about the fact that someone would create a poison that he couldn't handle. After all, in this case, the authority of his empire will fall very sharply, which will play into the hands of the Black Moon. Because of all these thoughts, the prince came to the conclusion that it was time for him to see the witch. This woman, who knew the future, had long been captured and was sitting in the dungeon of their empire. Right now, she was whispering that she didn't have much time left for everything, but she didn't mind. For a long time now, the witch had been ready to meet her death with a smile at any moment, because then the empire would perish too. The next morning, Eberhard ran to Letitia with news about their teacher, as he was delighted. The girl also already knew that Rosalind had easily defeated the killer on the very first day. While discussing the rumors, the newcomers did not immediately notice that their teacher had come quite close to them. As soon as they noticed her, the boy and girl immediately bowed shyly and said a greeting. The lady calmly responded to her students, also greeting them, although she clearly heard their words. She remembered Raymond's words about how it was an honor and pride for such newcomers to learn from her, and the only way Miss could help them was by teaching them how to fight with swords properly, which is what she was going to do. So Rosalind gave the boy and girl wooden swords to practice with her so that they wouldn't get hurt. But the students held these swords with trembling hands because they were very afraid. The lady could not understand why the newcomers felt such great fear of her. She felt as if she would be fighting with the cutest and most helpless fawns. What's interesting is that even the deer had a much higher sense of danger than her students. The lady came to the conclusion that Letitia and Eberhard could die now and not even realize it. The boy and girl were frightened when they heard from the miss that everything was very sad for them since they tried to study. Without explaining anything, the lady repeated her words once again and for some reason frowned. Letitia and Eberhard did not argue with the teacher, but simply hung their heads because they felt sad. At this, the lady only sighed, since she still wanted to help the newcomers, so she tried to come up with a plan for their training. So Rosalind suddenly declared that from now on she would attack both of them and they would have to defend themselves. Thus, from early morning until late evening, the lady promised to train the boys like this. These words only frightened the boy and girl even more, as they were not confident in their abilities. At this moment, the prince, surrounded by his assistants, went down to the prison to talk to the witch. The count next to him was unhappy that an heir of his status was visiting such a dark place. To this, Ricardus replied that he could not wait for the information to reach him, because it took a long time. Only now did the guy remember that the prince had a rather hot temper, so he decided to keep quiet. Then the count heard someone calling him, and a shudder of fear and horror ran down the boy's skin. And the prince himself did not even flinch, although many of the prisoners were calling him pitifully. When they arrived, just seeing the witch, the assistant realized that she had been in prison for a very long time. But he didn't understand why the heir was going to meet such a dangerous person. When they approached her, the witch deliberately did not pay attention to anyone, looking at the wall. This made Ricardus a little angry, but he tried to calm down, since he didn't come here to quarrel. After a few seconds, the witch finally stood up and turned around to talk as she was bored. Unexpectedly for everyone, she suddenly grabbed the bars with her hand. But this did not help her in any way, although it frightened the others. The woman covered her nose with her hand in disgust, as she did not like the people from the empire. Seeing this, before starting the dialogue, the prince specifically asked the witch how she was feeling. She replied that she was still alive, although very unhappy since she was sitting in prison and not walking free. Knowing that the woman might attack, Ricardus ordered his assistants to stay away from her just in case. The witch laughed and said that she just wanted to stroke the prince's hair, and that was the only reason she could jump so suddenly. To this, the heir replied with a sad sigh that she still did not know how to communicate normally. And then he took out a bottle of that same tea and gave it to the woman so that she could examine it. The witch did not expect that they would bring her something like this, and therefore became very interested. The woman was smart and skilled, so she immediately recognized the black tea inside the bottle, even without trying it. Then she concentrated and brought it closer to her face to examine the contents more closely. Seeing what Ricardus had brought tea for, the woman laughed loudly and maliciously because she understood everything. The prince immediately guessed that she laughed like that because she could clearly see the magic inside. The witch meanwhile whispered that now that such a poison had been invented, the empire had no chance of winning. She boldly called this product the greatest discovery of her state, which could not but please her. Ricardus asked for more details, and the woman said that magic was mixed with the poison. This is exactly what the heir wanted to hear, so he was about to leave, since he had learned everything that was necessary. The witch whispered angrily after him that she would definitely see the prince fall, no matter how much he didn't want it. Because of this, the count hurried even more to leave this place and ran after the heir. After this dialogue that same night, Ricardus stood thoughtfully on the balcony and thought about the witch's words. The guy was unnerved by the fact that the woman promised to watch him from the darkness, because he knew that she could. Every time she reminded him of the mysterious legend about the black moon and the white night. On the day when the god of light reached his peak and the god of darkness hid, a blessed light illuminated the entire world. According to legend, as a result, everything blossomed, and the black star faded into the background in the sky. After this, the god of darkness Creantidanian hid in the moon and remained silent there until better times. Ricardus knew that even a few aristocrats believed in this true legend, although they should have, but the prince could not understand why the witch said that the god of darkness would take over his empire. Here, the guy suddenly noticed a silhouette not far from him, which scared him a lot. It turned out that for some reason, Rosalind had climbed right onto His Majesty's balcony, although this was not allowed. When asked what she was doing there, the miss replied that she was guarding the heir just in case. The prince asked if she wasn't supposed to do this only from morning until evening and rest the rest of the time. To this, the lady replied that it seemed to her that the murderer might come at night too. Only now did Ricardus notice another silhouette on the floor, and so he turned around abruptly. It turned out that another mercenary was lying there, and the lady wisely left him alive for now. A little later, the soldiers quickly took away the unlucky traitor at the prince's request. The only thing they were surprised about was that Rosalind was somehow in the prince's chambers at such a time. The heir heard the knights whispering, and was therefore somewhat embarrassed by their speeches because they were right. So he himself decided to talk about the situation with the girl, who again took a fighting stance. Ricardus came up with the idea of conducting the conversation over wine, although he never thought he would live to see it. He politely and gallantly invited the lady into his room, and then offered to drink with him, already pouring wine. At first, Rosa refused out of politeness, but the heir insisted, and she had to agree. The girl remembered very well that now she was not able to get drunk, which is why she did not want to take the glass. The prince at this moment was anxiously thinking that didn't the lady know that his personal space should not be violated at this time. However, for some reason the guy decided not to lecture the lady, even though he had the opportunity. Seeing the bottle of wine, Miss scanned it just in case, but found nothing. Then she suddenly clinked her glass with the prince, which he did not expect at all since it was not according to etiquette. While Ricardus was looking at the lady in surprise, she had already managed to empty her glass. Rose herself thought that she had done everything right, because that was what her brother had once taught her. Looking at the girl, the prince was still amazed by her behavior, but did not say anything bad. For the first time, he realized that memory loss could actually change people that much. Although for the heir personally, Rosalind's eyes had not changed at all since that moment. He remembered how he had lost his temper and how he had yelled at the girl who had only wanted to help him. At that time, Ricardus was extremely angry and had absolutely no control over his emotions and actions. The guy couldn't understand why this girl continued to stay next to him, and she continued to insist that she would protect His Majesty at any cost. At that moment, Rosalind's eyes were full of tears, but at the same time they were burning with incredible determination. However, the prince only clenched his teeth in anger when he heard that she would protect him, since he did not believe in it. So Ricardus shouted rudely that the lady could do nothing to protect him. Remembering that terrible day, the guy understood that the lady had definitely lost her memory, since she came to him after that. Personally, Ricardus himself would never again approach the man who drove him away like that. Here, the heir met Rosalind's gaze and did not understand why she was looking at him like that. He poured her more wine, wondering why the lady was trying so hard to protect him, no matter what. As a result, a few hours later, Ricardus was very drunk, but Rose felt absolutely nothing. Seeing that the prince had fallen asleep due to the amount of alcohol he had drunk, the lady decided to help him, as she wanted to continue to take care of him. so she carefully picked up His Majesty in her arms to carry him to bed to help him get some sleep. When the girl succeeded, the lady also softly and warmly covered the prince with a blanket, just in case. The lady was about to leave when she suddenly heard Ricardus's quiet voice behind her. This made the girl turn around and listen to make out the words properly. The prince was clearly almost asleep, but still somehow managed to whisper the question of why the lady was with him. The reflection remembered its promise to the real Rosalind, who was already dead, but they made a pact. And so she repeated to the prince once again that she would definitely protect him, although she did not explain the reasons. At that moment, in another mansion, Elpidio was breaking dishes in frustration because he had learned about the incident with Ricardus. He couldn't believe that Hakar had come up with the idea of mixing magic and poison and hadn't even told him about it. This made the guy very angry because it meant his temporary defeat and also put him in a dangerous position. Because of this, he felt powerless and shouted at his assistants, who also could not do anything. One of the counts tried to explain that nothing could be fixed, although it was useless. This is all because Elpidio himself understood this perfectly well, but did not want to openly admit it. Even though he collaborated with Hakar, he still found a means that could kill the first prince. Here, the assistant suggested to Elpidio to make another deal with the Alliance, which could help. The boy thought hard when he heard that there must be an antidote to every poison. The Count knew that Balta had tried to reach the White Knight many times, and they had information about it. The prince could not help but agree that they did indeed possess very important information. So he decided to try to find a way to get an antidote from Hakab and thereby win power for himself. In Elpidio's head there was already one evil and brilliant idea that could turn the air. The first prince laughed and said that there was no longer any time to put it off, so he was going to act. So the former heir asked his assistants to bring the fifth Prince Diaz to him as soon as possible. This time, Elpidio was definitely going to kill Ricardus, so he was very happy. The next morning, at the right time, the assistant came as usual to wake the prince, which is what he always did. He entered the room as usual, and out of habit he didn't even look around much. When the guy noticed the mess around him, he was very scared because this shouldn't have happened. He saw a bunch of bottles of wine and even thought about the killer, and then realized that he wouldn't drink. A little later, the Count woke up Ricardus and he immediately began to complain of a headache. The assistant was in shock because the prince had drunk a lot yesterday, as he thought, completely alone. And the heir, for certain reasons, did not admit that he had a companion last night. He realized that due to the amount of alcohol he had drunk, he had no memory of how he fell asleep or where Rosalind ended up. The guy barely remembered some of the lady's last and subsequent words about his protection. But what exactly the lady had told him before he finally fell asleep, the prince could not remember. Here the Count gently called out to Ricardus and thereby pulled him out of yesterday's memories. The thing was that they were all at a meeting, and their father was horrified by the information about the poison. Ricardus agreed with the emperor that they did not need this at all, but it happened at a very inopportune moment. The prince understood that it was impossible for people to know that the sacred power was not working. The emperor was very serious because he wanted to deal with this problem. He even asked his sons if it wouldn't be better to simply remove the Baltu Empire from the map, as he had wanted to do so for a long time. But the second prince believed that it was too absurd to declare war on such a powerful state. Here Elpidio said that it would be possible to go to Balta and study it from the inside, and this would be much more effective. Ricardus immediately became wary, since he still did not know what exactly his brother had planned. And the first prince smiled and continued to put forward his idea, proposing to send a delegation to Balta. Moreover, Elpidio did not put forward his own candidacy, but said that it would be best for Ricardus to go. The heir realized too late what exactly the first prince's goal was, so he was unable to resist. And the emperor suddenly agreed that this was all a very good idea in order to learn more about the enemy. The second one jumped up and asked if it wasn't too dangerous to send someone to Balta at the moment. But the ruler interrupted all his son's speeches with just one word, since he possessed great power. He declared that their magnificent empire would not perish because of poison alone, since no one would allow it. That's why Father appointed Ricardus to this operation as a delegation, so that he could learn as much as possible about poison and magic. The guy understood perfectly well how dangerous it was, but he couldn't argue with the emperor, so he kept silent. As a result, since he had no other choice, the prince bowed to his father, agreeing with his decision. A little later, the count said that he shouldn't have agreed, because it was definitely a trap. But the heir himself understood this, but Elpidio set him up, so he had to go. Moreover, in this whole political game, even the emperor himself did not defend Ricardus. But the guy was ready to fight hard for his survival once again, which is what he had been doing all his life. Rumors spread quickly, so it wasn't long before Rosalind learned that the second prince had been sent to Balta. Even the servants understood how dangerous it was to go there, so they whispered about the situation very carefully. Letitia noticed that everyone was silent, but at the same time they were gradually sinking into sadness. The boy and girl had little idea what they should do when the teacher left with the delegation. Suddenly, Rosalind interrupted their conversations with her unexpected sword attack to practice again. Letitia barely managed to parry the blow. It was so unpredictable and powerful. Eberhard came to the girl's aid, and together they began to confront the teacher. The lady herself did not change her expression at all, although she had just seriously attacked and could even have injured her assistants. After a while, she put away her sword and explained that she would continue to attack the students at any time. So the lady ordered the boy and girl to continue training even when she was gone. Only when the students promised to do everything and even more, Rosalind was satisfied. Then carts with gold passed by them, and one of the coins suddenly rolled away somewhere in the direction of the trainees. Rose noticed it and decided to bend down to pick it up from the road, as her curiosity was aroused. The girl had never looked at coins before, so she became interested in something shiny. At that moment, a silhouette approached her, who also wanted to pick up the coin, since it belonged to him. Their hands touched, but the stranger was a little faster than the lady, who hardly even noticed him. So the guy gently touched her hand, asking her not to touch the lost gold, because it did not belong to her. The stranger explained that they were going to take all of this to the Prince of Balta, so it was impossible to take it away. To Rosalind's great surprise, the boy then beamed at her as if they were friends. And suddenly, as if to confirm this thought, he called her by name, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Behind the girl, the guards immediately bowed and greeted the fifth prince, as they recognized him. And Diaz suddenly asked if the lady could spare just a minute for him, as he wanted to chat. The miss agreed, and they went for a walk past the beautiful trees that the guy admired. The lady herself did not know what to think, because she did not remember what kind of relationship she had with the fifth prince. Meanwhile, the guy was completely carefree, admiring the surrounding views, in no hurry to start a dialogue. He suddenly turned around and said that he was worried about the girl because he heard that she was hurt. In response, Rose said that she was already fine, so he didn't have to worry anymore. Diaz asked if the lady would accompany Ricardus, and she calmly confirmed this. Then the guy admitted that he was very happy about this because he didn't have any more friends going with him, which made him worried. The prince said that he had already met Hakab, but they were not very friendly, so he was even afraid of him. After this, the miss fell silent, not wanting to speak on her own, and the guy was clearly embarrassed and began to search for words. In the end, he smiled and repeated once again that he was very worried about the lady, since he could not think of anything else. Rosalind noticed that Diaz addressed her informally, but she did not know if she had the same relationship with him. Then a tree petal fell on the girl's nose, which made her distract herself from her thoughts and look at him. Looking at this, the fifth prince smiled sweetly, as this situation amused him greatly. He moved closer and gently removed the petal from the girl's nose, although there was no need for it. Rose quickly scanned the guy for danger but found nothing. So the lady simply thanked the guy for his help, tactfully not saying that she didn't need it. Diaz was a little embarrassed and therefore laughed, putting the petal away, since he himself understood everything. To change the subject, he suddenly asked if the lady remembered him, and she honestly shook her head. The fifth prince was visibly upset at this answer, but remained as calm as he could. He admitted that when the attack first began, he looked everywhere for Rosalind, but did not find her. The lady asked how far away her cliff was, and the guy said that it was in a completely different direction. The prince asked for forgiveness for not being able to help in any way, and not even coming to her, because he could not. He also added once again that he was glad that the lady was eventually able to recover on her own and did not need any help. The girl noted with surprise that the fifth prince for some reason smiled a lot, which she saw for the first time. So she smiled back at him as sincerely as she could, to support him in that way. When Diaz saw such a beautiful smile from the lady, he was very embarrassed, because it was the first time for him. The guy even forgot what he wanted to say and simply turned away so as not to blush even more. In the end, he could barely utter that they would definitely see each other again, after which he quickly ran away. Rosalind waved after her new friend in confusion, not understanding his reaction, but didn't try to catch up. Then the girl thought seriously, remembering everything she had already learned, because something didn't add up in her head. Raymond had previously admitted that he had not seen her either at the beginning or at the end of the battle at the hunting competition. After talking with Diaz, the lady once again thought about her death during that incomprehensible night. It became clear to her that not only had she not been seen, but Rosalind had not even been on the battlefield. After the contract was concluded, the reflection immediately healed all the wounds on the body so it could study them. And so it noticed that there was a very strange and serious cut on the girl's back, which could not have been left by a human. Now the creature wondered if someone else could have attacked Rose that day, someone no one knew about. But right now the lady had to see her brother, who was already waiting for her, so she ran to him. The guy was pleasantly surprised when he saw the girl, because she behaved exactly like the old Rosalind. Miss even ran up and hugged Calix just like the previous Rose would have done, because she suddenly wanted to. Then the sister looked at her brother and smiled tenderly, without saying anything, since there was no need to. The guy was surprised to note that the smile in his reflection had become more natural, as if it had gradually become socialized. He admitted to himself that for a moment the lady did remind him of his sister, although that was hardly possible. However, the guy still couldn't hold back and tenderly hugged the girl because he really wanted to. True, then the gentleman became embarrassed and therefore quickly moved away, because the reflection was not his sister. However, Calix noted during a dialogue with the girl that she had significantly improved her social skills, and the lady said that Ricardus had ordered everyone to see their family before he died, so that's why she came. The prince's words did not surprise the guy at all, since he was often attacked. Calix understood why the prince was afraid, because Hakab was closely connected to the Black Moon, which was dangerous for them. So he asked the girl enjoying her meal with genuine concern to be much more careful. But then suddenly Rosalind asked her brother to interrupt his speech and stared somewhere. Then she gave him back the bag of food, which the guy could not have expected, because Miss loved her very much. Before Calix could understand what was happening, his sister suddenly ran away from him somewhere to the side. For some unknown reason, the lady suddenly headed straight towards the huge wall in front of them, as if she had noticed something. The brother watched the girl with silent amazement and realized that there was someone behind the wall. And judging by Rose's expression, that was exactly what was happening, since she expressed poorly concealed hostility. Therefore, without thinking twice, Miss squatted down, clearly tensing all her muscles and preparing for the next jump. And before her brother could say anything to her, the girl actually jumped over the wall in a few leaps. The lady's actions greatly frightened and alarmed Calix, although he knew that he could do nothing to stop her. However, when Rosalind disappeared from his sight, the guy decided to follow her to sort out the situation. In addition, the gentleman heard screams on the other side of the wall, which worried him even more. Quickly running around the wall, Calix asked what happened, although he did not come very close. Imagine his surprise when he saw Rose attacking some people. It was Eberhard and Letitia, but Calix didn't know them and therefore misunderstood everything. So the guy yelled that he had already bought his sister a cake so she could stop. This distracted the lady, which Letitia immediately decided to take advantage of while she still had a chance to escape. The girl ran away with all her might, which did not escape the gaze of the attentive and sensitive lady. Rosalind's eyes flashed and she quickly analyzed the surrounding situation, guessing where she needed to hit. So then she threw the sword and landed right in front of the fleeing one, which scared her a lot. Letitia realized that once again she had failed to escape from her teacher, so she silently gave in. And Rosalind came up and took her sword, since she had finished training and there was no point in her fighting any longer. The lady calmly announced that her students had died again and, somewhat disappointed, she sheathed her sword. She began to scold the boy and girl, who were again not attentive enough. Rose explained that they should pay attention to all the sounds around them, including her jumping on the wall. Watching the training, Calix suddenly smiled without realizing it because he liked it. A little later, when the lady was free, he began to feed his sister again, who was very pleased about this. The brother even noticed that the lady's mood had changed greatly, and now she could express real joy. Meanwhile, he remembered very well how distant and cold Rose had been at the very beginning. But now, the reflection looked like the most ordinary and happy person who lived a normal life. But when his sister told him, his brother did not expect to hear that the lady's heart would beat faster at the sight of Ricardus. The lady still could not understand why her heart was beating like crazy then, because there was no reason for it. Even my brother couldn't give a normal and truthful answer to this question, so he simply said that he didn't know. The only thing he did was calm his sister down by saying that his heart was pounding at the sight of the prince. Afterwards, the guy changed the subject and said that he was afraid of her lady trip to Balta, as it was dangerous. But the girl herself was calm, as she guessed that they would talk about something similar. And the gentleman was indeed afraid that his sister's body would be in danger again, because he did not want that. Seeing that the guy was deep in thought for some reason, the miss carefully called him, but this did not produce any results, and he remembered how he had once begged the lady to stay with him, although she was clearly going to leave then. And now Calix understood that all his words and persuasions would be just as empty and useless. However, watching the girl, the guy did not find any reason to worry yet. It so happened that the lady found herself good company and was able to start living at least a little again. Rosalind even somehow learned to smile, which made her look like an ordinary person. So when the brother said that he would wait for his sister to come back with food, she smiled happily at him. And then she suddenly stroked Calix on the head, saying that he was very good, which he did not expect. The guy suddenly realized that he had long missed this kind of warmth from his sister, although he did not admit it to himself. At this they parted ways, and a little later Rosalind saw a dark night with pouring rain. And then she noticed herself running somewhere as fast as she could through the forest, clearly tired and out of breath. The girl was in a great hurry to tell someone something, but the reflection could not understand why and for what purpose. It was clear that Rosalind had witnessed something important, but the creature couldn't see what it was. The lady paused for a moment to catch her breath, and then ran on just as quickly. But unfortunately, she got lost, and instead of the camp, she ran to that very cliff, which was not part of her plans. For Rosalind, this was very unexpected and inappropriate, because she was already in a great hurry. A sudden pain in her back gripped Miss, and she doubled over because of it, freezing for a moment. The huge and deep wound caused great suffering, but Rose tried not to think about it. She understood that now was not the time to relax, as she needed to move on in order to make it in time. Suddenly, the lady heard a huge roar ahead and realized that the enemy had been watching her all this time. The lady took a small step back out of fear and accidentally lost her footing because she was on the edge of a cliff. Unable to stop her fall or change anything, Rosalind fell backwards off the cliff. Suddenly, the reflection woke up from its memories and abruptly opened its eyes, trying to understand what was happening. The girl's breathing was very fast due to the fear she had just experienced, although she was simply patrolling the area. Rosaline herself could hardly understand that these were the memories of the former lady and not her own. The next morning, all the city's residents saw off the prince's delegation, and the miss tried to forget about everything for now. The entire detachment tried to leave as early as possible so as not to waste time stopping at night. Rosalind was on guard just in case and looked around carefully, but she did not sense any danger. Elpidio also watched the procession and was very angry because of the joyful shouts around him. The guy was sure that the second prince and his group would definitely die, which couldn't help but make him happy. However, Ricardus bid the first prince a noble farewell before his departure. He even brazenly promised that he would definitely find the one behind the creation of the poison, although this was crazy. His brother's arrogant words and self-confidence only made Elpidio even more angry, and he hated him. So he ordered his assistants to make sure that Ricardus would not return. The heir himself did not yet suspect such an order, although he guessed about the assassination attempts. But since their departure, several peaceful days had passed, which for now made the prince very happy. True, deep down the guy still didn't believe that everything could go so smoothly. He thought they would be attacked as soon as they moved away from the empire, but this did not happen. From which the second prince concluded that Elpidio had decided to ambush Ricardus on his way back. The prince understood perfectly well that this could very well happen, and therefore he prepared and ordered the soldiers not to relax. But for now, the guy decided to at least rest a little while he had such a small opportunity. Suddenly, one of his assistants approached him, because he wanted to tell him something important. The knight warned that it would be very hot in Balta, so they should prepare as best they could. Ricardus asked if they had enough water, and the assistant said that Rosalind had found a clean spring. It remained a mystery to everyone why a girl of aristocratic blood could navigate the forest so well. However, the prince was grateful to her for helping the lady find water, because it was important for everyone. For some reason, she even overdid it and managed to hunt, bringing back the carcasses of several rabbits. The lady boldly and confidently handed over her spoils to the heir, who did not expect it. The heir was embarrassed and asked why the girl went hunting in the forest at all, since she was not asked. Rosalind responded by shoving the rabbits into Ricardus's hands, even though he was desperately against it. And then, smiling sweetly, she said that she wanted to share food with the guy because it was important to her. But the second prince was not at all happy with such a gift and became very angry, since he himself did not like hunting. Because of this, a little later, Raymond scolded Rosa, saying that it was impossible to treat a high-ranking person like that. The miss said that she thought that freshly caught meat would taste better, which surprised the lord. In the end, the sir sadly informed the prince that he would take responsibility for the lady's behavior. At this, Ricardus sighed and said understandingly that it was high time to organize a hunting competition. The guy glanced at the sad face of the girl who had sincerely been trying to help all this time. Rosalind's emotions made the prince feel a little embarrassed, so he changed his mind about punishing her. Instead, the heir asked the lady to catch some rabbit for dinner, deciding to support her. Hearing this, Rose beamed incredibly happily, as she really wanted this and understood the order correctly. As a result, a little later, jumping from tree to tree, the reflection rushed off to hunt as quickly as possible. At the same time, the girl was haunted by thoughts about that dream when memories came to her mind. The lady was worried by the fact that at the moment she could not remember anything else. Suddenly, Rosalind heard a wounded deer howling somewhere not far from her, clearly calling for help. She immediately remembered how the knights from the camp set up animal traps to catch someone. So the lady jumped down from the tree to be the first to find the poor captured deer and help him. Imagine the surprise of the miss when, having approached, she saw magic emanating from the creature. And not simple magic, but exactly the same as she had in the form of a reflection, which could only mean one thing. The creature took one look at the deer to understand that he was exactly the same as herself. But another reflection itself did not recognize the lady as a creature similar to itself, so it behaved like an ordinary deer. Here, to her horror, Rosalind heard the approaching voices of knights who were looking for their next prey. The guys discussed what and who would catch, and one even boasted about a small frog. The girl couldn't allow a creature like her to suffer, so she told him to leave. But the creature tried its best to pretend that it was an ordinary deer, and therefore stubbornly did not run away anywhere. Then Rosalind decided to resort to desperate measures and showed her hand, covering it with magic for this purpose. Only now did another reflection realize that the person standing in front of him was not an ordinary person at all. Rose asked the deer to leave again, but he still blinked his eyes a little more, just in case. Only after this did the creature easily and simply change its appearance and become a small squirrel that freed itself from the trap. The lady watched the fleeing animal with satisfaction, hoping that it would not be found anywhere else. The girl only now realized that in all this time she had never met creatures like her. A little later, she brought a lot of other loot to the camp, and everyone began to thank her. Among other things, Miss somehow caught a huge wild boar and dragged it to the camp. The lady herself sat quite calmly and drank from the keg, not paying attention to the admiration around her. At this moment, the squad's cook was masterfully preparing delicious dishes from the freshly caught animals. To honor her, the girl offered to try Rosalind first, and her eyes lit up. The cook admitted that, thanks to the lady, she was finally able to demonstrate her skills. When the lady tried it, she immediately said that she absolutely loved it, as it was very tasty. This made the cook happy, and she began to give a long lecture on how to cook all this correctly. In response to this, Miss simply repeated once again that these dishes have a wonderful and rich taste. The girl's simplicity and spontaneity captivated the chef so much that she promised to cook for her at any time. His Majesty, sitting a little further away, watched unnoticed from the side as the soldiers dined. What interested him most was Rosaline's behavior, although he did not admit it to himself. The guy looked at the lady's happy smile and thought sadly that she was not smiling at him. Realizing this, the heir became embarrassed because he behaved like a 16-year-old boy, which he did not like. For some reason, he constantly thought with shame about that day after his sister's death, when he scolded the girl for it. But Ricardus was sure that Rosa herself didn't even remember this stupid situation. Looking up, the prince suddenly saw his brother, who was also sitting somewhat apart from everyone else. At the same time, the guy's face for some reason looked no less enchanted than the heir's before. It suddenly dawned on Ricardus that his brother was clearly not looking with such admiration at the ground or the soldiers. He turned around sharply, trying to follow as closely as possible the gaze of Diaz, who had accidentally fallen into a daydream. Imagine the prince's surprise when he realized that his brother was looking at Rosalind. Ricardus didn't like this at all, but at the moment he had no right to say anything. That night, when the knights made their rounds according to time, they could not find Miss Rosaline anywhere. However, they decided that she had climbed some tree again and did not become seriously worried. And indeed, the lady was sleeping peacefully upstairs when suddenly that same rescued squirrel came to her. Rose tried not to move, and another reflection jumped right onto her lap. Afterwards, the creature began to actively gesticulate with its paws, clearly trying to tell the girl something. But the lady didn't understand a word, and for some reason only said that she had never tried squirrel before. The little reflection didn't like this and jumped off Miss's feet, realizing that it was not understood. Rosalind immediately felt the magic that the reflection released as it began to change. Just in case, the girl looked back towards the camp and made sure that no one would hear them here. Then she took off her cloak and threw it towards her new acquaintance, who had taken on a human form. This turned out to be very convenient, because another reflection became a girl and was naked. She complained about the weakness of the human body, and then asked if the lady understood her now. The lady immediately noticed that this reflection for some reason could speak very well, although she did not succeed right away. The girl proudly replied that she had lived for a long time with an old woman who considered her a granddaughter. Then she asked how Rose herself lived among people and whether she was comfortable because of this, which surprised Miss. And another reflection, meanwhile, said that they usually don't want to become people. After these words of the girl, Rosa remembered that she had always lived in the forest and for some reason hid. She was deep in thought about this when the new girl suddenly grabbed her by the shoulders. Clearly very worried, the girl asked if Rose had accidentally eaten a living person, because that was not allowed. Realizing that her suspicions were correct, the reflection became wildly horrified and began to curse. It could not understand why the same creature would go against its instincts, which told it to run. But Rosalind herself understood that she had broken the rules, and now she would have to die in this body. Hearing that the lady was aware of the situation, the new reflection was even more shocked because the shadows tried to observe them. After all, at the level of instincts, all such creatures understood that they were not allowed to absorb living beings. To maintain their existence, all reflections returned to their original form and ate corpses. But it was possible to break this rule and only once absorb a living organism. As a result, some of the creature's magic will be lost, although it will still be strong. The new girl said that it was incredibly dangerous for them, and misunderstood this perfectly well. Now Rosaline could no longer return to her original appearance, but for the first time she had good friends, like Raymond and her still stupid students. The girl even had a family in the form of a brother who accepted her true nature. Therefore, the lady did not regret anything, although she became an order of magnitude weaker in the current situation. This morning, Ricardus was greatly surprised by the lady's action, as he did not expect such a thing from her. Rose herself sincerely did not understand what was wrong this time, so she was calm. The whole point was that Miss brought a wild eagle with her to the camp, which obeyed her. This eagle was actually the reflection that Rosalind had met that night, but no one could be told about this, so it was unclear to everyone where the bird came from. At night, a new acquaintance said that she couldn't leave someone like that alone without someone else's help. Therefore, the creature stated that it would watch the lady and even help her if necessary. So now the reflection sat on Rose's shoulder in the form of a large and beautiful eagle. Hearing this, Ricardus gave in and decided not to ask the lady any more questions, as he realized that it was useless. Moreover, all the other knights accepted the girl's new friend with admiration and surrounded him with curiosity. The boys bombarded Rose with questions about what kind of bird it was, how strong it was, and whether it could be petted. The only thing is, the lady had to lie that she had been raising this bird for a few years, although she had only met it yesterday. And Miss couldn't even name the exact age of the bird, because the reflection itself was several hundred years old. But Rosalind decided on the name surprisingly quickly and said that the eagle's name is Macaron. So, flying low in the air above the detachment, the bird set off along with everyone. Since Macaron caught all kinds of prey very easily, he was quickly caught, which the bird liked. The second prince watched everything from the carriage, but he saw nothing wrong with the eagle, so he was relaxed. Besides, Rose herself was clearly glad to see such a friend near her, who was a good helper to her. The prince was surprised at how easily the girl constantly found herself in the center of the fuss. He knew that because of this he had to keep a constant eye on Rosalind just in case. Ricardus noticed that Diaz also often secretly watches the girl to make sure nothing happens to her. Then one of the assistants approached His Majesty and said that they would arrive soon. The heir immediately frowned, because he knew that it was in Balta that everything serious would begin. He ordered the captain not to miss the moment when they crossed the border under any circumstances. The man obediently lined up the knights so that they would ride in order again. Rosalind didn't know what to expect in a foreign country, so she was on her guard. Helping her, Macaron observed these vast landholdings from the air. When the detachment arrived, the Balta guards immediately ran to open the gates. They were huge, so it took a long time to open them. But the captain was already prepared to meet the guards and any dangers on his way. But the good-natured chancellor of Balta, named Adilak, immediately came out to meet the detachment. The man gave a cheerful greeting and immediately bowed politely because he wanted to make a good impression. Having analyzed the situation, the captain nodded that it was possible to go further since he saw no danger. So Ricardes, as the leader of the squad, got out of the carriage to meet the chancellor to talk. At the sight of the prince, Atilak even covered his eyes with his hand because of his blinding beauty. He immediately bowed to the air and asked if he was tired after the long journey. While the man was speaking, the second prince once again thought about how much he was talking. Having finished his short monologue about how hot it was there, the chancellor led the detachment into the palace. Rosalind was riding along calmly with everyone else when suddenly Raymond called out to her in a whisper. Sir asked with obvious concern where the girl's eagle, named Macaron, had gone. The lady became somewhat agitated by this and therefore answered vaguely that he was somewhere here. In fact, she knew perfectly well where her new friend had gone, but she couldn't tell anyone. The whole point is that the reflection of an eagle deliberately turned into a small mouse, and Rosalind, like her assistant, felt an unstable and furious aura throughout Balta. This was very stressful for both reflections, but they could do nothing at the moment. But now, finally, Rose could say for sure where that part of the poison in the tea came from. Typically, such energy is emitted by fierce predatory and rather rare animals called masura. And in this country, for some reason, absolutely every guard had exactly the same aura. This worried the lady, so she decided to consult with Macaron in her room. The most important thing for the girl was that no one from Balta had yet sensed the magic in her. Mouse agreed with this and also added that many here were most likely a special group before. Moving quickly towards the reflection, Rose asked him to run away if he felt threatened. The mouse also asked the lady to run away, but she said that, unfortunately, she could not do this. The lady turned away and explained that she had someone to protect, so she couldn't run now. The girl was going to protect the second prince at all costs this time. Here the miss noticed that for some reason the mouse began to speak normally for her, and not as before. She asked the creature about it, but it itself could not give an answer to such a difficult question. Then Raymond knocked on the door and entered, asking if Rosaline had unpacked her things. He then announced that the prince had ordered them all to gather, which surprised the lady. When everyone had gathered, Nathan began to talk about how well they had worked on the road. In response, a voice was heard from the crowd among the knights, jokingly asking for a pay raise. At that moment, Rose also heard Macaron's quiet whisper, who thought the captain was handsome. The man himself said that he could not guarantee that everyone would survive on the way back. However, even without the commander's words, the knights understood perfectly well how dangerous their journey was. Nathan then named a small group of soldiers who were to escape from the palace with the prince. Rose had been named, and she knew the others would have to fight to buy time for Ricardes. However, the soldiers were ready to give their lives for the heir, if necessary. The captain looked closely and saw determination in the eyes of his soldiers and was extremely pleased with it. After this, his assistant ordered everyone to have a good rest and prepare for battle. Before Nathan could leave, Rosalind made her way between the rows of soldiers and approached him. Miss remembered her brother's words, who said that she should be very careful in Balta. The guy said that if the lady doesn't know what to do, she should go to someone and ask. And now the girl has chosen Captain Nathan as a reliable person. Raymond was signaling with all his might over his shoulder to the lady that she was doing something wrong again. But the miss still reported that from the moment they arrived in Balta, someone was constantly following them. This news puzzled the man quite a bit, but he immediately believed the experienced girl. Rose suddenly admitted that these looks from everywhere irritate her very much, as they put pressure on her psyche. Therefore, the lady quite seriously suggested killing those who were watching them so as not to suffer any more. Of course, Miss was not allowed to do this, so she had to leave empty-handed. Macaron, sitting on the lady's shoulder, did not understand why people worried so much about all sorts of trifles. It's all because Nathan was very scared when he realized that Rosalind's intention to kill was serious. Even Raymond said that the girl should under no circumstances kill anyone, because they were in a foreign country. He explained that they had come as a peace delegation, so they should not give a reason to start a war. The Lord also felt bad about being watched, but he didn't want to fight. Afterwards, Sir added that Rosalind was not allowed to lay a finger on anyone, no matter what she tried. This still made the girl feel a little offended because she was limited in her actions. Suddenly Macaron jumped to the floor and said that Rosa personally could not do anything. And after that, the mouse declared that she herself would follow those who were following them. The lady watched her friend with concern and then realized what she could do herself. At that moment, the prince was carefree, changing his clothes in his chambers after a difficult journey. The assistant handed him a change of clothes and told him what was next on the prince's schedule. Hearing that all he needed to do was meet with the chancellor, Ricardus was pleased. Suddenly, Rosalind, for the umpteenth time, burst into His Majesty's chambers without knocking. The heir blushed deeply from embarrassment and barely managed to cover himself with anything. The second prince demanded the girl to explain what was happening and why she was in his room. But in response, Miss said that she needed to check something and began to examine all the objects around. The lady even looked inside all the vases to make sure everything was in order. However, in the end, Rosalind never found anything suspicious anywhere in the room. Besides, even with the help of her magic, the lady still didn't sense anything suspicious. So the miss turned to the half-naked prince and suddenly unceremoniously declared that he was a handsome man. The heir was taken aback by such an impudent statement and froze in place for some time. But the assistants were immediately horrified, since it was impossible to treat the prince like that. Meanwhile, Miss continued to reason that she also wanted such muscles and a figure, but she was a woman. Here Ricardus whispered something, and the lady immediately became interested and therefore began to listen to him attentively. And the heir almost growled for the girl to immediately leave his room. As a result, the lady had to return to her chambers so as not to disturb anyone anymore. She immediately called the mouse in the hope that it had managed to return from its walk and learned something, but the room remained quiet and empty, no matter how much the girl called her friend. Then the lady, having nothing better to do, went off to look for Macaron throughout the palace. Suddenly, the girl saw a cat running out from around the corner with a mouse in its teeth, obviously long dead. This circumstance frightened Rosalind extremely because she thought that this was her friend. But then the cat spat the mouse out of her teeth because she had just been playing all this time. And Rose realized that it was not her friend at all, although she was still scared. So the girl began to call for Macaron with increased force, for whom there were so many dangers in the palace. Without thinking twice, the lady began not just calling the mouse, but looking for it throughout the palace. It was only during her search that she accidentally came across another person. The guy from Balta came out of the bushes with displeasure and asked what kind of noise the miss was making. Rosalind was seeing him for the first time, and so she didn't know how best to address a stranger. Here, the stranger noticed the girl and clearly became interested as he came closer. He carefully and very gently took a strand of her hair to examine it more closely. The guy explained his actions by saying that the miss had very beautiful hair. He then asked her name, and the girl said Rosalind because she didn't want to lie. The stranger said with a smile that the miss had a very beautiful name and laughed a little. The girl looked at him and thought that he was a good person since he was constantly giving compliments. However, despite everything, for some reason, Rose had a strange feeling of anxiety inside. Then the boy said that his name was Hakab, and he was the first son and also the prince of Hisala Adon. Only now did it dawn on the lady that this very man had been their target all this time. So she immediately bowed and said that it was a great honor for her to meet him. But to this, Kakab stated that if Miss was in Balta, then she should greet them the same way they did. After these words, the guy came closer and kissed the lady on the cheek, which greatly surprised her. Then he stepped back and stated that this was his father's will, so no one should object. But Rosa was very much against such closeness with a man from Balta that she did not understand. Then she suddenly remembered Raymond's words about the local method of greeting being different from theirs. The guy explained that high-ranking people kiss those below them in status on the cheek. The Lord added that a simple handshake had always been normal for their country. Only for this reason did the miss react calmly to the prince's unusual greeting, since she had been warned. Looking at the guy's smiling face, the lady wondered if she should kiss him too. As if hearing her uncertain thoughts, Hakab smiled even more broadly and sweetly, and then he tilted his head towards the girl, apparently so that it would be easier for her to reach his cheek. But even though the prince leaned over, Rosalind didn't want to kiss him at all, because it was the first time she had done something like that. However, seeing no other way out of this situation, the miss still reached out to the prince's cheek. Suddenly, someone's hands abruptly pulled her back, taking her away from Prince Hakab. It turned out that it was the fifth prince, Diez, who barely made it in time to see what was happening. The guy looked very sullenly at the heir to the Balta Empire, which he rarely did. In response to this, Hakab only grinned confidently because he believed that he was right. Then Diaz shouted at the prince that he was mocking Rosa, following the customs of his state. The blonde reminded the dark-haired man that they had never greeted each other like that before, since foreigners were given preferential treatment. Here he turned to the girl and asked her forgiveness for grabbing her so abruptly earlier. He said with a smile that Ricardus was looking for a lady, so she could go to him first. Realizing he couldn't keep Miss, Huckab told Rosalind they would see each other again. Since the girl did not want to argue with the princes, she simply bowed and left. The only thing Rosa couldn't understand was why she heard so many footsteps if only Diaz had arrived. While the boys were talking, the lady still felt a strange aura coming from everywhere. Besides, these guys were as strong as the soldiers who guarded the palace everywhere. After analyzing the situation, the miss realized that both princes had agreed in advance to meet in such a place. However, the lady herself did not dare to eavesdrop on their conversation due to the number of security guards. As Miss walked through the palace towards Ricardus's room, she suddenly heard someone calling her. Raising her head up, the girl saw Macaron, who reported that she had examined the entire palace. The mouse jumped onto the lady's shoulder and said that there were a lot of people with strong auras around. In addition, they were bloodthirsty and had powers that could get out of control. The mouse concluded that these people were clearly not born with all these abilities, which was impossible for a human. Macaron noted that although the guards' magic was similar to theirs, the reflections were not as bloodthirsty. But the strength of the people from Balta reminded the mouse more of rare demonic monsters. But the reflection could not understand how this was even possible for people. Having learned all this information, Rosalind went to the prince and climbed through his window again. Only this time the girl's path was blocked with swords by the heir's assistants, who were guarding this entrance. Ricardus himself calmly said that no one except a lady would have climbed in like that, so he allowed her to go in. Rosalind was glad that she had managed to get into the prince's office, although not right away. But before the lady had time to take even a couple of steps, she suddenly heard a menacing voice above her. One of the assistants asked how the lady could think it was normal to enter the prince's room like that. He even continued to grumble for a few more minutes, and no one interrupted the man because they did not dare. In the end, the miss was asked what was so important that she wanted to communicate, since she had entered through the window. Hearing that Miss had gone into the garden alone, the man immediately asked if she understood that she had done wrong by acting alone. But the lady continued her story and said that she met Prince Huckab in the garden. This greatly surprised the assistant, and he demanded to know what their enemy was doing there. The second prince at this moment wondered why Huckab would talk to a strange knight. In the end, he came to the conclusion that the lady accidentally attracted the enemy's attention because of her black hair. Upon hearing that the prince had kissed the lady on the cheek, the heir became extremely furious. When Miss finally finished talking about her adventures, Ricardus suddenly came close to her. He asked anxiously, looking into her eyes, what else Prince Huckab had done during their meeting. The lady replied that Prince Diaz had come and sent her here, so nothing more happened. Ricardus decided that this was the end of the dialogue, when suddenly the lady continued speaking. It turned out that she had already heard another important thing that greatly struck the heir. The thing was that Diaz brought Prince Huckab a message from the very first Prince Elpidio. The heir said that he knew about something like this, but did not expect it to happen on the very first day of his arrival. Rosalind was surprised that the prince knew about Diaz's affairs, although she considered him a friend. The lady wondered if the fifth prince was also her enemy, even though he had always been nice to her. Ricardus suddenly asked if the lady really wanted to tell him anything else important. Miss really did decide at that moment to eavesdrop a little on the conversation between the two princes. Since she was far away, she used her magic to hear the dialogue. Huckab immediately asked what the crazy first prince wanted from him for the umpteenth time. He explained that the combination of poison and magic is a very complex process for them, called fission. Diaz conveyed the words of Elpidio, who very much asked him to trust him in their relationship. In response, to the complete surprise of the fifth prince, the son of the ruler of Balta suddenly laughed loudly. Huckab asked if Elpidio was asking him to give him the antidote, and the blonde confirmed it. The words about the antidote to the splitting brought an even bigger smile to Prince Balta. He then calmly, if somewhat angrily, stated that there was no antidote to his poison. The next morning, Ricardus, accompanied by his assistants, was walking around the palace on his business. Suddenly, Rosalind screamed at him to be careful and unexpectedly knocked the guy down. Only after this did the lady decide to examine the object that was flying towards the air. It turned out that the girl saved the second prince from an ordinary small insect. A bee flew towards Raymond and he tried to drive it away so that it wouldn't sting anyone. As a result, Ricardus concluded that Rose was much more dangerous for him than this place. But the lady did not react to the prince's words in any way, as she felt that the magic around her was becoming stronger. So the miss began to shout for the heir to be more careful, even when they brought him something to drink. And when a cute cat came to the prince, the lady asked Ricardus to be more careful. And even when one of the assistants tried to approach the prince, the lady became noticeably worried about it. Eventually, Nathan decided to intervene in this situation and talk to Miss about her strange behavior. But, looking at the lady, the man concluded that she was not doing so badly, so he praised her. So Ricardus himself had to ask Rosalind to stop being so protective of him. He explained that her suspicion of at least his assistants was very disrespectful. The prince could not understand why Rose suddenly became so suspicious of everything. In the end, the girl even apologized to Hale, since she had experienced some inconvenience. That night, Ricardus couldn't sleep, as he was still thinking about Rosalind's behavior today. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound in the room, and so he opened his eyes just in case. As the heir had expected, the restless lady somehow miraculously returned to him. The heir asked in surprise how the miss had entered, since he had not heard the doors open. To this, the girl calmly replied that she had no problem getting into the prince's room through the ceiling. The girl admitted that she initially wanted to get in through the window, but was caught. The heir asked how long she intended to stay there, and the miss hoped that it would be possible until the morning. To this, Ricardus replied that tomorrow would be a hard day, so she had better rest. Rosaline asked if she could lie under the prince's bed, but he tried to send her away. The heir was again indignant about the fact that the lady came to him and wanted to stay. But then the girl said that she was just scared, which greatly surprised the second prince. It turned out that Rosalind was worried that all people could easily die. Ricardus realized that Miss was right, and he couldn't even say anything in response to that. So the guy made a bed for the girl on the couch and said that it was better here than under the bed. When Rose lay down, he asked her not to do any more nonsense in her style. Rosalind immediately asked what the prince meant, but at first, out of spite and embarrassment, he remained silent. And only a little later he answered that she should not do anything at all, since the girl could very well do it. Then Miss wished Ricardus good night, and he suddenly smiled because of this. It had been quite a long time since the heir had heard such pleasant words for himself, although he liked them. That night, the lady had a dream where Sister Ricardus stood with documents and counted how many people died. The real Rosaline thought there were 900, but the prince's sister corrected her. She regretted with a sad smile that for some reason the 23 knights had not been mentioned. However, the princess still tried to smile, even in such a difficult situation for everyone. The lady was surprised at how sympathetic Lady Cestia had grown, despite everything. Rose called out to the girl and said that she had better put the document back quickly. Otherwise, Ricardus might notice that his sister was in his office again and get angry about it. To this, the princess stated that her arrival should continue to remain a secret from her brother. Sitting down on Ricardus's chair, the lady asked the assistant if she had ever been to war. Rosalind calmly replied that she had fought, although only behind military lines. Hearing this, the princess noticeably drooped and became thoughtful, as she was sad to hear about such a thing. To Rose's surprise, the girl suddenly admitted that she was very scared when she thought about such things. Cestia asked excitedly why people around her often died so easily, because that was what worried her the most. Looking at the princess, the assistant realized how hard she tried to show only the bright side, but no one knew exactly what was happening, how the dark side would fully reveal itself. So, just in case, Rosalind confidently declared that she would protect the princess at all costs. These words deeply affected Cestia and gave her hope that everything would be fine in the end. So she smiled joyfully and gratefully at her devoted and strong assistant. A few days later, the prince and princess had to leave as quickly as possible due to an attack. The brother gave his carriage to his sister and asked her to leave quickly first, so as not to get hurt. The prince whispered with a smile that she would be able to get there safely, and he would come right after. But on the way, Ricardus's carriage was noticed by enemies, and recognizing it, they immediately decided to attack, thinking that the heir was there. But inside was not the prince, but his younger sister and her assistant Rosalind. Cestia, who was mortally wounded, was glad that Rose, by a lucky chance, was not hurt. Barely able to speak due to the pain, the girl said she had one last request for her assistant. As she was dying, she begged him to protect her brother, at least now, because she loved him very much. Rosalind couldn't hold back her tears in this situation and promised that she would do everything possible. After this, the girl woke up and found that she had been crying not only in her sleep, Miss looked at the peacefully sleeping guy and realized that everything was fine now. The girl realized that she could not allow her brother to die after her sister. This morning, Ricardus announced to everyone that Hakab had given his unit permission to carry weapons everywhere. The assistants immediately became wary, because today was a very important meeting with the prince. The heir was sure that this was another trick from the supposedly hospitable host. Therefore, Ricardus ordered all his soldiers to come to the meeting unarmed. This order upset Rosalind the most, as she was going to protect the prince. The girl thought that she could at least carry a knife with her without anyone noticing. The heir understood what the lady was thinking, so he asked her to remove all secret weapons from her clothes. So Miss had no choice but to obey His Majesty. Ricardus himself said at that moment that he believed that they were simply trying to scare them. So he asked everyone around him to act carefully, but not to provoke anyone. So this evening, Prince Hakab was the first to arrive at the meeting and was eagerly awaiting the others. He smiled when he noticed his guests, who had arrived with ease and on time. To the surprise of the son of the ruler of Balta, the entire detachment arrived completely unarmed, which was immediately noticeable. The prince knew perfectly well that Elpidio, in Ricardus' place, would have come fully armed. So, with a smile, Hakab thought that things would be much more difficult with the second prince. The guy asked if the guest had requested more people for his delegation, and his assistant confirmed this. But even before leaving for the Empire, His Majesty refused him this small request. In part, the Prince of Balta felt sorry for Ricardus, who had been abandoned by his own country. But the second prince himself tried to behave with dignity, no matter what was happening around him. When the guests approached, Hakab greeted them and once again politely introduced himself to everyone. Ricardus thanked the ruler's son for the warm welcome, when suddenly he began to approach him. Rosalind immediately moved to protect the prince, but Raymond immediately forbade her. However, even the Lord was confused by the fact that Hakab had no sense of distance since he had come too close. To the great surprise of everyone around, Balta's son suddenly greeted Ricardus with a kiss. For the second prince himself, this was so unexpected that he even froze in place. The guy tried to pull away, but Hakab held his guest quite tightly. And the future ruler himself smiled sweetly and said that he had long wanted to see the heir. However, Ricardus himself did not feel any reciprocal enthusiasm from the very beginning, although he was forced to hide it. Hakab's maids noticed the second prince's confusion and guessed that he did not know their greeting. True, the girls themselves were embarrassed by the fact that guests were not usually greeted in this way. The prince himself tried to pull himself together because he understood that he could not show emotions in public. Meanwhile, the son of the ruler of Balta proposed a drink to their long-awaited acquaintance. In order not to spoil the relationship, Ricardus was forced to raise his glass as well. They clinked their glasses before drinking the contents, as was required by the rules. A little later, the prince noticed that for some reason, Rosalind had not eaten anything at all this time. He told the lady that she didn't have to go hungry while they were at the meeting. But the girl stubbornly declared that she would always be near the prince because she was worried about him. Then the heir ordered Raymond to feed the miss, and the lord immediately obediently led her aside. Ricardus himself at this moment went to Adelac to talk to him about business. And Rosalind could only watch the prince from afar and sigh, since she was forbidden to approach. Suddenly, the sir shoved the delicious meat right into her mouth so that the lady could finally eat. Rose said that she found it very tasty, and Raymond said that she could eat whatever she wanted. Here the miss heard a familiar voice suddenly ask politely how she was enjoying this evening. It turned out that the fifth prince, who had become bored, had approached the lady for a dialogue. Raymond immediately asked if the boy had rested, and he replied that it would not hurt the lord to rest. Eventually, the boys started talking to each other, and Rosalind suddenly remembered one incident. Sir was once telling the lady that he knew Diaz because they had the same tutor. However, the miss herself, for obvious reasons, did not remember that she had been acquainted with the blonde man before. Raymond explained that in the past, the three of them often studied together in the library. Diaz immediately confirmed these words, because he himself remembered such pleasant times well. Then the blonde saw that the lady had picked up a shashlik and told her that it was his favorite food in Balta. The girl immediately agreed that it was a very tasty dish, so she ate it with pleasure. Then the prince said that there was also delicious wine in Balta, which Rose had to try. Then he suddenly remembered another tasty dish and said that he would bring it now. Raymond shouted after the boy to be careful and not fall, even though he was already an adult. Rosalind noticed that the lord and the prince communicated with each other quite well. Miss asked if it bothered Sir that Diaz was actually an enemy of the second prince. Hearing this question, Raymond immediately sighed sadly and heavily and became much more serious. In response, he said that he is very good at separating work and personal relationships. The boy was worried that the blonde might one day listen too much to Elpidio, and as a result, Diaz may accidentally go down a very dangerous path which Raymond was worried about. But Sir really hoped that this would not happen, and that everything would be fine with the fifth prince. Lord said that as a child, Diaz survived a fire in which his parents died. After this, the guy had to recover for several whole years being alone. When he returned to the palace, everyone turned away from him, and even Ricardis could not help. And then the first prince came to Diaz's aid, as he had his own plans. At that moment, the girl and the boy were found by the fifth prince, who had just brought them drinks. Rosalind immediately took her glass back, as she had been wanting to drink something for a long time. Then the girl suddenly clinked glasses with Diaz, which scared Raymond since it was not according to the rules. The Lord asked how the miss could even lift her glass to His Majesty's glass. But Diaz suddenly laughed good-naturedly at this situation, since he was not offended. At that moment, Ricardus went out onto the balcony, as he finally wanted to be alone with himself. The prince could not bear such a huge amount of communication at the meeting, since he rarely attended them. But before the guy had time to rest, he heard someone quietly calling his name again, so the second prince had to smile and turn to the man who had come. It turned out that the third princess, named Ganji, had come to him to find out how the banquet was going. The heir said that he liked everything, but he decided to look at the moon for a while. The girl smiled, since she herself was quite a romantic and dreamy person. She then asked forgiveness for distracting the prince from his solitary occupation. However, the princess admitted that she had been specifically waiting for the moment when Ricardus would be alone. The heir asked anxiously if the miss really wanted to tell him something important. To this, Ganji smiled mysteriously and said that she really did have something to share. The prince was very interested in what the foreign princess could tell him. The girl began to speak, but unfortunately did not have time to say anything really to her guests. All because the lady's assistant, who had been looking for her everywhere all this time, came to the balcony. Because of this, Ganji realized that today, unfortunately, she would not be able to talk to Ricardis. Therefore, the girl expressed hope that next time they will succeed. Finally, she said that the guy really did choose a beautiful place to watch the moon. The princess herself would have liked to stay on the balcony instead of returning to the stuffy hall. In the end, Ricardus was left alone, as he had originally planned, but he was sorry that he had not learned anything from the lady. At this moment, Rosalind continued to eat delicious food when suddenly the prince approached her. He noticed that the lady seemed to like the food of his country, which pleased the guy. Rose didn't have time to chew to say anything, but Hakab advised her not to rush. So Miss calmly finished what she had managed to stuff into her mouth so that she could talk afterwards. Hakab suddenly became thoughtful and came closer to the lady as an idea came to his mind. He said he would like to see Rosalind in their beautiful traditional clothes. In the opinion of Prince Balta, this outfit would suit the face of a foreign girl very well. The guy even dared to ask if Miss would wear the outfit if he personally chose it for her. But Rosalind absolutely confidently refused this, even though it was the Prince of Balta himself. She explained that she was not a guest at all, but merely an escort, and would behave accordingly. To this, Hakab confidently replied that he would do nothing to Ricardus while he was in his palace. The girl was surprised how the prince knew that she was very worried about the safety of the heir. Rosalind was afraid that her thoughts could be written on her face because it would bother her. Rose's genuine concern made Prince Balta laugh, and he eventually couldn't help himself. But the girl herself did not understand the reason why the guy laughed. And Hakab suddenly asked bluntly if the lady could come to work for him, but she refused. He began to convince her that the miss might not answer right away, but then an assistant approached him. Rose was surprised that the prince ended the conversation so quickly, but she didn't object. Finally, the guy touched her hair and asked her to think again about his proposal. He promised that he would always wait for the girl if she decided to switch to his side. Only after this did the prince go after his assistant, who reported the disorder in the temple. The son of the ruler of Balta thought that he would be sad if Rosalind died. And then he thought with anger about the intruder who, for some reason, had climbed into their secret temple. This very same intruder turned out to be Ricardus as he went to explore the surroundings. He found the famous statue of Balta, which was prayed to during the wedding ceremony. The prince wondered why in all the legends the god of light appears together with the god of darkness. He looked up and suddenly realized that something was wrong with the sun symbol in the temple. Usually the sun was depicted as lighter, but this ornament was too dark. Ricardus moved closer to the drawing, trying to understand why it was made that way. Suddenly, Kakab appeared behind the heir, accidentally frightening him. The second prince was not happy with the appearance of the interlocutor, as he still wanted to be alone. However, he still had to keep his face straight, so the boy smiled sweetly at Kakab. But then Balta's son suddenly said that the Black Moon had invented a new dangerous poison. Ricardus guessed that the prince was only pretending to know absolutely nothing about it. He looked again at the sun on the wall and suddenly realized what it was all about. In fact, it depicted a moon, similar to the symbol of Creantidian from the legend. He remembered the witch's words and wondered if she meant that the blessed night could not be brought back by divine power alone. The prince also realized that the poison called cleavage was once called splinter. Ricardus guessed that this poison was a fragment of the Black Moon itself from the well-known legend. Hakab, who heard the boy's reasoning, smiled maliciously and said that he was very witty. According to legend, during the blessed night, everything in the world blossomed and lived. But when she left, a huge number of wild animals began to appear on the earth. Because of this, many began to pray for the night to return and for peace to come. But this did not produce results, so the people decided to wait until someone came who would save them. Moreover, in order to return the blessed night, it was necessary to be able to handle magic. When Ricardus told him about this, his assistant said that such people were very difficult to find. Due to persecution in the state, they all hid their powers long ago and went into hiding. The prince agreed that finding the mages was a problem because they were well hidden. The heir had no ideas on how to organize the search now, but what the prince feared most in this situation was that Elpidio might find out about his plans. Suddenly, a breathless assistant came running to the prince bringing news. He reported that Rosalind wanted to see the heir and was already rushing to the office as soon as possible. It turned out that the girl had somehow found a red shard that had magic in it. Ricardus saw such a thing for the first time and found it very incredible. The guys immediately became interested in where exactly the lady found such a dangerous and useful thing for them. Rose couldn't tell anyone the truth that it was Macaron who stole the shard. The mouse said that there were many more of these things, so she brought one of them to her friend. So Miss had to admit that she simply stole the shard from somewhere in the palace. To which Ricardus, instead of swearing, asked if they had caught the lady by any chance. To this she answered negatively, although the prince asked again several times to be sure. As a result, the assistant was very surprised when the heir did not even scold the girl. The boy tried to explain to Ricardus that Hakab would not forgive them if he found out about the theft. But Rose reported that no one would notice if one fragment went missing because there were so many of them. The prince then asked his assistant to simply let him deal with everything. The heir was pleased that they had evidence that Balta was practicing magic. The assistant was forced to admit that His Majesty was right in his reasoning. So the guy praised the lady and even offered her cookies as a thank you for her work. He asked the girl not to tell anyone about this situation, and she immediately agreed for the sake of cookies. Then the Count imploringly told the miss that if she wanted to steal anything else, she should consult with him. Rosalind remembered that Calix had once asked her for something similar, so it wasn't difficult for her. At this moment, Ricardus thought that he had finally managed to get a very good hint. So now the squad only had to return home safely with this proof. In the morning, Kakab politely saw off the guests, blessing them with the name of his father. He also met Rosalind's gaze, in whom he had a personal interest, but all the guy could wish the girl now was good luck on her journey, since he had no intention of saving her. The lady herself did not rely on luck, but on her own strength, so she was extremely serious. As they set out, she whistled for help to call Macaron, who was an eagle again. The detachment reached the first halt without any problems, and the prince took out a map of the area to study everything. He told everyone that it was important for them to cross the border as quickly as possible, and then everything would be fine. Nathan began to help the prince plan ambushes in which they could place people. One of the knights even suggested going back as he was worried about their fate. But to this, Ricardus replied that battle was inevitable for them in any case now. Although they had found a fragment of the new poison, they still did not know how to combat it, so they could not use it. The heir understood that the difference in the number of soldiers would be enormous, since he was refused an escort. So this time, instead of attacking, the prince thought about how exactly he would defend himself. However, Ricardus understood that the plan would still require a lot of work in any case. At this moment, Kakab was in his secret dungeon, where he kept many fragments. The prince took one small piece in his hands and asked his interlocutor if he knew how much this fragment meant. The man in shackles replied that he understood everything perfectly well and was ready for anything. Afterwards, he added that he already wanted to start what the prince had prepared for him. The son of the ruler of Balta was satisfied with this answer, so he smiled contentedly at the soldier. The boy then brought the shard to the man's skin, knowing that he would do everything else himself. Hakob knew that this technique caused great pain to the one who was penetrated by the magic of the shard. But the prince could not miss such a wonderful opportunity to deal with Ricardus. However, he wanted the boy's body incredibly badly, since he possessed sacred power here. The soldier's body quickly managed to completely absorb all the cursed magic of the shard. He felt as if he had been born again and had improved his physical abilities. Hakob saw that the experiment was successful and asked the man to return what had been stolen. And now, already in the forest, the mercenary was confident that he would succeed. He felt so renewed and strong that he was no longer afraid of anything in the world. The other mercenaries also managed to set up an ambush and knew that the prince's detachment would soon arrive to them. The task of the detachment from Balta was to capture Ricardus before he crossed the border. Rosalind remained next to the white carriage, but could do little to help her allies. The rain dulled the girl's hearing, so she became very nervous and looked around. The surroundings somehow reminded her of the past, when Cestia died by accident. The reflection remembered the real Rose's thoughts that it was she who should have died then. The girl cried, holding the dead princess in her arms, and promised to protect the prince. Here, Miss noticed how Macaron flew over her, giving a signal that only they could understand. It immediately became clear to Miss that the enemy troops were already very close to all of them. She listened and was even able to determine the approximate location of the enemies in the area. Commander Nathan also suddenly sensed something was wrong thanks to his good intuition, so he shouted to all the soldiers to get ready and defend the carriage properly. These commands from the captain came just in time because the enemies began to attack. One of the mercenaries said that victory would be theirs because they were blessed by the spirit of Hiskal. To this, Nathan stated that this same god was also on their side, so they would still see who would win. This phrase really got the mercenary going, so he pushed off with all his might, jumped and attacked first. However, the enemy was unable to kill the captain with one blow because he parried the blow. However, Nathan was surprised by the force with which the unknown man attacked him. So the Knight of Ricardus shouted to the others to act according to their plan. Noticing that the captain was distracted, the mercenary began to fight even harder in order to defeat him faster. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed movement that shouldn't have been there. It turned out that the white carriage, not sparing itself, rushed straight at the enemies around to crush them. As a result, the men barely managed to jump to the side so that the horses wouldn't accidentally run them over. Imagine the surprise of the mercenaries when they realized that there were several such carriages. The leader immediately became very angry because he did not want to let the second prince escape. So, shouting a curse, he rushed to attack Nathan again, knowing that he had a strong opponent in front of him. But the captain did not rush to fight close by, trying to retreat as often as possible just in case. At this point, some of the mercenaries realized that they still needed to follow the carriages. Therefore, one of the chief among the enemies gave the order to his soldiers to split up. But one of them noticed that some carriage was still in place for some reason. It was unclear whether there was anyone inside, but the man found it suspicious. So he sent his squad ahead and decided to check why that carriage was there. First of all, the mercenary was interested in whether the detachment near the cart would protect it. Rosalind immediately noticed that an enemy was heading towards them, so she shuddered a little inside. For greater convenience during the battle, the girl even took off her hood, despite the rain. Seeing that there was a lady in front of him, the mercenary even became disappointed and decided that he had wasted his time. However, he still decided to kill these people, so he gave the order to the soldiers who remained here to attack. And the man himself immediately jumped onto the carriage to find out if there was anyone in it. Due to his enhancement, the mercenary did not consider ordinary people worthy opponents for him. Imagine his surprise when one of the same strong soldiers was thrown into the carriage. The man couldn't understand how anyone could deal with an enhanced human so quickly. Meanwhile, Rosalind easily and quickly dealt with another reinforced mercenary. The enemy, still sitting on the roof, saw such a strong girl for the first time in his life. But what scared him most was her gaze, which for some reason was staring straight at him. Rosalind immediately noticed that all the enemies around her had powerful magical energy. Therefore, ordinary soldiers who fought against mercenaries were at a disadvantage. However, Rose herself was no longer a simple human, so she could become stronger. To do this, Miss released some of her magic, which greatly strengthened her hand. The girl thought that now was the right time to use real power. And it was with this power that the lady rushed forward to attack all the mercenaries in a row. The lady's speed increased so much that the men barely had time to react. Even the allies began to fear Mrs. Power and were glad that she fought for them. The mercenary who was watching Rose from the roof of the carriage could not understand what was wrong with her. He realized that she was very strong, and he was even a little scared because of this, because he did not expect something like this. However, the mercenary gave himself the order not to be distracted because he still hadn't checked the carriage. His most important task was to find the second prince among the others as quickly as possible, but when the man cut through the roof, to his surprise, he found no one inside. The soldier could not understand whether the prince had escaped or whether he had not been inside to begin with. It then dawned on him that the battle was still going on for some reason, even though his allies were very strong. Looking around the battlefield, the man realized that all the fallen were only from his black moon. The mercenary could not have expected this at all, so he froze in place for a while in complete shock. The man didn't know what exactly he had missed and where he had miscalculated, so he felt fear. At this moment, the other part of the detachment was still chasing one of the carriages, trying to catch up with it. Here, the leader heard the cries of his soldiers behind him, and so turned around to find out what was going on. It turned out that for some reason a huge eagle was attacking the mercenaries while they were moving, and the men could not defend themselves against it in any way because the bird was too fast. The leader could not believe what was happening because he expected a battle with people, not an eagle. Having met the bird's gaze, the mercenary even began to doubt whether it was really an ordinary bird. He remembered that the goddess of light, when she appeared before people, could not take on her true form. That is why, of all the animals and birds, she chose and appeared in the form of an eagle. But the man did not want to admit that it was the goddess who had arrived to protect the prince. So the man shouted that all myths and legends were just fairy tales and attacked. He pointed his blade towards Nathan, who noticed the attack too late. But the captain didn't have to do anything, because an eagle suddenly appeared next to him. He easily caught the blade that was thrown at the knight and did not give up the weapon. As a result, panic arose among the mercenaries, because now the eagle had another advantage. With this blade, the bird began to attack the mercenaries around it again, successfully frightening the opponents. Seeing that his detachment was thinning, the leader ordered them to hurry in order to reach the carriage in time. The enemies were lucky because at that moment Nathan noticed a huge obstacle ahead. It turned out that the Knights of Ricardus had accidentally arrived at a cliff that could not be crossed. Therefore, the captain had to stop his entire detachment and carriage in order not to die. Noticing this, the mercenary chuckled contentedly, as he believed that the enemies had essentially already been caught. The man came down and confidently demanded that the prince come out to him immediately, and having listened to him, the ruler's son came out to meet the enemies, only it was Diaz. At this point, Rosalind was almost done fighting the squad around her, as she was stronger than them. The girl used her power completely unnoticed by others, so as not to frighten anyone. Raymond, although weaker than the improved soldiers, defeated them thanks to his experience. The guy tried to constantly circle around the same hooded figure he was guarding. This man, who was constantly protected by the Lord, noticed that he was accidentally wounded, and so he extended his hand to heal the knight who had constantly saved his life. At that moment, the two were attacked by a mercenary who found nothing in the carriage. Without thinking twice, the silhouette pulled out his own sword to block this unexpected blow. He made it just in time, but the recoil accidentally knocked the guy's hood, which was covering his face, off. The mercenary was incredibly happy when he saw Ricardus in front of him, just as he thought. And the prince himself was clearly unhappy that his enemies had so easily and quickly exposed him. While developing the plan, the heir assumed that Hakab would not kill him quickly. Ricardus knew that the prince would need him alive, so he would not use the poisonous shards on him. So the second prince's plan was to deal with the enemies before they made any serious moves. After all, sooner or later the mercenary will want to use their magical power, with which they surpassed everyone. The prince feared that Hakab might have managed to create a more powerful weapon than he imagined. However, Ricardus still rushed into battle himself, although for him it was the most dangerous thing. He immediately noticed that the enemy was much stronger than an ordinary person, so it was difficult to fight him. Just as the mercenary wanted to attack the heir once again, he was stunned from behind. The man couldn't withstand such a blow from behind straight to the head, so he fell to the ground. Noticing that Rosalind was using her hands, the prince asked her to fight with swords after all. Before this, when discussing the plan, Ricardus said that he would heal the knights during the battle. But the captain asked His Highness not to be so reckless and not to take part in the battle. But the prince wanted to save as many people as possible, so he thought hard. Nathan still couldn't get the idea out of his head that Ricardus had put everything on the line in this battle. Not only was the man so tense, but the knights around him were also very worried. In one part of the forest, Diaz jumped on his horse to avoid dying during the battle. But the mercenaries let him go calmly, since the fifth prince was not their target at all. The only thing the enemies were worried about was that Ricardus might not be inside the carriage. But the leader was very pleased that the noisy bird eventually disappeared somewhere for good. However, he still did not lose hope of finding the second prince, so he left only part of the squad here. The man easily ordered the mercenaries to kill everyone who was near the carriage. But the Knights of Ricardis were not going to give up without a fight, so they got ready. Each of them was skilled in their own way, and therefore desperately fought for their lives. And the lady personally did it quite well, perhaps because of the adrenaline in her blood. She was quite tired, so she leaned her back against Raymond, but the enemies were not over yet. The Lord himself admitted that the mercenaries were for some reason very strong and resilient, which no one expected from them. One of the captains was afraid that the enemies who had followed the carriage had already realized that they had fallen into a trap. And now the man had to get the prince off the battlefield as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the enemies killed one knight after another, not even thinking of retreating. The mercenaries considered themselves stronger than everyone else, but no one knew about Rosalind's existence. So it was she who killed them with the greatest dexterity and speed, while no one noticed. However, the girl could not pass by the other soldiers who were lying on the ground. So Miss went up to one of them and sat down sadly next to him since he was already dead, so she just covered his eyes, since there was nothing else she could do to help. Here Rosalind heard someone urging His Majesty to leave the battlefield. She turned towards the prince and noticed how one of the mercenaries suddenly woke up. The guy was just pretending to be dead, but he threw knives at Ricardus as soon as he had the chance. In such a situation, the heir could not dodge such an unexpected blow. But Rose turned out to be much faster than the enemy, so she pushed off and jumped towards the prince. She easily lifted Ricardus into her arms, carrying him away from the affected area as quickly as possible. And at that moment, another assistant deflected some of the knives that were flying straight at the target. The man whispered furiously that he did it all for glory when he realized he had missed. And these were his last words as Raymond then pierced the mercenary with his sword. The assistant turned to the heir and asked if everything was okay with him, and thanks to the actions of the soldiers, Ricardus was not even wounded in the end of this battle. He said that it was time for them to move out, so as not to fall into another trap. At that moment, Rosalind took a step and suddenly felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. Only now did the girl realize that she had been wounded during the last attack. But most of all, the lady was worried that her energy had somehow become unstable. At this moment, Nathan, due to his fatigue, accidentally missed a serious blow. The mercenary admitted with surprise that he didn't think the commander would last so long. But now he declared an end to the Knight of Ricardus, who had fought so worthily. He had already raised his sword for the final blow when he suddenly heard a strange sound. The mercenary turned around suspiciously, not understanding what had just happened. Imagine Nathan's surprise when a huge bear suddenly attacked the enemy in front of him. Then the bear, almost completely covered in someone else's blood, suddenly stopped in front of the captain. But for some reason, the beast suddenly left and began to attack the rest of the mercenaries with a menacing roar. The blonde was no less surprised than Nathan that a bear suddenly appeared in their ranks. For some reason, the animal only touched the mercenaries and paid no attention to the Knights of Ricardis. This gave the soldiers a small advantage and a respite, as many were no longer able to fight. And the bear continued to drive the enemies away, striking with his paws left and right. The beast was so strong and menacing that even the reinforced mercenaries could do nothing to it. Ricardus' soldiers looked on in amazement as the bear fought for them. Nathan said he didn't know what was going on, but it was their good chance to relax. So he ordered all the knights to take care of the wounded to reduce the number of deaths. At that moment, the enemies could think of nothing better to do than flee into the forest. And not in vain, because the bear only became angrier due to the fact that the number of mercenaries was decreasing too slowly. When all the enemies had fled, the Knights of Ricardus noticed with horror that the beast was staring at them. But suddenly the bear turned around and went after the fleeing mercenaries, because it was Macaron. The knights watched in fear as the menacing bear drove the enemies deeper into the forest. The soldiers concluded that the mercenaries must have somehow angered the forest beast. The survivors began to make various assumptions about why the animal did not touch them. In the end, Nathan concluded that it didn't matter why it happened, but the main thing was that they remained alive. At this point, Rosalind, who was walking with the prince's detachment, felt worse and worse. When Ricardus asked if everything was okay, Miss, although trembling, lied that she was fine. Here Rose noticed that she was not the only one who felt bad, as the lady in front was also staggering. Miss ran up to Madame Hale and managed to catch her before the girl fell to the ground. The assistant clearly felt very bad, although she didn't tell anyone about it. Together with the lady, Raymond ran up to the wounded lady trying to find out what was the matter. Of course, Ricardus also ran up to his knight, as he was worried about everyone's condition. Only now did everyone notice that Hale's blood had turned black, which was very bad. The knights immediately guessed that the lady was now possessed due to the poisoning from the shard. Rosalind realized that Miss had also been wounded by that mercenary and that poison had also entered her body. But Rose herself was not human, so the fragment affected her somewhat differently. The prince, meanwhile, tried to heal his assistant's hand with his holy power, but no matter how much effort the heir put in, it was all absolutely useless. Suddenly, Hale herself stopped the prince and said that he had used too much power. Ricardus shouted that the lady needed to hold on a little longer, and then they would reach their goal. But the girl had already made her own choice, which no one around her would like. She took out her sword, leaned on it, and declared that she would go another way. Hale said that she would deliberately leave a trail so that enemies would follow her, after which the girl bowed to His Highness for the last time, saluting. Before leaving for the forest, the assistant suddenly approached Rosalind to talk to her for a bit. She leaned against the girl, since it was already difficult for her to stand on her own. And then, with a smile on her face, she asked him to take good care of His Majesty instead of her. Rose made such a promise, but suddenly she felt an incomprehensible pain in her heart. At that moment, a still-living detachment of mercenaries from Balta arrived at the carriage, which was a trap. The leader never expected that all his strong soldiers who remained here were defeated. The mercenary began to look everywhere for clues to understand what happened in this place. Looking around, the man saw something that made him understand what was going on. One of the killed mercenaries was holding an open vessel of the red substance he had been given. Of course, the leader knew that it was a drunk bottle with the elixir of the shard inside. He walked up to the body of the second group's commander and took the vessel that was lying in his hand. The man guessed that the contents were not simply spilled, but rather drunk during the fight, which greatly surprised the mercenary since they were told to use this only in extreme situations. He became angry and ordered his soldiers to quickly find the escaped second prince. Ricardus's detachment found a cave in the forest, where they decided to wait out the rain. Rosalind took out her bag and found that she still had some food left. The girl turned to the prince, saying that she still had some dried beef with her. Ricardus had very poor vision in the dark, so he was surprised that the lady was nearby. Only now did the girl realize that everyone else did not have such keen eyesight as she did. So the heir was able to find the lady only after some time of searching in the dark. Before the prince could do anything, the miss shoved dried meat right into his mouth. This greatly embarrassed the heir, but he obediently chewed the food that was given to him. Then Rosalind started feeding the guy a cookie, and only now did he realize that they were too close. Ricardus asked if the lady couldn't just hand him the food so he could eat it himself. Only now did it dawn on the girl that she really could have acted so simply. At this moment, the knights were sitting at the entrance to the cave and wondering where Madame Hale had gone. In the end, they decided to just not think about anything, because there were too many victims. The prince heard the words of his soldiers and he felt very sad because he did not want to lose people. The guy couldn't forgive himself for not having come up with a good enough plan. Because of his worries, he didn't even notice how he fell asleep, and suddenly felt something tickling his nose. Ricardus realized with a start that it was Rosalind's hair, which meant they were quite close together. Opening his eyes, the heir suddenly discovered that for some reason he was sleeping on the girl's lap. Rose herself somehow managed to fall asleep in such an uncomfortable position. Seeing her calm and beautiful face above him, the prince became embarrassed, but admired it a little longer. Feeling for some reason a strong heartbeat, the guy suddenly and quickly jumped up from the lady's lap. It was the first time Ricardus had experienced anything like this, so much so that he thought he had gone crazy. Then he heard the voice of the miss, who asked if the prince had been able to get at least a little sleep. The heir shuddered in surprise out of embarrassment and then turned to face the girl. He asked why she was straining her legs, but Rosalind replied that she was fine. But the prince was not okay because of the lady's next impudent actions, which he did not expect. The girl admitted that at first the guy slept on her arm, which embarrassed him even more. But then Rosalind decided that it would be softer for Ricardus to sleep on her lap rather than on her shoulder. Noticing some discontent on the part of the guy, the miss asked if he really didn't like sleeping on her feet, but he refused everything. The next morning, Raymond was glad that the weather became very fine and sunny. Ricardus also noted with satisfaction that, judging by everything, there was no rain expected today. Here, the Lord noticed how the lady ran past them for some reason and asked where she was going. Miss replied that she wanted to look around, and Sir only asked her not to go far. Only after this did Raymond notice that the prince was reacting strangely to Rose, but he did not explain anything. Meanwhile, the girl ran away from the squad and climbed a tall tree. She took off some of her clothes and examined her hand, where the poison was spreading. Even though she wasn't human, her body was barely healing right now. Rosalind even considered cutting off her hand and stopping the spread of the poison. However, the lady quickly realized that she would not be able to fight with one hand at the moment. So for now, Miss put this idea on hold since she could still fight in her condition. She also gave responsibility to Rosa because many people asked her to look after Ricardis. Here in the sky, the girl noticed a signal that Macaron had specially given her by agreement, because of which the lady quickly guessed that mercenaries wanted to attack them once again. The fact that the prince was in danger made Miss forget about her own problems, so she ran to the heir so quickly that he even got a little scared. His Majesty immediately asked why Rosalind had returned to them so hastily. To this, the girl very seriously stated that the enemies were already almost on their way to the detachment. Ricardus was both surprised and scared when he heard that Miss wanted to stay. Raymond was also against such an act of the lady, but she insisted on their leaving. The second prince tried to convince the girl that she should not stay here alone, but Rose convinced everyone around her that she was the only good candidate for this. As the soldiers continued to argue with the lady, she took off her cloak and showed her wound. The girl explained that she was already infected, and now there was no way to help her. This information scared Ricardus very much, and at first he didn't even believe the miss. For the first time, the guy was so overcome by emotions that he forgot to monitor them. Noticing that the prince was not controlling himself, the assistant tried to bring him to his senses as quickly as possible. The heir came to his senses a little and wanted to say something to Rose, but his throat was once again constricted. He guessed that because of his status, everyone valued their lives much less and were not afraid to die for him. After this realization, Ricardus was overcome with real panic, as he was unable to cope with his emotions. Suddenly, Rosalind approached His Highness to try to calm the boy down. She politely and a little sadly asked the prince to leave this place and leave her. Looking into the lady's eyes, he saw her gaze, which was calm and quiet, which surprised Ricardus greatly. However, he still resisted Mrs. Proposal, so he desperately grabbed her hand. The guy said that he wouldn't go anywhere without the girl, although she wanted to do the opposite. To persuade the lady, he even tenderly whispered her name and kissed her lightly on the forehead. Rosalind felt the warmth of another human body for the first time, which was very pleasant to her. However, in the end, Miss still convinced everyone around her that it was she who needed to stay here alone. Even on the approach, she counted the number of mercenaries and discovered that there were about 12 of them. When the chieftain arrived, he told the lady that she could give them the prince and live. The mercenary immediately warned that it would be better for the girl to cooperate with them rather than fight. He declared that otherwise the lady might end up like her comrades and threw something into Rose's hand. Having caught this object that was incomprehensible to her, Miss discovered that it was a tuft of Hale's hair. This made the girl incredibly angry, something she had never experienced before. Therefore, the Miss confidently stated that the mercenaries would soon die, which they did not expect at all. However, Rosalind still brazenly repeated that she would not let anyone leave here alive. Since the girl no longer had to worry about anyone seeing her, she released more of her power. As a result, the lady managed not only to fight the mercenaries, but also to scatter them to the sides. Moreover, none of the improved soldiers could do anything to oppose Miss. Fear appeared in the eyes of the enemies because they began to consider Rosalind a real monster. The girl herself noticed that the more she moved, the faster the poison spread. So she decided to hurry before the poisoning spread throughout her body. Unexpectedly, one of the mercenaries was still able to wound Rosalind from behind, which she did not notice. At this, the lady only turned slowly and looked coldly at her last enemy. The man felt goosebumps of horror run down his spine from that look. He didn't understand how Miss could still move at all, since she was weakened and poisoned. Never before had he encountered an ordinary person with such incredible strength and speed. Meanwhile, Rosalind was asking the mercenary how many of his allies were left. The man, answering her question, thought that the lady's strength was on a completely different level. He had only one idea of who this scary girl really could be. so he asked with horror if she really was the god of darkness from the well-known legends. But the angry lady did not answer the mercenary, but only silently attacked him. Rosalind was in such a hurry because her strength was already running out and she needed to finish the fight. When she had defeated all the mercenaries, the lady wiped the blood from her nose with her hand, which had started to flow due to her fatigue. She threw the enemy's sword next to him, since she preferred fighting with her fists, and left. At this point, Ricardis and all the surviving members of the squad fled through the forest to the border. Moreover, the prince shuddered and was frightened by every rustle he heard on his way. When one of the sounds did not pass, the guy stopped and began to look for the source. It turned out to be just an ordinary hare, who was very scared of people and ran away into the forest. Ricardis realized how nervous he had now become because of this trip and the battle. The heir asked the squad for forgiveness for stopping them once again due to nerves. The commander opened the door first and entered the hut where they had agreed to meet with Rosalind. The prince was disappointed to see that the room was empty, as he had hoped to see a lady there. He sat down tiredly near the wall and wondered how many people would be able to survive in the end. The captain said that His Highness should rest and not worry too much again. The guy himself understood this, but he couldn't relax because of everything that was happening around him. At night, when everyone was asleep, the prince suddenly felt someone touching his hair. Ricardis immediately realized that it was a pleasant dream, but he continued to watch it anyway. He confessed to the lady that he was tired of everyone dying around him, and she looked at him sadly. In the dream, Miss advised the guy to eat something tasty, which made him smile. He touched her cheek with his hand, but felt almost nothing because he was dreaming about the lady. However, Ricardis still admitted that he was very afraid that she would eventually die because of him. The heir said once again that he was not going to return home without the girl. She whispered that her whole body ached, so the prince would have to go without her. But the prince continued to beg the miss, who continued to look at him sadly. Suddenly, the assistants woke up the heir, who suddenly jumped up, awakening from his sleep. The captain explained that they had heard some suspicious noise outside the hut, but as soon as Raymond ran out the door, he found there not an enemy, but only Rosalind. The girl, although still alive, was in very bad condition, so she was asked not to close her eyes. The lady tried to say something to the prince, but he asked her to catch her breath first. As a result, after a few minutes, the girl reported that no one was chasing the heir anymore. In response to this, Ricardis hugged the lady and said that she was a great girl and they could go home. But for now, the squad waited for dawn so that the miss could at least rest a little and they could return home. While trying to cure Rosalind, the prince realized with horror that his power was of no help to her at all. The heir understood that his magic would be useless, but he didn't think that it wouldn't be absorbed at all. Ricardis concluded that it was all due to the poison, but continued his attempts. So he did not take his hands away from the lady's hand in the hope that he would help her at least a little. At the same time, the prince kept begging no one in particular to make sure everything was okay with the girl. Even Raymond could not contain his emotions at the sight of Rosalind's deplorable state. The captain, seeing how worried the guy was, suggested that he go see the lady, since no one had forbidden him to do so. But instead of answering, the knight suddenly hit himself in the face with his fist, which frightened everyone around. The lord stated that he would be fine, despite the fact that he was very worried now. The man agreed that the lady needed to rest, because she had done a lot. So today was a hard day for him too, because it was unclear what would happen tomorrow. That night, Ricardis sat next to Rosalind and therefore did not sleep at all, despite his fatigue. It was clear from the girl's face that she was having a hard time coping with the effects of the poison, although she remained alive. She had a dream about people chasing someone because they found out he was a reflection. The creature barely had time to breathe as it tried to run as fast as possible. At some point, the reflection stopped and concluded that people needed to be killed. After all, it was people who reminded the creation of the most real and evil monsters, and not shadows like him. Because of this terrible dream, the girl woke up abruptly, feeling fear spreading throughout her body. She jumped up in bed and at first tried to catch her breath and calm down, since her breathing was irregular due to sleep. Only after this did Rosalind look around with great surprise, because she did not understand where she was. As soon as she opened her eyes, Macaron, in the form of an eagle, immediately flew into the room, breaking the window in the process. The bird admitted that she was very worried about her friend, who was unconscious. However, the first thing the lady did was ask excitedly what had happened to His Highness in the end. For this, Macaron pecked Miss, because she ignored the words about what she was worried about. After this, the bird replied that everything was absolutely fine with Ricardis, and even better than with the others. Rosalind realized that the prince had listened to her request and left accompanied by others. To this, Macaron stated that she had flown in to check how her Rose was doing, but Miss didn't appreciate this care, for which the reflection pecked her again. It then told that when the Ilibenian soldiers returned from Balta, they were attacked by a detachment of the Black Moon. As a result, due to the need to collect the fallen, the border between the states was temporarily opened. And this happened thanks to active cooperation with the king of Balta, whose name was Hixal. The soldiers who collected the fallen considered it a miracle that the detachment was able to return at all. Even before the delegation left, there were rumors that they were being sent to certain death, but no one could help. Then one knight saw the battle site and did not believe that only Rosalind had fought there. After looking at the battlefield, the boy trembled with horror because the bodies were brutally torn apart. Looking at the corpses, he could not believe that only one person had fought here. This story spread quickly, and now even the servants began to discuss it. The countess who took Rose in heard perfectly well what her maids were talking about in the estate. However, at the moment, the woman has not done anything about these impudent conversations. Entering the girl's room, the countess discovered that she had not been asleep for a long time, but was looking warily. She immediately said that she was glad to see that the lady had recovered and woken up so quickly. But Rosalind herself was in no hurry to talk to the woman, since she did not know her. Realizing this, the countess immediately introduced herself with a smile and said that her name was Cecil. Only after this did the lady thank the woman for the help she had given her so timely. The countess shared that Rose looked very serious in her sleep, which Miss did not expect. Here one of the assistants reported that the count who had arrived wanted to see the guest, which Cecil did not like. So the woman told the man to go back to his place until Rosalind had rested. Then the countess turned to the miss and said that there were many people who wanted to see her now. She confessed that people were planning to arrest Rosalind and lock her in prison because of rumors about her. But then Cecil said that the girl didn't need to worry because she was in Vista Fortress, and the countess was not going to let anyone in here without her personal permission. Before engaging in a more personal dialogue, the woman offered to give her something to eat, and Rose accepted. The first thing the lady asked was what had become of Ricardus, and was glad to hear that he had gone home himself yesterday. The countess was surprised that the miss, even in such a situation, cared about the prince's safety. But she immediately remembered that the second prince was also more worried about the girl than about himself. He didn't even let anyone carry Rose to the bed and did everything entirely himself. And even when the danger for the miss had passed, the guy still took care of her for some time. Ricardus's personal assistants were initially unable to tear him away from his sickbed. It seemed that the heir really wanted the lady to wake up, as he was waiting for a dialogue with her. Because of this, Cecil concluded that the prince had special feelings for Rosalind, even though she was just his knight. Rose herself was surprised when she heard that the guy took care of her for 5 whole days. But what struck the lady most was that she had not eaten anything for these 5 days, since she was unconscious. The countess was surprised by the miss's reaction, because it would have been more correct to be filled with gratitude to the prince. In any case, by order of the heir, Vista's servants have already prepared delicious meat for the girl. Seeing all this deliciousness, the lady could not restrain herself and even began to drool, because she was very hungry. She ate everything she had prepared very quickly and left only a whole mountain of empty plates. The countess and her servants were shocked to see such an incredible appetite from the girl. Nevertheless, the woman asked the maids to clean the table and bring more food. Rosalind showed how much she enjoyed the food, which made the woman happy. While the lady was eating, Cecil decided to tell her all the latest news because she loved to discuss rumors. And the woman began by saying that now the entire empire considered Rosalind a real demon. Because of this, one of the counts was particularly keen to get rid of the lady. But Ricardus knew Rosalind personally and had no intention of harming her. So any suggestions about removing the girl caused a quiet anger in the guy. The man, meanwhile, continued to shout that the lady could not have stopped those people herself. However, even Raymond could not listen to these stupid speeches, so he slammed his fist on the table to silence the count. The guy said that all the Knights of the White Knight are grateful to the miss for everything she did. Ricardus said that he didn't care at all if Rosalind was a demon. He explained that the girl, in any case, sacrificed her life to save everyone, and none of the counts could really say now that the prince's life was not an important thing. At this point, Elpidio entered the conversation and said that everyone should be glad to see his brother back. Ricardus expected a trick, and the prince predictably asked if it would be bad if a demon walked around him. Because of this, the heir could not stand it and clenched his hands, saying that he did not expect such care. The second prince attacked the first one in response, saying that he would now have a lot of work, and the boy became angry. At this point, Rosaline was talking to the countess and stubbornly objecting to her, as she did not like the rumors. Cecil listened with a grin as the lady declared that she was not a demon at all, as everyone said. Rose explained that she was able to deal with the Black Moon Squad alone because they were weak. The countess was surprised that after Miss, because of her power, the entire forest was destroyed. In the end, the woman laughed merrily, noting that, as it turned out, she really liked the lady. She ordered more desserts to be brought to Rose and said that no one believed that the squad would return. Everyone was very surprised when Ricardus was able to return, having lost only some of his soldiers. But what amazed people most was the fact that Rosalind was able to survive being hit by a piece of shrapnel. Cecil explained that people could not overcome this poison, so they began to consider Rose a demon. The woman reported that the girl's father began to dispute this rumor and personally wrote many letters to the emperor. The fact that the father, with whom the reflection did not have time to communicate, took her side surprised the lady. Cecil said her family didn't just take Rosa in for no reason, but because she collaborated with her father. At this point, Macaron scolded Rosalind for taking too long to think about the situation. In the end, the lady suddenly agreed that she was a demon, which greatly surprised the countess. She said that this is the reason why people think that Miss serves Balta. However, Rosalind, despite everything, remained a loyal knight of the second prince, and so the woman reported that all the soldiers treated the girl with interest and respect. Rosaline thought that the rumors about her had spread a little too quickly. Cecil suddenly announced that someone might have disbanded them, which surprised the lady quite a bit. Suddenly, the countess noticed that for some reason the girl had stopped eating the food brought to her. The woman decided that the lady had lost her appetite because she realized the situation she was in. But it turned out that Rose simply saw a prepared dessert which was made of pasta. Both Miss and her eagle immediately tried the sweetness and were very pleased with its taste. From this, Cecil concluded that Miss didn't care at all about what was happening to her now. At this moment in Balta, the prince was counting how many soldiers each side had lost. Atilak reported to him about this and was therefore very worried because he could not predict his master's reaction. And to the Chancellor's horror, Hakab simply took and tore up his entire report out of dissatisfaction. The heir could not believe that only 8 people from his entire detachment returned. But the man did not know what to say in response to His Highness, because that was exactly how things were. Moreover, Hakab could not understand why the Countess suddenly helped the second prince and hid Rose. The prince knew the answer to why another count also helped Ricardus, because his daughter was accompanying him. But the son of the ruler of Balta did not know that Rosalind was alive, so he became a little sad. Suddenly, the Chancellor reported that the lady had single-handedly dealt with 30 of their soldiers. Hearing this, Hakab could not contain his emotions and laughed very loudly, although not cheerfully. The prince did not expect that just one girl would be able to deal with almost all of his soldiers. Atilak reported that one of the returning mercenaries had told him this, but he was injured, so they didn't really believe him. Hakab suggested that the lady could very well be a demon, since they are the ones who are so strong, although the prince also knew of other creatures that were very powerful. Realizing that Rosalind was a reflection, the heir even punched the wall. He, smiling madly, declared that their meeting was predetermined by fate itself. Hakab was upset that he had missed the lady, so he ordered that Ricardus not be touched for the time being. The prince also thought that he urgently needed to contact Diaz about this matter. However, the son of the ruler of Balta understood that they could lose a lot of time delivering the letters. Therefore, in order to see the lady as quickly as possible, Hakab decided to go to her on his own. In the Empire of Ilabenia, the people had not treated Emperor Rhino very well for a long time. The ruler's authority was noticeably weaker due to the fact that the nobility constantly encroached on the throne. In order to change things, the ruler began to lie that his son Elpidio had divine powers. But suddenly Ricardus appeared, who actually had that very divine power. Moreover, the second prince was able to bring back such a valuable piece of evidence as a crystal with magic. This fragment was the only clue to unraveling the mystery of the Black Moon organization. Therefore, this thing turned out to be the most valuable for Rhino, who was trying to show his abilities. Cecil knew that the Emperor would now do his utmost to protect the second prince, who had brought him a valuable item. Besides, she hoped that she herself could benefit from helping Ricardus. Moreover, the Countess calculated everything in such a way that she would be able to get something not only from the Emperor. Rosalind's father, who was, however, a stern man, also came to visit her. The man first demanded to be let into the lady's room because she was his daughter. Only upon entering the estate did he see how diligently the assistants around him were serving him. While the prince carried Rose, who was unconscious at the time, the lady's father was forced to wait in the hall. Cecil took advantage of the moment wisely and quickly began a dialogue with the count so that he would remember her. But it turned out that tomorrow he was planning to leave with the prince since there was business at his estate. However, the woman noticed that the man clearly wanted to tell her something, and so she froze. The thing is, he felt ashamed of leaving his daughter, so he asked her to take care of her. The countess realized that the count was not as heartless as he had initially seemed to her. So she supported the girl's father, saying that the lady would certainly recover soon, and the woman herself would make sure of it. In response, the man remained silent and only became even more stern on his face as he was worried inside. And Rosalind was currently still lying unconscious in the bed at the Vista estate. That is why, when a few days later the lady was about to leave, the countess did not allow her. She explained that the girl was still a patient, so she couldn't leave. Rosalind tried to prove that she felt okay, but it was absolutely useless. Even Macaron asked Miss to rest a little more and regain her strength. However, Cecil knew it was cruel to lock Rose alone in a room after her difficult journeys. Although the countess could not let the lady go completely since Ricardus asked her to protect the girl, so the woman told the miss that there was a small market not far from them. Rosalind had never been to a place like this before, so she was immediately interested. In the end, the lady went to the market and even refused an escort since Macaron was with her. The only thing was that the mouse couldn't help with the accompaniment in any way, because she was also in this place for the first time. And Rose herself had only seen the Imperial Palace and the palace in Balta during all this time. Therefore, Miss knew absolutely nothing about how to behave in such a place. However, the girl tried not to pay attention to the whispers around her. But the rumors that people spread were not the most pleasant for the girl. So, hearing Rose called a demon, Macaron wanted to attack, but Miss forbade her. The lady understood that these residents were not guilty of anything, so she did not intend to kill them. The fact that Miss was talking to herself scared the people around her so much that they began to avoid her, and Rosalind also cast an angry glance at the audience, completely frightening them. As a result, the entire crowd ran away as quickly as possible to do their own business, of which everyone had a lot. The girl suddenly remembered her brother, whom she considered good and handsome. After that, she went for a walk further and suddenly saw a counter with delicious apples. At that moment, it so happened that Calix came to the Vista estate to visit his sister. He was horrified when he heard that the countess had sent the lady all alone to the market. It would seem that Rosalind greeted all the residents very politely and did not offend anyone. But the brother knew that these good manners were not enough for walking around the market. More than anything in the world, he was afraid that the lady might do something, but she had already asked him to just eat an apple. And literally a few minutes later, Miss managed to ask permission to take the shashlik, and they gave it to her. So, walking between the counters, Miss begged a lot of food from the people around her. As a result, the girl was extremely pleased since she had become quite hungry. Here Macaron whispered that Miss was supposed to give something in exchange for food. But to this, Rosalind stated that Calix had never told her anything like that, so everything was fine. At this moment, at the Vista estate, the lady's brother was so worried that he had a headache. He remembered the past when Miss left their family to serve the second prince. Rosalind then stated that her brother still had control of their mansion, so there would be someone to look after the building. However, the guy still did not understand how the girl could leave them so easily. He honestly admitted this to his older sister, and she even froze in place because of the sadness in his voice. Then Rose smiled sadly and said that she simply had to do what she had planned. In the end, all Calix could do was cry from grief since he was still too young. But until now he was faithful to his sister, so he came to her as quickly as possible at someone else's estate. The guy didn't even have time to tell anyone about his departure, which he was secretly proud of because he showed courage. He knew that this was his first rebellion, so his mother would be very surprised about this. The countess at the Vista estate did not understand why her brother was so worried about his sister. The woman explained that the lady had not left alone, but that Macaron had been with her, but the guy had not yet met another reflection. So he was surprised when he heard that some tame eagle was flying everywhere with the miss. Nevertheless, he went to the market, but there were a lot of people there, so he could not find Rose yet. Here, Calix heard some girls calling everyone around to buy flowers. He became interested and approached the counter, and the girls promised to give him 1 flower as a gift. To the little girl's great surprise, the gentleman bought all her flowers and even gave her more money than she needed. However, while walking through the market, the brother realized that he did not need to buy all the flowers at once. He managed to ask the flower sellers if they had seen his sister anywhere, describing her. And the girls immediately recognized the description of the guy as the lady who had passed by them 20 minutes ago. When the gentleman heard that Rosa had taken food from them and had not even paid for it, he was horrified. Only now did he realize that the lady had been giving him her salary all this time, because she did not understand why the money was needed. So I started looking for people from whom Rose had taken something, and I started with the apple seller. The man was surprised to see such a strange guy, but confirmed that the girl took the fruit from him. So Calix paid the seller and asked for forgiveness for bringing the money so late. Knowing his sister's eating habits, the guy followed her to the bakery, hoping to find her there. The old man standing behind the counter, for some reason, immediately called the gentleman by name, as if he recognized him. The brother was surprised that the man knew him from somewhere, and asked how he guessed his name. He realized that information about his sister had spread quickly, so he paid quickly. To the great surprise of the gentleman, the old man suddenly said that the rumors were true and that they would be found out very quickly. Not paying attention to it for now, the guy went on to find some shashlik sellers, but they also reacted to Calix somehow strangely, although he once again did not understand anything. Besides, the brother was afraid to learn about the rumors that quickly spread throughout the market. Then, out of the corner of his ear, he heard someone calling the lady with black hair a demon. Then, for some reason, people said that Calix is a handsome and rich guy who loves his sister very much. Because of this, the gentleman blushed deeply and hid his face in the flowers he had bought. He realized that his sister had told many people about him, and the flowers only reinforced this story. Looking carefully at the crowd, the brother saw hair that was very similar to his sister's. This lady was already standing without any food and didn't even turn to face the guy, but her hair color was exactly the same. But when he called her, Miss turned around and it turned out that it was indeed Rosaline. Having jumped over several people, the girl instantly reached Calix, as she was very happy to see him. The guy immediately heard how people began to whisper because of this, that demons really were fast. But instead of anger, for some reason, the crowd felt touched by the beauty of their relatives. Completely embarrassed, the brother could barely ask what his sister was doing at the market. But Rose didn't understand the question and could only smile cheerfully at him in response. Seeing this, the guy happily realized that she had completely recovered and was fine. Then he did not ask her any more questions, but simply handed the lady the flowers he had bought for her. After which, Calix hugged the girl tightly, as he had been very worried about her all this time. Rosalind had no idea that her brother was feeling this way, but she was pleased to feel his warmth. So she happily whispered that she had returned to him, and he waited for her, as he had promised. A little later, the lady was horrified when she learned that she actually had to pay for the food. The brother explained that if Miss did not give anything in return, it was considered stealing, which frightened Rose. And then Calix suddenly declared that he would go back to the estate, which shocked the lady even more. The guy said that he had paid for all the food, so the miss was now out of danger. So Rose focused on the bouquet that was given to her and realized that she liked the smell. Then Miss remembered what Raymond had taught her, so she tucked one of the flowers behind her brother's ear. The guy himself was once again embarrassed, but Rosalind declared that it suited him very well and was quite beautiful. Calix guessed that the Lord had deliberately set him up, but he did not want to disappoint the miss. While they were standing like that, the lady suddenly heard someone's wallet suddenly disappear. Moreover, it turned out that it was not only from one gentleman because the pickpocket stole a lot. The boy who took the wallets ran right past Rosalind, but didn't pay attention. But the miss herself noticed him, and her eyes flashed unkindly with restored magic. When the girl looked in the direction where the boy had run, the brother asked what was going on. Only after this did Calix hear people talking, as if the thief did not want to steal anything from the demon. The guy turned around abruptly, but the people pretended that they hadn't said anything bad. Therefore, the brother suggested to his sister to return to the estate as soon as possible, which they immediately did. Already in Vista, when the lady told about her adventures, the gentleman was very surprised. Rosalind herself had not expected to meet such improved people, so she had nothing to add. The guy said that he had only heard about such mercenaries since they tried to remain in the shadows. He knew that for money they were ready to do any bad things. The girl became worried when she realized what bad people she was fighting with. It was only now, when they had almost finished talking, that the boy finally decided to ask Miss. He asked what kind of mouse it was on the lady's shoulder, and Macaron immediately got angry. To her brother's surprise, Rosaline suddenly introduced him to this unfamiliar mouse. And then she said that it was Macaron, who for some reason stared angrily at the guy. Calix remembered the Countess's words about Macaron being an eagle, and was even more surprised. And the reflection itself was very frightened when the lady suddenly said that the eagle and the mouse were one and the same creature. Then the girl told the reflection that her brother could be trusted with their secret, which she had already done. Brother once again heard that he was good, which made him very happy, and the mouse, although she was unhappy with what was happening, still obeyed Rose, because she trusted her. So she slid off the lady's shoulder and began to transform, which made Calix very frightened. Only now did it dawn on him that he was dealing with two reflections at once, which was an extremely rare occurrence. The mouse became a girl and declared that she still didn't trust Calix, no matter what the lady told her. She even sternly threatened the guy not to dare to talk about her, but he had no intention of doing so. The reflection touched the flower behind the gentleman's ear and said that letting someone go is always very difficult. Macaron hoped that Calix would not make mistakes, and he did not want to harm his sister even without her words. The girl turned to Rose and said that she didn't really like the guy, but Miss wasn't worried about it. So Macaron allowed Calix to communicate with her, although she acted very important about it. The lady noticed that her two friends began to communicate without her, and so she smiled happily. That night, Ricardus had a dream about moving into the palace with his family for the first time. As a boy, he would look out the window with anxiety and watch the unfamiliar surroundings. Then his mother called him and asked him to hold his little sister, who had already started missing him. Ricardus loved the girl very much, so he willingly fulfilled his mother's request, taking her on his lap. Even in her sleep, little Cestia asked her brother to at least play with her a little. This touched the prince very much, so he watched the sleeping girl with a smile, trying not to disturb her. Then their mother knocked on the window and asked the security guard if everything was okay around. When she was told that everything was fine, the woman said with a joyful smile that she wished it were bad. She then asked to let her know if anything bad happened and closed the curtain. The assistant asked the lady in horror why she had treated the knight so cruelly, and Ricardus himself had long been accustomed to such antics of his mother, so he only smiled. After some time, the woman looked out the window again, trying to determine where they were going. Then she suddenly called her son and assistant to her, who immediately obeyed her and came closer. The lady explained that where they were going, it would be very cold and difficult for them. The boy himself saw that the snow was hardly melting outside, and a strong wind was blowing constantly. However, his mother stroked Ricardus on the head and said that he could endure anything. Then the son asked how long he would have to survive in such difficult and harsh conditions for him. Hearing this, the lady noticeably drooped, as she did not immediately know what to say in response. After a short while, she finally leaned over and whispered something to little Ricardus. Because of this, the heir woke up abruptly, as the dream awakened long-forgotten emotions in him. Only, sitting up in bed, he realized that he had absolutely no memory of what his mother had told him then. Because of this, when Ricardus got up in the morning, he ended up not having slept at all and was a little angry because of it. His assistant immediately noticed this, and so the prince confessed that he had dreamed of his mother. However, he still couldn't remember her words, so he decided not to think about it for now. The count said with a smile that perhaps the queen was still trying to protect her son. But Ricardus was already ready to work and asked if there was any news for him. Suddenly, another prince entered the room, which surprised the heir, because he was not expected. It was Levon, who jokingly stated that he came at the call of his own heart. But in fact, the guy was sent by the emperor, who was worried about the state of Balta. It was known that Hakab was planning to visit Ilebenia, although it was unclear why. Ricardus could not understand the thoughts of the son of the ruler of Balta, who for some reason was going to them after all. Levin said that Ricardus's gift had already been sent to Elpidio, which made everyone wary. Since the prince allowed himself liberties in communicating with the heir, the count began to scold him. Then Levin asked more calmly whether there had been an attack on Ricardus, and he answered in the negative. The second prince was not used to such silence, so he expected any trick from everywhere. But right now he asked Levin to find out what was going on with Rosalind, which the prince did not understand. He didn't understand why his brother was so worried about some knight from the White Knight Squad. However, the guy did not say anything to Ricardus, but only obediently accepted his order. Suddenly the heir asked what he was fighting for, and Levin even flinched at the unexpectedness of the question. The second prince wanted to know if people could become stronger for the sake of something important to them. When his brother responded positively, Ricardus lowered his head and smiled to himself. He still remembered how painfully he tried to cure Rosalind that day in the cabin. At this moment, Prince Diaz came to Elpidio's estate on his personal orders. Inside, he immediately discovered a complete mess that even the servants had not had time to clean up. The boy asked anxiously what had happened, but Elpidio only laughed in response. He stated that by asking such questions, the fifth prince looked very stupid, which he did not like. Hearing this, Diaz immediately asked for forgiveness, because he was very scared, since he did not want to interfere. Only after this did Elpidio explain that the people of the Black Moon had broken off their cooperation with him. But the fifth prince was most surprised when he learned that a gift had been sent to the first. Elpidio said that the cook almost fainted in the morning when he saw the gift in the cauldron. Diaz didn't expect Ricardus to send his brother the body of one of the dead mercenaries. And Elpidio himself saw for the first time that the second prince acted so decisively and cruelly. The prince suggested that the heir had begun to act this way because of Rosalind, which made Diaz flinch. While plucking petals from a rose, the first one thoughtfully said that the lady had somehow influenced the behavior of the fifth one. Elpidio was angered by the fact that Rosalind had known Ricardus's dead sister since childhood, but holding the petal in his hands, he said that people become weaker when they have something valuable. But Elpidio had no idea that the same words applied to Diaz. Here, the first prince remembered that the fifth had long been acquainted with this very girl who had become dear to Ricardus. Clutching the flower with trembling hands, the blonde admitted that it was indeed true. Then Elpidio grabbed his brother by the hair and joyfully declared that their acquaintance was only to his advantage. He honestly admitted that he keeps Diaz close to him because he knows a lot. Only now did the blonde realize that he would have to destroy with his own hands what was dear to him. However, he still said that every night he hoped that Elpidio would become the heir. The first prince patted the fifth on the head for saying exactly what he wanted to hear. And then he turned away and suggested that they drink a cup of tea together, smiling maliciously. But now Diaz had no time for tea, although he could not refuse the first prince. The boy was very worried about what would happen to Rosalind now that Elpidio had decided to go against her. But for a very long time he had been secretly in love with a girl, but had no opportunity to admit it. Now Diaz realized that this love made him weak, so he trampled the flowers himself. The next morning, Calix was reading the news about the palace, still at the Vista estate. He did not quite understand Ricardus's actions, but he believed that it was necessary for everyone. The guy's assistant suddenly reported that many aristocrats had been having problems lately. They did everything to ensure that as few people as possible knew about it, but they did not solve the problem. The assistant noted that the majority of problems fell to the lot of the first prince. After these words, Calix remembered that the rumors that his sister had saved Ricardus had spread too quickly, from which the guy concluded that it was the second prince who, for some reason, began to protect the lady. The brother was grateful to the prince for such behavior, but did not understand why he did this. Since he couldn't change anything, he decided to hope that it would continue this way. Here the assistant remembered that there was one letter that had come separately for him. Calix realized that it was a message from Ricardus, and was greatly surprised. The letter said that all the knights of the White Knight should return, which the brother informed the lady about. Hearing that the guy would also go with her, the girl was indescribably delighted. And Calix himself remembered that Ricardus also asked to tell him in detail about Rose. He couldn't understand why anyone would need such a thing, but he had no right to object. Then Rosalind asked what would happen to her brother's estate if he went with her, which made the guy happy. And he immediately said that he would ask his uncle to look after their entire territory while they were away. When the brother and sister had packed their things, the Countess came out to wish them a good journey. At the same time, she almost never let go of Rosalind's hands, which puzzled the girl, who had not yet had time to become attached to Madame. The woman confidently stated that they would see each other more often than Miss thought. But the lady said nothing to the Countess because she did not know what to say in such situations. The woman suddenly blew a kiss to her new friend as she said goodbye. Because of her simplicity and little knowledge of the world, Rosalind immediately repeated this gesture, which her brother asked her not to do again. While they were on the way, a heavy downpour began, although the weather had been fine initially. Hearing Calix complain about the rain, Macaron immediately began to scold him for his weakness. The brother still didn't understand what the bird meant, so he asked his sister to explain everything to him. But Rosaline herself was terribly nervous about the rain, so she had no time for dialogue. However, when the guy asked what happened, the girl did not explain anything to him. This surprised Calix, but he concluded that it was better not to touch his sister for now. The guy guessed that the lady was afraid of another rain in the forest, so he kept silent now. The only thing he offered was to stop for the night, which is what Miss wanted. They found a cave and made a fire so that the lady could quickly dry out and warm up. The whole atmosphere around her reminded the lady of that day of the hunting competition when she died. Now even more memories were revealed to Rose, and she was able to see someone's hand reflected in it. It was the first time the girl had seen anything like this, so she didn't immediately understand that it was dangerous. When the light from the lantern revealed blood on the ground, she was very scared, because it shouldn't have been like that. Realizing that she could die, Rosalind ran into the forest, trying to run as far away as possible. But the enemy managed to seriously wound her on the back, which ultimately slowed the girl down considerably. Rose fell to her knees as she felt a searing pain where she was wounded. Then she turned around as she wanted to understand how far away from her the attacker was now. And this monster found a new victim for itself, which it had no intention of letting go. But the most terrible thing was that he was not a stranger, since he was a member of the White Knight detachment. Only now was Rosaline able to remember all the details of her death on that fateful night. Although the lady jumped up sharply, the brother waited to sleep, and only Macaron opened her eyes. The mouse noticed that something was wrong with her friend, and so she called her by name. And Rose realized that she had witnessed how a man from the palace became a traitor. So the second prince was currently in much greater danger than he himself could have imagined. After all, the emperor had a great many assistants, and it was unclear which of them was a reflection. At this moment, deep in the prison, the witch suddenly grabbed the bars of her prison cell with her hand. For the umpteenth time, she said, smiling, that she would finally see the collapse of this empire. The woman knew very well that the end for Ilebenia would be bright and unexpected, which she was looking forward to. But Rose was still thinking about why she had once become a target for a reflection unfamiliar to her. Miss confidently said that on the day of the hunting competition, there was a heavy downpour. Calix immediately realized that the girl's memories had returned, and he began to tremble with nerves because of her. Seeing the state her brother was in, the lady touched his hand reassuringly. Rosalind asked anxiously if the boy was okay, as he had become very worried for some reason. The warmth that emanated from the lady's hand made Calix feel somewhat calmer and more pleasant. He didn't know exactly from what moment, but he realized that his sister's memories were returning to the reflection. The brother was worried that the lady might be too shocked by what she ended up remembering. That's why he hugged Miss to give her emotional support, because that was all he could do now. And then the boy asked if Rose had been very scared on that rainy day when she was dying. Hugging her brother back, the sister replied that the girl felt like her heart was going to break into pieces. Then the guy asked if the lady was in a lot of pain, and the girl began to tell him, when suddenly the mouse caught her attention. She shook her head frantically, begging Rosalind not to tell the horrors of that day to Calix. The lady understood the sign and therefore said that she had once died not so painfully. Hearing the notes of relief in Calix's voice, Miss smiled happily in response. This morning Rose slept soundly and deeply as she was tired from the previous day. The brother, who was watching his sister closely, noticed that she felt better after the rain stopped. He covered the lady with a blanket, thinking that today it would be better for them to walk to the palace slowly. Then the guy suddenly heard some suspicious sound behind him that shouldn't have been there. Calix immediately jumped up in fear and pulled his sword out of its sheath to defend himself and his sister. But instead of an enemy, he suddenly saw some unknown guy holding apples in his hands. He clearly didn't care at all that the gentleman had pulled out his weapon, which could cause harm. Calix looked the stranger over from head to toe and thought about how rude he was. Suddenly the boy threw the apple to his brother because it was not tasty for him and he was not going to eat it. Because of this, the young man recognized this stranger as Macaron, who had thanked him so much for the clothes he had taken. A little later, the reflection told how it saw this body and decided to take its appearance. At the same time, Macaron was selecting food for the lady and he really liked these sweet berries. Calix decided to change the subject and asked if the shadow remembered what his sister had said yesterday. There was a high probability that Rose's killer knew that she was actually dead. Macaron squeezed his hand and said that the reflection wouldn't be able to get rid of Miss. The master concluded that their race was quite confident in their magical powers, but what worried him most was that Rosalind would now be much more vigilant towards everyone. So he asked Macaron to inform him if it became known who had attacked the lady then. The reflection was pleased that the gentleman himself asked something of it, so it agreed. But in reality, the guy didn't care who killed whom, so he threw the berry to Miss. Rosalind, although she was asleep, immediately caught the food, since she was always ready to eat. She tried the berry and reported that it was tasty, although there was little, but no one else had it. So Macaron at that moment declared that if anyone touched the lady, he himself would kill him. Since Calix didn't know something important, the reflection turned to the guy to tell him. The reflection reported that the lady had very powerful magic, so it was not easy to kill her. Calix asked in surprise if she was even stronger than her assistant, who was the same as her. To this, Macaron confidently replied that Miss was much stronger than many reflections, including himself. This shocked the brother greatly, but he had long since accepted the essence of his sister and did not change his mind. When the girl woke up, they arrived at the second prince's palace quite quickly. Rosalind immediately threw herself into Raymond's arms, as she had already missed him terribly. The lord, smiling, asked the lady not to rush at him so abruptly as it was dangerous. Then Sir became so worried about Miss that Calix did not like to hear it all. Eventually, Raymond noticed his brother's displeased look and flinched in surprise, since he didn't know why he was looking at him like that. And the gentleman asked since when had the lord been so kind to his sister, since he had never done so before. Moreover, for some reason the guy asked Raymond not to stand in plain sight with Rosalind, so that rumors would not spread about them. But when the lady said that one shouldn't speak to elders like that, Calix immediately stopped being angry. Here, the Sir asked the Miss to change her clothes and go to the captain, since he was very worried about her, and the Miss obeyed. But the brother was already dressed in formal clothes, so his lord immediately led him to the prince. The guy obediently went to Ricardus's office and even greeted him according to etiquette. The heir once again said that he would like to hear from the master everything about his sister. Calix didn't really trust the prince and therefore didn't understand why he needed all this. At this point, Rosalind had already managed to change her clothes and dress up when she suddenly heard her name being called. But although the lady heard voices, when she turned to the call, the room was empty. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Eberhard and Letitia jumped out happily because their teacher had returned. But as soon as Rosalind saw these two, she immediately attacked without warning. But the girl easily dodged the lady's attack, saying that they had cleaned up her room. And the guy had no trouble avoiding the blow, so he added that they were waiting for Miss. After finishing her attack, Rose concluded that her students were very well prepared. Eberhard and Letitia froze in place, clearly preparing for Rosalind's next attack, trying not to lose their concentration. But Miss ended the training for now and praised her students. The boy and girl said that they were bored without a teacher, so they trained constantly. The lady was sure that these two knew the rumors that she was a demon, but they pretended that everything was fine. Here the Miss heard some shouts from the window calling her, and so she went to the window. It turned out that a large number of soldiers had gathered in front of the lady's room, some of whom she knew. They all expressed their joy that the girl had returned safe and sound. The students confirmed that many people knew that it was thanks to Rosalind that the prince's squad returned. Here, Eberhard started talking about the lady's demonic nature, but Letitia silenced him with a blow. This bickering brought a genuine smile to the girl, who missed her friends. At the same time, Ricardus was asking Calix why his sister had returned earlier than he thought. The guy said that his sister was already feeling fine, so they decided to come. But the prince was afraid that the lady might not be completely healthy, so Calix had to assure the heir of this. The only thing the gentleman couldn't understand was why Ricardus had so many questions about his sister. And the prince himself was pleased that the Miss ate in every settlement along the way. Seeing that the heir would not calm down until he found all the answers, the brother waited patiently. Here, Ricardus asked quite seriously whether the lady preferred beef or pork. Calix recalled that his sister's favorite dishes were grilled beef and spicy pork. But the girl is much cooler about fish, although she can also eat it since she generally likes this activity. Suddenly, Calix noticed that all his words were being recorded by his assistant for some reason. Because the prince kept asking questions about his sister, the boy wondered why he had come here at all. And almost everything that interested Ricardus was finished as he asked the last question. The heir asked what the lady liked most, which greatly surprised the guy. The prince remembered that the girl often drank tea with his sister, eating chocolate cake. But he wasn't sure that Rosalind herself liked this cake, because he knew little about her. This even angered Calix, because he realized what position the Miss had been in all this time. Apparently, the lady constantly had to adapt to someone's desires. But now everything has become different, so the brother said that the girl likes brownies the most. This made Ricardus happy, because his chefs were the best at making such sweets. He offered Calix a cup of tea, which the boy accidentally spat out when he heard that the prince had heard rumors about him from the market. The heir explained this by saying that he was interested in absolutely everything about Rosalind, including her loved ones. Brother was very surprised when Ricardus somehow guessed that he liked the taste of lychee. His Majesty also found out that although the lady is called the God of Darkness, most people treat her well. Calix didn't expect that, despite the bad rumors, people would still accept the girl. The guy couldn't understand why the heir found so much information about another person. The prince noticed Calix's distrustful look and only sighed in response. Then Ricardus gave the boy some serious advice about being vigilant in moderation. The brother was afraid that at this rate he might stop distinguishing between friends and enemies. The second prince explained that he had been a little harsh, but he had only wanted to help the young man. For the first time, Calix seriously thought about whose side he would ultimately take, because it was a difficult decision. At this point, the heir hinted that it would be nice if the guy chose his side. It was too difficult a decision for the brother, although he himself noticed that the position of the first prince had become more precarious. However, the boy had a lot on Elpidio's side, which made him clench his fists. The young man was most worried about what his father, who had chosen the first prince, might say in the end. Only Calix knew that neither the emperor nor Elpidio would ultimately support his sister. But the young man himself understood perfectly well that he would never give up Rosalind, even if he had to choose between his father. Besides, he didn't want to be in that situation anymore, watching his sister's back as she walked away. Instead, the guy would like to be next to the lady and share the responsibility with her. Therefore, Calix suddenly stood up sharply, which frightened His Majesty, who did not expect this. He even asked if the young man had remembered something urgent, but that was not the point at all. In fact, the brother decided to confess his loyalty to Ricardus, and for this purpose he dropped to one knee before the prince. But the heir himself was not prepared for such an unexpected turn of events, which was evident from his face. The prince's personal assistant was no less shocked than he was, and he also did not expect anything like this. The guy tried to explain to Calix that he was still too young to make such a serious decision. But no matter what they told him, the young man still swore an oath of allegiance to His Majesty. Then the secretary tried to force Ricardus to do something about it, but even the prince did not have such power. So, despite all the persuasion to change his mind, Calix completed his oath and was now going to serve the heir. Both the second prince and his assistant froze in place, wondering what they should do now. And the brother reminded Ricardus that he could not break the sacred oath, which made the boy sigh. Seeing how awkward the heir felt because of his actions, the young man laughed heartily. At the same time, he stated that he was not going to join the White Knight squad, although he would be on the prince's side. Hearing this, Ricardus concluded that it was not for nothing that the brother and sister were related, because they behaved the same way. Calix explained that if he did not fight but helped with documents, he would be able to be of much greater use. Moreover, when he becomes the successor to his father's business, he will show himself in full force. The heir still sighed and admitted that when he hinted at cooperation, he did not expect such an outcome. In any case, he decided to find out exactly how Rosalind's brother was able to come to such conclusions, and the guy honestly admitted that he sided with the second prince only because the lady valued him. So right now, Calix made this whole decision just for the sake of the girl he wanted to continue to be with. Ricardus looked into the young man's eyes and saw in them as much courage as he had once noticed in Rosa's eyes. However, he admitted that he could not bear to accept such a sacrifice, so the prince only hoped that he would not regret it. Only after this did His Majesty dare to extend his hand to bless his new knight. Calix was eagerly awaiting the end of this ritual and was already overly proud of himself, and the assistant, who was still silently watching the conversation of the young people, was very surprised by the heir's decision. When the ritual was completed, Calix admitted that he had not expected the prince to accept his oath. To this, Ricardus replied that he did not believe the guy, but that he truly valued his sister. The young man clenched his fist because he himself understood that his fear of losing Rosalind was too strong. Therefore, from that moment on, Calix decided to serve the second prince as honestly as possible for the sake of his sister. A little later, when they were drinking tea, the young man tried to find out if the heir knew about Rose's true nature. And Ricardus answered quite calmly that he had known for a long time, since it was impossible not to notice. Rosalind was a person who was weak to everyone, and then suddenly became invincible. Then Calix asked if the prince thought that a demon could really have entered the girl's body. But His Majesty said that then she would not have tried to defend him so fiercely, which pleasantly surprised her brother. The prince remembered the day when he had snapped at an innocent miss, for which he was still ashamed. That's why Riccardi suddenly asked his brother not to tell his sister that he knew about her real appearance. This time, Calix did not ask why the prince needed it, but simply obeyed. When the young man left, the heir called Chloe to him, and they began to discuss the fact that Empress Float was losing her power. This happened, among other things, because Hakab somehow made her fall in love with him. Such events made Ricardus worry about civil wars. His assistant suggested that Ilibeni would hardly be affected by these events at all. Chloe stood up to leave and promised to keep an eye on the situation when the prince suddenly asked if she wanted to see her fiancé. But the girl turned around and replied that the meeting with Raymond could wait because she was busy. The prince's secretary shuddered at the thought of how cold this bride was, but the heir himself took the position of a lady. Here the assistant reminded that His Majesty could ask Chloe about what Calix had told them. A picture immediately appeared in His Majesty's mind of someone pushing Rosalind off the cliff on the day of her death. Moreover, the miss herself remembers little clearly, so no one can say anything about that day. The only thing was clear that the killer had no doubts before his attack, even though they knew each other. The fact that no one had yet given themselves away made Ricardus understand that they were fighting a dangerous opponent. According to Calix, it was not Rosalind who returned, but her reflection, but the lady's character did not change. However, even if the killer understood this, he continued to behave cautiously, which puzzled the prince. He understood that he had to unravel this matter as carefully as possible so as not to get into trouble himself. At this point, Calix arrived to talk to his father, Bertin, who immediately began to scold the boy. To this, the son asked his father whether he himself was not worried about his daughter, to whom the young man had gone. In response, the man furiously asked how the guy could even call that creature his sister. For the first time, Calix learned that his father had known about the girl's true appearance all this time, although the fact that the man himself had spread the rumor that the lady was a good demon indicated that he suspected something. However, the young man was still surprised that the Count, even without knowing anything about reflections, was able to draw his own conclusions. Calix reported that he felt as if the father did not visit his daughter because he knew nothing about her. To this, Bertin asked his son not to be so impudent and to stop clinging to this evil spirit. But the boy could now make his own decisions, so he had no intention of following his father's will. Then the Count reminded him that it was the boy's duty to protect his family and their home estate. Only Calix believed that it was the first prince who posed a threat to Ilibenia. Elpidio was truly willing to put the lives of everyone around him on the line just to get what he wanted. For some reason, the Count was sure that the first prince was a threat that could be controlled. Calix was greatly surprised when he heard that his father had no intention of allowing Ricardus to take the throne, and the man was really so stern that his face even changed dramatically. He remembered a situation many years ago when the emperor in his palace broke dishes out of indignation. The ruler was very worried that his influence was falling more and more, and he could not change anything. People around were whispering that Elpidio had long since surpassed his father and was much better. Because of the awakened hatred towards his own son, the ruler even overturned his comfortable chair. The emperor sincerely could not understand why people still attached so much importance to holy power. He turned to his faithful assistant Bertin to solve his problem. With madness and anger in his eyes, Reno asked if it was time for him to kill Elpidio. These words greatly frightened the Count, although all this rage was not directed at him at all. Seeing the confusion on his assistant's face, the ruler shouted even louder that he should protect him. Right now, the emperor was certain that anyone who threatened his power had to be executed. Bertin understood perfectly well that in reality the whole matter was not about the first prince at all. The ruler of Ilibenia wanted to continue ruling for as long as he saw fit. So, in order to save the emperor's son, the Count asked if he could find the boy, and Reno became interested. Then the assistant said that in ordinary families, children with impressive strength are most often found. All the other receivers were too weak and couldn't stand up to Elpidio, but this one can. The ruler liked this idea so much that he immediately ordered the Count to begin the search. Ultimately, Bertin had to find a child of about 7 years old, with silver or golden hair and good abilities. The man found such a boy quite quickly, and he immediately noticed the Count's approach. After looking at the child, the assistant immediately realized that he would be ideal for the role they needed. So, although the boy backed away from the man in fear, he still spoke to him. A little later, Bertin even found Ricardus a fake mother, but one of noble blood. The lady's father immediately met the Earl, as it was a great honor and a rare opportunity for him. He disliked his daughter because she was not married, but had given birth to a girl from someone else. The fact that Miss had a chance to become a member of the imperial family made her father proud of her. Bertin asked if the woman knew about her role, to which the old man replied that he had no intention of discussing such a thing with her. He believed that she was a hostage with a child in her arms, so she would have obeyed in any case. However, upon seeing the lady, the Count thought with fear that he should have told her about everything in advance, so that there would be no hysterics now. He pushed the boy towards the woman, internally anticipating possible tears and protests. But, to the Count's great surprise, the lady accepted the child without any problems and even smiled at him. She happily announced that her daughter Cestia now had a very handsome little brother. The boy, who was constantly bullied and bullied by everyone, did not expect such an outcome of events at all. When his current mother reached out to him with her hand, Ricardus, out of habit, cringed, afraid that he would be hit. But instead, the lady stroked the child's head, which forever charmed the baby. Leaning towards Ricardus, the woman said that she now had great hopes for him. Burton didn't know what this creation of an illusory family could lead to, but he hoped that their sacrifice would not be too great. However, it turned out that events occurred that even the Count was not able to predict. As a result, Ricardus was beaten by the woman he now considered his mother. She accused him of the fact that because of the prince, her only and beloved daughter, Cestia, died. Almost going mad with grief, the lady begged the young man to return the girl to her. But literally, a few moments later, she realized what she had done and began to ask her son for forgiveness. The mother admitted that she was so weak that she began to put all this sad burden of hers on him. Miss withdrew into herself very deeply, and 6 months later she drowned in an icy lake, and it was unclear whether it was by accident or on her own. As a result, young Ricardus had to bury 2 close people at once in a short time. When Bertin came to him to give him at least a little support, the prince suddenly shared his thoughts with the Count. He amazed the man with his guess that if it weren't for him, Elpidio would already be dead, which was true. Only now did Ricardus realize what he was really needed for, what had caused his anger. The emperor's assistant could not object to the guy's words because he was right. So the man simply remained silent and turned away, as he felt ashamed for ruining the boy's life. Because of this, Ricardus could not resist and laughed loudly and madly, releasing all his emotions. With a false smile, he noted that at first he was given everything he could only dream of. And then the tears of a young man fell on his shadow, regretting that everything had now been taken away from him. The heir asked if the Count remembered the day they first met, and he spoke of his strength. Bertin told the boy that he was born to become emperor, which was a lie. Only now, when it was too late, did Ricardus realize this with sadness in his soul. So he burst into tears and said that it was now that his true destiny had revealed itself. Currently, Nestor has fished out Lady Rosalind to pay his respects to her. The blonde was genuinely happy to see that the miss had returned safe and sound. But Rosa herself did not express any emotion, even when the guy said that he also received a title. She simply asked if Nestor wanted to fight again, which immediately made him blush. The blonde once again, just in case, asked the lady for forgiveness for his past behavior. He whispered that he was hoping for a confession from the girl, but she didn't care. Instead of consoling her, Miss simply turned around and walked away, leaving Nestor in complete shock. The thing is that Rosalind collected beautiful flowers and really wanted to deliver them to a certain person. She looked at the flower beds nearby and saw the plants that Calix had once given her. This brought back pleasant memories for the girl, so she smiled sweetly and snuggled up to the flowers. At this moment, one of the counts decided to make a tour of the area around the prince's room. Then he heard an incomprehensible rustling sound from above, which made the man raise his head. Imagine his surprise when he saw the white night-night with flowers on the tree. And this was Rosalind, who still ignored the doors and climbed up using her favorite method. The Count shouted from below at the miss, since she was supposed to be at the meeting, but he couldn't reach her. The lady took advantage of the fact that no one could enter without permission through the door to Ricardus, and entered through the window. Approaching the heir for whom these flowers were intended, the girl was surprised to discover that he was sleeping. Then Rosaline couldn't resist reaching out her hand to touch the prince's forehead. But before she could even touch His Majesty with her finger, he suddenly twitched in his sleep. He dreamed of the continuation of the story when his mother declared that because of her weakness, he would spend the winter alone. The woman really felt very sorry for Ricardus, but she could not cope with the loss of her daughter. This made the heir open his eyes and feel the same stroking on his forehead. Unexpectedly for himself, he saw the happy face of Rose in front of him, who was holding a bouquet. Ricardus even initially decided that he was still sleeping, although everything was too real. Sitting up on the sofa, the guy finally realized that he was not sleeping at all now, and the girl suddenly handed the prince a bouquet of wild flowers, which she had found somewhere. The heir inhaled the pleasant aroma and suddenly remembered the continuation of his other dream. Then he was riding with his mother in a carriage, and she said that he would have to wait until spring. The woman begged her son to endure the difficult winter because the season would change sooner or later. At that moment, the boy responded to her with a joyful smile and promised that he would wait with all his might. Unexpectedly for himself, Ricardus realized that he had finally waited for the arrival of that very spring. In front of him was Rosalind, who had no idea what the prince was thinking at that moment, and he reached out his hand to her face because he wanted to feel the warmth of her skin and the coolness of her hair. Then His Majesty, visibly blushing, admitted that he had missed the girl very much all this time. Hearing that the guy missed her, the miss blushed a little, although she did not feel embarrassed. Ricardus at that moment very calmly and confidently looked straight into the eyes of the girl in front of him. Then the heir turned his attention to the flowers and said that he considered them very beautiful. But in reality, this bouquet was very crumpled, although quite beautiful. The prince concluded that the lady had collected from the flower bed what the gardener had mowed, but he thanked her anyway. Then the girl, who had been watching the guy all this time, suddenly said that he was very handsome. These words pleasantly surprised His Majesty, who blushed noticeably because of them. Ricardus was about to return the compliment to the lady, but noticed how shabby she was now. So the prince barely managed to squeeze out a compliment, according to which the miss's eyes were very sharp. And then he added that her eyes were also very similar, which finally finished him off. A little later, when Rosalind had settled into her chair, the prince's assistant came into the office and was very happy to see her. The guy noticed that the lady really did look good already, just as people had told him. So he reminded the girl that she needed to tell Captain Nathan about her return, which she had not done yet. Ricardus listened to the assistant scold the lady a little and smiled cheerfully because of it. Finally, he asked the secretary to stop, explaining that the miss was already quite tired. Rose thought happily that she had gotten away with it in the end and continued eating with pleasure. Seeing this, His Majesty smiled contentedly and even accidentally blushed slightly for the umpteenth time. The heir's gaze was noticed by the assistant, and he was very surprised, as he could not believe that the prince liked this girl. And at that moment, Ricardus himself touched Rosalind's face, since there were crumbs left on it. The heir easily and deftly removed them, telling the girl about it, and the assistant was shocked again. But the secretary had no right to say anything to His Majesty, since it was his life. So all the guy could do was say that the prince wasn't looking for easy ways, which surprised him. The second remembered the words of Calix, who said that in front of them now was a reflection, the nature of which was unknown. The assistant remembered this and thought that the prince didn't even bat an eyelid when he heard such truth. Moreover, now observing the heir, it seemed to the secretary that Ricardus had even begun to treat the lady better. And indeed, never before had the guy been able to smile so calmly and radiantly in someone's company. Seeing that the prince could finally, at least in these moments, be truly happy, the assistant did not touch him. A little later, he reported to the heir that the fifth prince had secretly contacted Balta for some reason. Ricardus knew that Diaz had worked closely with Elpidio, but it was unclear whether he was acting on his orders. And the assistant himself suggested that this time the guy acted completely independently. This surprised the heir, because Diaz had always been the one who obediently hid in the shadow of the first prince. Lately, there have been many skirmishes in the palace between Elpidio and Ricardus over the crown. And the second understood perfectly well that the emperor would hardly allow someone who was not a blood heir to ascend the throne. Therefore, the prince considered the first one's attempts to overthrow him for some reason to be terribly funny and absurd. But, although the real heir was not determined, fierce competition all this time prevented other princes from entering the fight for the throne. However, there were still those who could pose a threat, such as Elpidio's younger brother named Thailand, or the fourth prince named Rahelens, who has now voluntarily renounced power. And all the other heirs were still too small or weak, so no one took them into account. Therefore, Ricardus could not understand whether Diaz had decided to take advantage of the prince's quarrels and take the throne himself. Rosalind, who had been silently listening to all these dialogues, did not even try to say anything herself. The assistant noticed that the lady had finally realized the seriousness of the situation and was therefore behaving as quietly as possible. But in reality, the girl was still very hungry, so that was all she thought about. Suddenly, the second prince stopped the conversation as he heard the lady's stomach growling. As soon as the guy asked if the miss wanted to eat, she immediately beamed and answered in the affirmative. Looking at this, the heir concluded that Rosalind was a very nice girl. So he allowed her to go and rest and eat, but the lady objected that she would guard the prince. Then the assistant remembered that it was now festival time, and the miss could take a walk around the city. He told Rosalind about the event, mentioning several times that there would be food available, but the girl still stubbornly declared that she had to protect the prince and would do so. However, it was clear from the lady's face that she wanted to go to a festival where there would be a lot of food. Then Ricardus took Miss with him and came to Nathan, saying that he wanted to go to the festival. The prince was forced to ask the captain whether he would allow him to go out into the city now. What surprised the man most was that it was Rosalind who volunteered to accompany His Majesty. To this, Ricardus explained that he had suddenly had some business to attend to, and the miss had kindly agreed to go with him. But right now, the captain couldn't just let go of the girl who was going to the festival. All because the miss never came to him with the report that all knights were supposed to carry out. As a result, it was only in the evening that the heir was able to wait for Nathan and Rosalind to finish everything. The man proudly announced that he had sped up the process, otherwise it would have taken them much longer. So Nathan asked the lady to reread the knightly charter once again upon returning from the festival. His Majesty understood that he could not help Rose in this matter, so he simply went to prepare for the exit. The captain was once again surprised that the second prince suddenly decided to go to the festival, but the man was not going to let the heir go without protection, so he assigned him a detachment of strong men. For some reason, even Levon, whom no one considered a target, joined this squad. Nathan also gathered, in addition to the knights of the highest rank, a lower, although still strong, group, and so very quickly a detachment of guards for the second prince was formed, which the heir did not ask for. Since Rosalind and Ricardus's hair was too visible, the assistant asked them to keep their hoods on. The Shadowless Night Festival itself was held on the day when the moon was at its brightest in the sky. But what impressed the lady most was the incredible amount of delicious food everywhere. His Majesty watched the girl with a smile, as he was pleased that she liked everything around her. But the prince himself was greatly troubled by something that, unfortunately, he could not fight now. The thing is, his security stood out from the crowd, although the guys themselves didn't notice it. As a result, the heir asked the boys to come up with nicknames for themselves and not to behave like military men. There was some chaos among the soldiers for a while as they actually chose their names, but Ricardus simply turned a blind eye to it. Then one of the assistants approached the girl who chose the name Rose and said that they were selling delicious meat around the corner. Unexpectedly for him, the lady suddenly rudely asked the man not to call her that anymore. At that very moment, the prince called Miss by exactly the same name, offering her a piece of shashlik. His Majesty, smiling, asked if the girl was hungry, since she had not tried anything for a long time. And to the assistant's great surprise, Rosa suddenly accepted the treat from Ricardus. While the lady was contentedly chewing the tasty meat, her gaze was drawn to something interesting on the counter. She noticed beautiful jewelry that attracted her with its shine and elegance. The prince immediately offered to buy the lady some, but she said that she had money herself. The girl remembered very well that if she did not pay, she could be arrested, which surprised the heir. In the end, Rosalind chose one of the two pieces of jewelry that she liked the most. The salesman remarked that the lady had good taste, since she chose everything so carefully. Ricardus also said that the thing the girl chose was very beautiful and cute. Suddenly, the miss declared that this decoration was very similar in color to His Majesty's eyes. The prince asked her if that was why she bought it, and the girl answered him in the affirmative. The heir was embarrassed and said that he often heard that his eyes were like precious sapphire. Then he pointed to another decoration on the counter, saying that it resembled Rose's eyes. The girl didn't even believe it, because she considered this color too beautiful for her eyes. As a result, Rosalind suddenly came to the conclusion that she too had very beautiful eyes, and Ricardus could not help but confirm this, although he did not expect such a confident statement from Miss. So he laughed merrily and nodded, since he himself generally believed that the lady had more than just beautiful eyes. The knights, watching their master, did not recognize him at all because of such sweet behavior. Then the same assistant made another attempt and shouted to the lady that there was delicious shashlik around the corner. This time, the miss finally gave in to the man's persuasion and followed him, leaving the prince alone. And taking advantage of this, Ricardus turned to the cellar and bought the green decoration. The lady herself was right now incredibly happy that she was able to find a huge and delicious shashlik. The girl was incredibly happy about this, so she was already anticipating exactly how she would eat it. Suddenly, Rosalind realized that she had been daydreaming too much and had ended up going somewhere completely wrong. Unlike the rest of the city, this part was not decorated with anything at all. However, Rose was absolutely calm and decided to eat for now and then sort everything out. However, the lady couldn't help but notice that there was no festival on these streets, which meant that she was lost. She remembered that if the knights suddenly split up, they would wait for each other in the main square. Suddenly, some unfamiliar guys called out to the lady, and they were clearly hostile. But as soon as they got closer to Rosalind, someone from behind gently put an arm around her shoulder. He put his arm around the lady so that she would be under his protection, and none of the guys dared to touch her. Rose didn't expect that on these dark streets someone would suddenly decide to stand up for her. But this guy was not a stranger to the lady, since she easily recognized the voice, which she had heard more than once. However, the guys themselves did not yet know who was standing in front of them, and therefore they were preparing for an attack. The prince realized that his mere secret appearance was not really a reason for the bandits to leave. So Diaz, for it was he, lifted part of his hood to meet the eyes of his enemies. At the same time, the guy looked so angrily at the stupid bandits, as if he really was going to kill them. Because of this masquerade mask, the boys mistakenly decided that this man came to them from the west. Diaz asked the bandits if they were waiting for him to introduce himself to them in person. So they asked for forgiveness and said that because of the darkness, they did not recognize the stranger as a prince. Rosalind didn't expect everything to end up so simply and easily resolved, but she wasn't at all against it. Then, when the danger had completely passed, the guy turned to the girl and asked if she was really lost. Since this was true, the prince volunteered to escort the lady back to the festival. As they walked, Miss felt a tense sense of unkind glances from almost all sides. But then Diaz told the girl that she didn't have to worry about the enemies around them. He explained that as long as Rosaline was near him, no one would dare approach her. It was unclear why the fifth prince was so confident in his words, but he still smiled. So Rose decided to trust her friend and stop worrying about being watched. Quite quickly, the guy led the lady to a road that led straight to the main square. He adjusted the mask, which no longer sat so comfortably on his face, and then took it off altogether. Diaz admitted that he still had things to do, so they would have to say goodbye to Miss. But the guy wasn't going to leave just like that, so he leaned towards the girl. He whispered to the lady not to tell anyone that they had seen her today. The guy laughed and said that he was also lost and didn't want anyone to know about it. Rosalind immediately believed her friend and promised that she would not tell anyone about their chance meeting. In response, the fifth prince smiled sweetly, as he was very pleased with the girl's words. Before leaving, he said goodbye to Miss, that he was glad that she was able to return alive. It was not the first time that Rose had heard such words, and knew that it was partly a manner of speech. However, the lady responded by saying that she was also glad that the guy was not hurt. Diaz was extremely pleased to hear such words, so much so that he even ended up blushing from embarrassment. And the Miss silently watched the silhouette of the guy, who was moving further and further away from her. She couldn't understand how the prince knew that no one would touch them in that dangerous area. In any case, it was time for the lady to return, and when she found her people, the assistant scolded her very much. The man stated that the prince was very unhappy without the lady, but another knight interrupted him just in case. At that moment, Ricardus himself called out to the girl, and she was very afraid that he would swear. But the guy surprisingly touched the Miss with care and asked if she was hurt. Rosaline said she was fine, but the heir looked around at the lady just in case. In the end, he personally became convinced that the Miss had indeed not been harmed while she was looking for a way to them. The lady was very surprised because the prince was not angry, but asked her about everything very gently. Since she never had to fight, the Miss replied that nothing like that happened. And suddenly after this, Ricardus's mood changed dramatically, and he became very strict. The guy said that he would tell the captain about the girl's negligence, which would make him unhappy. Rosalind was very frightened by this outcome, and began to beg the heir not to complain about her. Since the lady began to cling too much to the prince, the assistant pulled her away. Suddenly, they all froze as they saw the monks who had come to begin the ceremony. The men walked slowly and gracefully to the altar so that as many people as possible could see it. It was the first time Rosalind had seen anything like this, so she was extremely interested in learning as much as she could. Then a handsome young man, whom Ricardus knew well, came out on stage, taking off his hood. The young man's eyes flashed, looking around at everyone present with great curiosity. The prince noted with displeasure that this time the ritual was entrusted to the fourth prince, named Rahelans. Rose had never seen another prince before, and she would not have guessed that the guy was of royal blood. Meanwhile, the current high priest smiled cheerfully at everyone and said that it was time to begin the ritual. This annual national festival has traditionally always been attended by high priests. Raymond said that these guys read sacred texts to people and wished them happiness. and Ricardus himself was terribly unhappy that his brother was not acting seriously at the event. However, when the time came, the prince finally pulled himself together and began to read the ritual correctly. From the very beginning, he told the legend about how a shadowless night came to all the people, and the people, realizing that something very important was being read to them, began to pray together. And again, the heir did not like the intonation with which his brother spoke in front of everyone. Rahelans reiterated that the forces of the god of darkness once filled the entire world, and people had to face chaos. But the boy said that soon a hero descended to earth, who eclipsed the darkness with his light. He asked the crowd who he was talking about, but the people remained uncertainly silent, as they were afraid of making a mistake. Then, as if at a children's party, Rahelans himself shouted the name of Idalabhim, who was the god of light. Some little girl who didn't know the rules yet began to shout the name along with the priest. Rahelans noticed this and immediately praised the young miss, giving her a sacred book. The guy, without any embarrassment, said that there was a lot of gold in this book, so she could get good money for it. The high priest then blessed the day when the forces of light defeated the darkness. And then he began to pray that the god of light would continue to protect everyone from new attacks of darkness. True, the guy suddenly admitted that he himself was not sure about the existence of these two gods. Listening to his brother, Ricardus was horrified at how poorly he had conducted the ritual from a divine point of view. Rahelans even skipped one part of the story, saying that he was not at all interested in it. Only after all this did the priest finally bless all the inhabitants of this city in the name of the god of light. He asked people not to sin and to be healthy, then added that this was the end of the ritual. The prince asked the monks to distribute jugs of holy water to the residents, from which each person was to take a sip. A crowd of people immediately rushed past the heir in order to quickly experience this healing. One of the prince's assistants nervously noted that the fourth had finished his speech too quickly. Ricardus knew this himself, but he also knew that there was a part of him that his brother never ignored. Because of this, Rahelans personally blesses the water in the jugs for several weeks. Seeing how people drank the water with joy, Rosalind wanted to drink it too, but they explained to her that it would not work on her. At this moment, Ricardus suddenly remembered the situation again when the lady was badly injured. He realized that he wanted to save her so much back then that he gave up all his divine power. The prince was not sure that those two forces were able to resist each other then, but the effect was definitely there. However, only now did the heir realize that he could only have made things worse with his own hands. And the guy didn't even want to think about what he would do if Rosalind suddenly died. Therefore, His Majesty made a promise to himself to learn as much as possible about that dark force. He should have focused on researching the holy and dark energies completely. And Ricardus could do this only in the temple where his brother Rahelans carelessly served as the high priest. A few days later, Eberhard and Letitia were overjoyed with their new swords. Standing next to them were Rosalind and Raymond, who were the initiators of these gifts. They announced that the lady students were now officially knighted, which surprised both of them. The boy and girl blushed deeply because they thought they still had a lot to learn. The Lord said that according to custom, seniors in rank give good swords to juniors, which they did. Then Letitia and Eberhard thanked their mentor once again for all the time she spent with them. At the same time, Raymond himself, for some reason, remained on the sidelines, and no one said any good words to him. Suddenly, the student asked if the mistress could continue to teach them both at least something. To this, Rosalind responded with incredible desire that she would definitely help her former students. But then the Lord distracted the girl, reminding her that she actually had other important things to do. He led the lady to the parade ground, where a line of recruits had once again formed up in the hope of being chosen. Raymond was pleased that the newcomers were able to greet their seniors almost in sync, and then Sir announced to Miss that she again had to choose whom she would now teach. The guy said that she would definitely need new assistants, but the lady objected that she had not received any applications. To this, Raymond stated that Rosalind was so popular that no selection was necessary. The Lord told the girl that even many established knights idolized her, so he again asked Miss to simply choose the students she liked. The guy jokingly added that as soon as Rose made a choice, the newcomer would immediately fall at her feet. After this, the Lord immediately laughed, saying that this was just an example in his head and nothing more. But before Raymond could say a word, Rosalind suddenly approached one of the newcomers. The boy held a flower in his hand, so he handed it to the lady as soon as she approached him. Having looked at the plant, Miss immediately realized that it was as weak as the one who gave it to her. However, the child's aura told Rose that he was definitely not an ordinary person. Inside the newcomer's eyes, Miss saw a demonic entity, something she had encountered only for the second time. This circumstance awakened in Rosalind a great curiosity about this child with demonic powers. That's why she announced very loudly that she was choosing him as her new student. This unexpected statement shocked not only the boy, but also everyone around the girl. The boy blushed deeply when he realized that he would now be studying with Rosalind herself, after which, as Raymond had shown before, he quickly fell to his knees and thanked the lady for her choice. The Lord himself did not expect that the newcomer would take his words seriously and actually bow to the miss. Since Sir was now very nervous, he lost his temper with the boy a little and scolded him for sprawling on the floor. So the boy once again extended the flower to the lady, who herself did not notice how she dropped it. He said that he was giving it as a token of his respect for the miss, which he tried his best to show. Since the lady had no reason to refuse such a small gift, she accepted it. At this point, the other newcomers began to whisper angrily, as they did not approve of Miss's choice. Raymond noticed this in time, so he suggested that they leave quickly, since all their business here was finished. A little later, the Lord looked into the boy's personal file and learned that his name was Hesa and that he did not know how to fence. Moreover, the boy was very poorly acquainted with etiquette, which would make it difficult to teach him. Sir had already concluded that the girl would never be able to cope with such a bad student. He asked if Hesa realized the full responsibility that now fell on him. And the boy immediately replied that he would try very hard, although the Lord believed that this would not be enough. Sir explained that any careless actions by the child could bring shame on his teacher. Blushing to the ears, the newcomer said that he understood all this perfectly well and would try to prevent it. Then Raymond finally asked Rosaline what she thought about the boy's education. The lady calmly replied that her graduated students could help fill in the gaps in Hesa's knowledge. But the Lord was very dissatisfied with this answer, as he had been hinting with all his might that the miss should give up the boy. The newcomer himself looked at Rose with excitement, as he hoped that she would not change her mind about teaching him. And Rosalind actually said that she was ready for any difficulties in his training, so she would leave everything as it is. A little later, Hesa followed the lady and could not understand why she was confident about him. More than anything in the world, the boy wanted to be Rosalind's student, but he didn't believe that it would work out. He knew that Miss had accomplished many feats, even though she herself was a famous demon. Then the girl brought the boy to a place where no one would see them and asked him to show her his magic. Hesa had already made the decision to trust his teacher in everything, so he obeyed without question. Rosalind immediately noticed that the child's power was different from both her own and the Black Moon's power. For the first time, the boy saw someone admire his magic and not run away as quickly as possible. Then Hesa dared to ask the girl to show him her abilities. Rose was surprised by such a request, as she did not think that a newcomer would have the courage to ask for such a thing. However, she didn't see anything wrong, so she agreed, when suddenly she heard a strange sound. It turned out that it was Macaron who flew in through the window to be on guard, just in case. Hesa had never seen the teacher's friend, so he didn't know if she really existed. When the lady spoke with another reflection, she finally showed the little demon her magic. The boy, his mouth open, watched in surprise as Rosalind's powers spread across space like the starry sky. He had always mistakenly believed that demons were just horrible creatures that were incapable of anything beautiful. But what Hesa saw right now struck him to the depths of his soul with its magnificence. A little later, Eberhard went to the boy to be the first to meet him, as the senior in rank. He took advantage of his superior position and even patted Hesu on the head. Then the guy promised that he would try to teach the boy properly, although he was against it. The newbie was already blushing since he didn't like this teacher at all, unlike Rosalind. When Eberhard stroked his head once again, Hesa even doubted that he had really studied with Rosa. The guy felt some strange aura emanating from the boy and therefore removed his hand just in case. And at that moment, Hesa asked if the senior in rank should fight with him so that he could begin teaching. As a result, Eberhard ran to Letitia to complain about the impudent newcomer. The girl was disappointed because the guy had previously claimed that it was easy to make friends with a boy. The young man reported that the boy suddenly challenged him to a duel, and the lady was surprised that he had lost. Eberhard tried to explain that the moral victory was his, even though he did end up on the floor. The guy still couldn't believe that the boy was so strong despite his weak body. But what scared him most was the look Hesa gave the fake teacher after his victory. What hurt Eberhard the most was that in front of Rosalind the boy once again became sweet and harmless. So now he begged Letitia to take care of the newcomer herself, because he himself was afraid. The The girl responded by scolding the guy for the fact that he was supposed to teach him, but instead he got into a fight. Afterwards, she put her hand to her head and sighed as she understood that she could not leave her friend without help. At that moment, Calix was walking through the dark alleys of the city with his assistant, trying to find the demons. The gentleman was dissatisfied with the secretary because he had collected too little information before their trip. At least the boy knew where he needed to go, which made his brother's search easier. Calix came to the place where the secret battles were held because he knew that one of the demons was somewhere here. At that very moment, there was some fierce fighting going on, so much so that one of the guys was thrown into the net. At the same time, the people who were betting on him shouted in displeasure for the fighter to get up and fight on. The assistant couldn't believe that they had actually come all this way to such a terrible place. However, Calix was not going to stop without achieving his goal, so he asked the secretary to find the demon. And the guy quickly looked around and almost immediately found the entity they had come to. This creature turned out to be a middle-aged fighter, covered in scars and with prominent green hair. The assistant smiled as kindly as he could at the man as he came out to them. He even offered the fighter something to drink, but for some reason he immediately refused. Then Calix himself addressed the demon, asking for forgiveness for having summoned him so suddenly. The green-haired man immediately recognized from the silhouette's posture that one of the aristocrats was sitting in front of him. As soon as the brother removed the hood from his face, the man somehow immediately recognized him. Without any embarrassment, he shouted that in front of him was that same handsome and rich young man. The fact that the assistant could barely contain his laughter at the sight of this situation only made Calix even more angry. Eventually, the man introduced himself and said his name was Guyard and asked why they needed the demon. The young gentleman had been prepared for such questions in advance, so he was not at all surprised. But the fighter himself could not understand why the aristocrat needed to come to such a remote place to see him personally. After all, he knew that Calix's sister was a very powerful demon, from whom the guy could find out everything he needed. The brother himself understood that his behavior defied logic, but he was not going to back down. Calix guessed that he could come up with a bunch of versions that would ultimately deceive Guyred, but the guy didn't want to do that, so he honestly told the fighter that he wanted to prepare in case the situation worsened. When the man asked what the boy meant, he did not immediately answer, instead nervously tapping his finger on the chair. Only after a short time did Calix answer that he was afraid of war, and this greatly frightened Gyrd. Calix explained that this was precisely why he wanted to ask the fighter to convey his words to all the demons he knew. He swore on his sister's behalf that he would not force them to do anything, but that he would rely on their strength. At this moment, in the palace, Hesa was stubbornly trying to pronounce the words of greeting from the knights, and was still stumbling. In response, Letitia easily said her part of the phrase, and then introduced herself to the boy, since they had not yet met. The girl decided to take the training of the newbie seriously, so she took with her a list of requirements and rules. But before the lady could begin to listen, Hesa suddenly suggested that she fight him, as she had done with Eberhard. The guy, hearing that the newcomer was trying to fight again, almost attacked him, but Letitia stopped her friend. The girl guessed that although this demon looked frail, he concealed great strength within himself. So she insisted once again that today she would actually tell him about her duties. At this point, Eberhard's mouth was closed, so he could only show with signs how displeased he was. When Hesa asked again if the miss would not fight with him, she said that her family had one motto. He spoke about how women from her line never lose, and Letitia asked Hez about the meaning of this phrase. The girl said that this does not mean that they are very strong, because there is no person who cannot be defeated. She reported that even Rosalind constantly loses to her at chess, although she is superior in battle. Hesa could not understand the meaning of the motto because it said that women never lose. Then the lady explained that it meant that one must understand when the time for battle has come, and only then fight to the end. Letitia even pointed her finger forward when she explained to the newcomer the full meaning of the phrase she had said. Then the girl added that now Hese did not need to fight with her or Eberhard. She pointed a list of duties at the boy and declared that he was to help Rosalind. That was why they were all here. The boy realized that no matter how good he was in battle, right now he was still losing. Therefore, he obediently lowered his head, thereby admitting his defeat before his superior. Hesa sincerely apologized for his past stupidity and promised that he would try to study. Letitia was very pleased with the work done, but Eberhard did not believe that everything could be so easy. At that moment, Ricardus, accompanied by his squad, went to the temple and called out to Rosalind on the way. Raymond and Alter, who were riding ahead, immediately began to eavesdrop on the dialogue between these two. So the Lord heard the lady say that her new student had hair the same color as the wine that she had recently drunk with the prince. The heir himself had not yet noticed that they were being eavesdropped on, so he conducted the conversation in a relaxed manner. But the girl noticed that Sir was going to tell her something that she didn't like at all. So, before anyone could stop her, she turned around and crouched on her horse, preparing to jump. And then Rose suddenly burst into the prince's carriage through the window, which the guy did not expect at all. When curses were heard outside, Miss simply drew the curtains and said that now they would not be disturbed. While the heir was trying to understand what was going on, Rosalind turned to him. She came closer and said that she had something she wanted to tell him, which made Ricardus blush even more. As the girl came closer and closer, the prince closed his eyes, although he himself did not know what he was expecting. And Rose suddenly whispered that her new ward was a demon, which greatly shocked the heir. However, the lady hastened to assure him that the boy was not from the Black Moon, so it was possible to cooperate with him. A little later, Ricardus did not kick the miss out of the carriage and asked if she had gone to the main temple. The girl remembered that this really happened, and beautiful pictures of that place immediately appeared in her head. Suddenly, Rosaline heard the ringing of a bell, and her face changed dramatically for no apparent reason. The second prince himself was not at all alarmed when he noticed the monks ringing the bells. But for some reason the girl was very scared of something and began to whisper that it was time for her to run away from here. Images appeared before her eyes of herself, together with the crowd desperately running somewhere. Then the girl was called out by Ricardus, who noticed that something was clearly wrong with her. But without saying anything, she suddenly stood up abruptly, which frightened the heir even more, who did not expect this. And then the lady suddenly jumped up with all her might, causing her to hit the ceiling of the carriage, which the knights noticed. As a result, Miss had a huge bump on her head from such a strong blow, even though she was a demon. His Majesty asked Rosalind solicitously if her head hurt much, and she could only nod in response. Then the prince consoled the girl, saying that she shouldn't have jumped up so abruptly and not thought about the consequences. And the lady still could not understand why her body reacted so strangely to the sound of the bell. She didn't know what images popped into her head or where she should run. Soon the entire detachment arrived at the temple, where Ricardus was immediately greeted respectfully by the monks. The heir did not expect to be shown such an honor, so he stood awkwardly in place. In the end, he stood his ground and said that he only wanted to see the high priest, who was his brother. However, the monks continued to insist with all their might that the prince confess, since he had not been to them for a long time. As usual, Rosalind entered the temple along with the White Knight squad, but the lady felt uncomfortable here. Although she behaved according to etiquette, Miss still noticed angry glances in her direction from all sides. The girl could not understand the reason for this attitude towards her, because she had not done anything bad. Suddenly, the guards blocked the lady's path with their weapons, lowering their blades right near her throat. The prince and his closest assistants immediately noticed this, so they all turned around. But this didn't help Rosalind in any way, since for some reason she was still not allowed forward. His Majesty asked what the guards were doing, and they replied that they were simply enforcing the laws of the temple. One of the knights reported in more detail that since ancient times demons have not been able to pass through the sacred gates. Ricardus already knew who Rosalind was, but he didn't want to reveal it to her, so he hesitated. Then the prince asked whether Idilabim himself had told the monks to obey this law. When the guards said that they were simply told to follow orders, the heir even raised his voice. He remembered the legend, according to which, long ago, a light illuminated people and gave them happiness. And now it has become known that for some reason demons were also forbidden to enter the temple of the priests. Since the guards were unable to give a clear answer, Ricardus said that there are no eternal laws. He came closer and reminded that men were obliged to obey the will of the emperor, who served the god of light. The prince said that the ruler himself personally appointed this lady to his ranks, but the guards would not let her through. When the heir said that by pointing weapons at his people they were threatening him personally, the guards could not object. So His Majesty threw the weapon back at the men, and they bowed to him in fear. The guide then approached the lady with concern and asked if she was okay, to which Rose replied in the affirmative. The squad immediately ran up to the miss and began to console her, and the secretary even got a cookie from somewhere. While she was being petted and fed, Rosalind did not say a word, but she deliberately turned around to face the guards. She was finally able to understand that for some reason, all these people considered her their enemy by default. A little later, Ricardus approached one of the priests to ask where Rahelens was. In response, the man bowed and said that the guy was not feeling well, so he would not receive guests. But the heir did not believe these words because he knew how lazy his brother was. But before going to meet the priest, His Majesty suddenly gave the order for Rosalind to go away. He explained that he did not want Miss to hear the dialogue, and therefore asked Raymond to take her away. Although the prince felt sorry for doing this to the girl, he could not yet tell her the truth. But the heir allowed the lady to use force if necessary, although Nathan was against it. So the captain asked Raymond to protect Rose if it was suddenly necessary. The Lord was already ready to take action, and therefore was very happy because he had not done anything for a long time. But to the captain's horror, the prince did not agree with his actions and asked to notice Raymond. In the end, Sven, whom she barely knew, went with Rosalind, although the guy was very delicate in communication. He immediately noticed that the girl was worried by the fact that people everywhere were angrily whispering that she was a demon. The guy immediately suggested that Miss leave if she felt uncomfortable, but Rose didn't want to. They went outside when suddenly a familiar voice called out to the girl. It turned out that the fifth prince had also come to the temple and was now very happy to meet the lady. Diaz immediately noticed that Rosalind was somehow unwell, and she admitted that she did not like the atmosphere. The boy instantly understood what the miss meant when he looked at the monks around him. So he asked Sven if he would allow him to take the girl away from this place. The fifth prince explained that there was a park in the backyard where they would be together because it was rarely visited. As a result, the knight let the two acquaintances go, and the guy brought the girl to a quiet and peaceful place. Rosalind thanked His Highness sincerely, which surprised him, since he did not think he had done anything important. But the lady said that she already felt much better in this place, for which she was grateful to the guy. In response, Diaz smiled sweetly and said that he was very glad if he really managed to help. Suddenly, the guy reached out and touched the girl's hair, then said that she really looked a lot like her. The lady didn't expect to hear such words from the fifth prince, so she stood there uncertainly. Still, after a few seconds, Rosalind dared to ask what he meant by these words, and Diaz, suddenly becoming very serious, added that the miss was very similar to the one he knew before. Rose had already managed to get quite scared when the prince suddenly finally announced that she reminded him of his dog. The lady didn't understand what was going on, and the guy quickly explained that he had a puppy when he was a child. He loved this cheerful little dog whose name was Aoife very much and often played with her near the house. True, she often tore up his homework or broke snowmen if he left something unattended, but the girl still couldn't believe that she looked like a cute puppy. Meanwhile, Diaz said that one day Aoife caught a cold and wheezed all the time, not even showing interest in food. And so that day, no matter how angry he was for all her pranks, the boy still prayed for the puppy to get well. Only now did Miss finally understand that Diaz liked the dog and that he was not trying to insult her at all. The fifth prince smiled sweetly when he saw the thoughtful expression the girl had on her face. In the end, the guy couldn't resist and grabbed the lady by the cheeks, wanting to have some fun with her. And then he lightly squeezed her cheeks with his palms, which Miss had not expected at all. And His Majesty himself smiled cheerfully, saying that the miss was as annoying as his puppy. At this time, Ricardus was finally allowed into Rahelen's room, and he greeted his brother listlessly. The priest nevertheless jumped up and said that if the heir had warned of his arrival, he would have met him. To this, the second prince stated that he had spoken of his arrival and looked around, noticing the filth in which the boy lived. Rahelens himself realized that he needed to at least tidy up a little, and so he picked up the books from the sofa. When Ricardus said that he saw his speech at the festival, the guy immediately blushed and honestly admitted that he was embarrassed by it. But the heir decided to remain silent about the fact that if the emperor had seen this sermon, he would have killed his fourth son on the spot. The high priest suddenly asked if he had managed to look majestic, but the prince did not think so. Here, Rahelens remembered that he actually had a guest, and so he decided to treat him to something. Ricardus said that there was no need for this, but his brother did not listen to him and had already started looking for something. Eventually, he found some semblance of food, but he wasn't sure if it was still edible. The second prince suddenly remembered that originally there were 6 princes and 7 princesses in the emperor's family, and he and his sister could not trust anyone until one day one of the brothers approached them. He showed genuine interest in the newcomers and even invited them to have tea together many times, although he could have been punished. And this time the fourth prince began the dialogue by pouring tea for his brother as he had many times before. Then the priest asked what brought the heir to the main temple because he could not have come just like that. At this, Ricardus turned away thoughtfully, since he still did not know how to formulate his question correctly. Then he asked what the power of the demons who also live among them is. Rahalens chuckled and said that he didn't expect his brother to forget all the lessons they were taught about demons. He suddenly asked if Ricardus had learned anything about the Night of the Blessing, and he had indeed found new information in Balta. The second prince guessed that the fourth already knew everything, and he explained with a grin that it was not for nothing that he was the high priest. Then the guy admitted that very few people know the truth, and even he heard part of it from the teacher and learned part of it himself. When the boy mentioned his teacher, the heir became worried as he had heard about this story. His mentor was the high priestess Vindit, who taught many children her craft. But soon it became clear that she was not an ordinary person, but the head of a heretical sect. As a result, the old woman faced the death penalty, and her place was taken by Rahalens as the former fourth prince. Initially, people thought it was a bad idea, but the guy started throwing tantrums. He claimed that he had no idea what his mentor was doing, so he was not guilty. And now, Ricardus reminded his brother that he had claimed to know nothing about the teachings of Windit. At this, Rahalens laughed, saying that he had been with her for so many years and could not help but know about such a thing. However, the boy said that his mentor did not create a new religion or spread it. According to legend, the White Knight cannot be the product of holy power alone. It also required demonic power. But Ilibenia has long been thirsty for domination over the world and therefore drove out all the demons. The teacher tried to tell the truth, and that is what she ended up paying for with her life. Brother asked if Ricardus knew that the White Knight began thanks to the power of the imperial family, which he confirmed. And then Rahalens asked whose family possessed demonic power and where these people disappeared to, which surprised the second. It was only now that he realized that those with holy powers were simply being born all over the continent. But never before had Ricardus thought about demons in exactly the same way, which made him sad. Rahalens got his attention again and asked him to pay attention to just one thing. It was now that a powerful demon appeared among them, whose name was now known to everyone. So the fourth advised his brother to be careful if he wanted to protect the lady, which surprised the prince. Ricardus noted that the priest had changed a lot since their last meeting, and the boy agreed with him. Then he asked that no one tell his secret, and the monk smiled slyly in response. The priest admitted that now he wants the second one not to be harmed, even if he has to take the risk. After this, their conversation was over, and the heir was pleased that he had learned even more than he had planned. His Majesty's head was splitting from the excess of information, but now was not the time for that. Suddenly, he saw Sven alone and asked the guy where he left Rosaline. The knight explained that the fifth prince wished to spend time with the girl, so he did not interfere. But this news really scared Ricardus because he didn't expect this. He angrily asked how Sven could so easily trust the lady to a stranger. The knight tried to explain that Diaz was not a stranger, but the prince looked at him so terribly that he fell silent. Ricardus himself hurried as quickly as possible to the backyard, where the miss was now. Imagine his surprise when he saw that Rosalind and Diaz were suspiciously close to each other. Moreover, the guy seems to be deliberately reducing the distance between them with every second. What frightened His Majesty most was that these two now resembled a real couple in love. And the fifth prince continued to feed Rose as if nothing had happened, and she did not resist at all. This situation made Ricardus even more angry, although he didn't even suspect that he was jealous. The heir, barely containing his anger, whispered how dare his brother talk to Rosalind like that. In order not to ruin everything himself, the prince turned to his faithful assistant and asked him to disturb that idol. The boy, clearly not understanding what was happening, asked His Majesty if this was what he had taught him. At that moment, Rosalind noticed the group approaching and looked at them with obvious seriousness. Everyone was surprised when the girl suddenly stood up, because no one had yet had time to ask her to come over. But for some reason, the lady moving had an incredibly harsh atmosphere that frightened everyone around her. While she was walking, Rose suddenly pulled out a small stone from the rock near her, but it was unclear for what purpose. Suddenly, the lady threw the stone with all her might, and it flew a few centimeters from Ricardus's face. But the girl was not aiming at the prince, but at one of the monks behind him. The blow hit the guy right in the forehead, and he immediately lost consciousness, fell to the ground, and did not move anymore. His Majesty looked at this incident with fear, once again realizing how strong the miss was. And Rosalind explained her actions by saying that she felt that it was the prince's hired killer. From this, the heir concluded that the timid and quiet Diaz could not have harmed the girl at all. He looked at the boy's face and found that he was glowing with delight and did not look like a villain at all. Upon her return, Rosalind came to the captain because she had to submit her reports. As soon as she entered, the girl immediately said the required greeting and then noticed something strange. Nathan, although he responded to the lady with a greeting, was himself very much fascinated by the cat, which he constantly stroked. The lady immediately recognized this animal as Macaron, which surprised her greatly. Nathan himself said that this cat followed him absolutely everywhere and constantly ate food only from his hands. Miss didn't expect that Macaron would deliberately cuddle up to the captain so much for some reason. However, the girl said that she had brought a report about the trip that she needed to prepare. Nathan praised the lady for just returning and already trying to work as much as possible. Rosaline had nothing more to say to the man, so she politely bid him farewell with that. Before leaving, the cat meowed after the lady, from which the captain concluded that the animal also liked Rose. Walking along the corridor, the lady thought about those festivals that Calix had once mentioned to her. During them, the day of the foundation of the empire was taking place, so the brother warned that the sister might be very busy. In 1 month, nightly fights, hunting competitions, and a ball on the day of the foundation were to be held. Calix also reported that weddings were often held at this time, when suddenly a letter appeared in front of his nose. It turned out that Raymond had decided to use this method to invite Rosalind to his own wedding. The girl was surprised by the invitation and immediately accepted it, as she was happy to attend. The Lord said that he promised his bride to have a wedding immediately after his safe return from Balta. Chloe made the guy promise that he would return safe and sound, and he kept his word. After hearing all this, the girl sincerely congratulated her friend, who was soon going to find his happiness. Lady Raymond was moved by her congratulations and said that he would like her to give a speech at their wedding. But Calix stopped the sir rather abruptly and asked him to think over this proposal again. This is exactly what Rose remembered now as she walked down the corridor and thought about the festival. Suddenly, a tall and strong man walked past the lady, whom she did not immediately notice. Without any doubt that it was right, the girl immediately recognized this man as her own father. And before her was indeed the stern Count Bertin, who barely glanced at this lady, whom he no longer considered his daughter. The man suddenly said that he felt strange communicating with a lady who was no longer actually his child. He then asked how exactly Miss recognized him, and Rose replied that she had been told a lot about her father. But what told the girl best that it was the Count in front of her was his truly stern face. Suddenly, the man said that the Miss would continue to suffer as long as she was in the second prince's squad, which surprised her. Bertin stopped and asked Rosalind anxiously if she would continue to defend Ricardus. He admitted that he did not know what the creature was that occupied his daughter's body, but the girl didn't expect that Bertin would be so sure that she would eventually die. The Count remembered what he had seen in the days after the prince's delegation had returned and they had been searching for the bodies. The area he explored seemed to have been blown up many times, after which it had changed greatly. Bertin realized with horror that there had been a terrible battle here, but was glad that his daughter was safe at Vista Manor. Since the Count was still worried about the girl, he decided to go to her as soon as possible. On the way, the man recalled how Rosalind had once left home, against her father's wishes. The lady stubbornly wanted to protect the second prince, although the Count threatened that she would eventually die. But in response to all of Bertin's words, Miss confidently stated that she had already decided everything a long time ago and would not change her mind. Both father and daughter understood perfectly well that they would most likely never see each other again. However, the man was unable to ask the girl again, so she left as planned. But now Rosalind suddenly declared that she would not die at all, which she did not do last time. This unshakable confidence greatly surprised the Count, since he did not expect such an answer. And the lady suddenly reminded that the man helped to hide the fact that she was already different, but he replied that it was not for her sake. Realizing that her father was doing too much just for the honor of the family, Rosa asked him if he was sad. To this, the man replied that Rose had ceased to be his daughter since she left home. But the girl repeated her question about sadness again, and this time Bertin could not answer so easily. Instead, he changed the subject and asked why the lady was so protective of the second prince. A few months ago, Rosalind would have answered this question very easily because she had a responsibility. But now she couldn't find a precise answer, so she thought about it, and the silence between them dragged on. Then the Miss asked why the father was defending his lands, which made the Count puzzled. However, he was able to answer quite quickly that he was doing it because they were dear to him, and the lady liked the answer. So she pressed her hands to her chest and replied that she too was protecting Ricardis because he was dear to her. On hearing this, the Count was so astonished that he could not speak a word for several minutes. And then he asked in amazement, because he was scared and curious at the same time, what kind of creature the girl really was. Miss remembered that for the first time to such a question, she calmly answered that she was a reflection or a shadow. But now, smiling sincerely, the girl proudly declared that she was simply Rosalind. A little later, when the Count's family arrived at the restaurant, all the waiters were in complete shock. The thing is that no one expected such a noble family to appear in an ordinary establishment. The service staff was also very confused by the fact that a cat came along with the people. For some reason, only Calix noticed the confusion around him, causing him to blush. He immediately joined the family on purpose when he discovered that the father had invited his daughter to dinner. In the end, the guy noticed that the only thing missing from their feast was a mother, so that it would be a family affair. Noticing that Rosalind was still hesitating and looking at the menu, he asked if she had decided what she would order. The lady answered in the affirmative, and the brother realized that such an atmosphere would certainly give him indigestion. He hadn't seen his father for a long time after their last fight, which made him feel awkward. Therefore, the guy could not understand what the reason for their unexpected meeting was. While everyone was silent, Rosalind managed to feed Macaron some meat, which made her extremely happy. Suddenly, the father told his children that for some reason he had a bad feeling about his future. Then the girl and the boy almost simultaneously advised the Count to be more careful if he was worried. The man looked at them and remained silent, as his anxiety did not subside even with words. Suddenly he stood up and told Calix that he had told his mother everything about the current rose. The brother did not expect this, although he understood that now it would be difficult to hide the essence of the lady from Madame. He was very afraid that this could be a strong blow to his mother, although she should have been able to cope. Bertin advised his son to simply write a few letters to his mother to console her. The Count himself had no intention of going to see his wife yet, although he had not seen her for so long that he might have forgotten her face. Suddenly he turned to Rosalind, who was still feeding Macaron. The Count, without saying a word, approached the lady and extended his hand to her face, but she did not move. Then he abruptly tore their family ring from the girl's neck, but the lady still did not resist. But Calix jumped up on the spot because he understood how important this thing was for their family. Bertin held his daughter's family ring in his hand and wondered what he should do with it now. The man had a thought that if it were possible to turn back time, how would everything turn out? However, the Count no longer wanted to look back at the past and be afraid of anything because of it. So he suddenly dropped to one knee in front of Rosalind and gently took her hand in his. Continuing to hold Miss's hand, the man said that he would firmly defend his empire. And then he put the family ring on her finger and asked the girl to protect hers in return. The lady was incredibly happy that the Count for some reason decided to support her. And at that moment, Hakob was approaching Ilibenia, which he was glad about since he wanted to see Rosalind. Even after several days, the lady still remembered her father's words about her need to protect her own. The girl did not fully understand what exactly the man meant by her own Ilibenia, but quite often she glanced at the second prince, who was thoughtfully riding in the carriage. His Majesty was uneasy about the fact that Hakob was approaching his state, but there was no more news. So the heir promised himself to find out something about the guests from Balta by any means necessary. All he knew so far was that the prince had left his country with the princess. What bothered Ricardis most was that he didn't know what exactly Hakob was planning now. In addition, the prince was worried about the situation between Rosalind and the son of the ruler of Balta. The second prince had no desire at all to bring Miss to meet Hakob, although it was necessary, because a demonic power user would be very useful in this strange meeting. Here the lady met the prince's gaze and immediately smiled sweetly at him, waving her hand. When they arrived, Hakob immediately greeted Ricardis joyfully, as if he were an old friend. He rushed forward and hugged the guy tightly, although the guy was clearly not very happy about it. The heir, out of politeness, sullenly hoped that the son of the ruler of Balta was doing well. Suddenly, the foreign guest moved back a little and looked straight into the second prince's face. And then he said that Ricardis was as wonderful as ever, which didn't surprise Hakob. Having shown all the necessary attention according to etiquette, the son of the ruler of Balta turned his gaze behind the prince's back. There stood Rosaline, who, as a knight, had no right to speak to anyone now. Hakob confidently walked towards the girl to quickly hug her as a greeting. Suddenly, Raymond jumped straight into the arms of His Highness, thereby preventing him from getting close to the lady. The Lord immediately began to ask the guy how he was doing and how he got to Ilibania. This conversation prevented Huckab from getting to Rosalind, which was exactly what Sir wanted. A little later, the son of the ruler of Balta expressed his insincere regret that Ricardus was attacked. To this, the prince politely thanked the guy, although he knew that he was just pretending. Here, Huckab turned immediately to the prince and the lady behind him, for he had heard that they had routed the attackers. He asked Miss to personally tell him what happened then, what surprised her. But the heir shielded the girl with his body and said that she would not talk. He explained that Rosalind was currently acting as a bodyguard, so she was not allowed to talk. Huckab responded to this by saying that he was very saddened by such a statement, since he had expected something different. However, he was not going to give up so easily, as he wanted to get to Miss with all his might. The prince noticed the guest's reaction, and did not believe that he had come to Ilibania only for the girl. The heir racked his brains, wondering what the guest's true intentions were. For some reason, the more Ricardus talked to Huckab, the more worried he became. He knew that he would not be able to find out anything from the prince, so he headed quickly to the princess. Although the girl didn't have much information about the Black Moon, Ricardus still found the meeting with her useful. But, just like with Huckab, the prince could not understand what his sister Ganje was thinking. Meanwhile, the princess came closer to the heir and kissed him on the cheek as a greeting. Suddenly, the lady declared that the prince had become even more handsome than he had been, which she could not help but notice. Ricardus had already heard this from her brother, but he still complimented the girl back. At this moment, Rosalind watched as Ganje got too close to the heir. For some reason, she felt uncomfortable about this, when suddenly the captain called out to her, as it was time to go. While everyone was taking their seats, the maid carefully poured tea into mugs. Suddenly, a security guard walked past her very carelessly and painfully hit the girl with his shoulder. Then they stood behind the princess, still silently continuing to create an oppressive atmosphere. Ricardus thought with displeasure that Ganja's guards had, for some reason, too many weapons. The princess noticed the prince's displeasure and said that she could not drive the people away because they did not obey her. When Sister Hakaba called the guards demons, the heir looked at Rosalind with alarm. Unlike those who had received the power of the shard, the real demon was very difficult to detect. It was just unclear why Kakab had brought the improved soldiers with him. Moreover, the prince did not understand why the princess told him this useful information, and Ganja herself smiled very sweetly at the heir, pretending to be innocent. Suddenly she said that these guards will not harm anyone. They are only here to irritate her. The girl said with a laugh that she found it very funny to watch their stern faces. Ricardus tried to maintain a polite expression, but he still did not understand what the lady was getting at. At this point, one of the guards advised Ganja not to talk so much about them. But the lady gave Ricardus another clue, saying that there were no spies of her brother here. She suddenly asked if the guard couldn't keep in touch with Hakab from a distance, because that was disgusting. The guard once again hinted to the girl to calm down, and Ganja yawned sadly in response. The heir noticed that despite all the princess's bold words, her guards still controlled her. His Majesty suggested that Hakab had severely restricted the Miss's actions. Ganja herself stood up, ending the dialogue, and said that her brother would not do anything to her. Afterwards, the girl nevertheless finished the meeting with Ricardus, since it was already high time for her to go. When the ceremonial event began, the heir stood at a distance from everyone with a glass of wine. Suddenly, Brother Levon approached him and had some message for Ricardus. And indeed, the guy whispered that a delegation from the state of Raksha had arrived. It became known that Bethlehem Float had finally lost the war after so many months of resistance. His Majesty immediately became interested in who took the place of the new Bethlehem in the state of Raksha. Suddenly, the servants announced that a new Bethlehem had arrived from Raksha, and a child appeared before everyone. Moreover, seeing the number of people looking at him, the boy was clearly scared. He blushed noticeably and lowered his head down so as to be noticed as little as possible. Ricardus, seeing this, thought that the Raksha aristocracy had clearly gone mad. He also looked towards Hakab since he was well acquainted with the defeated Floet. But the guy didn't have a trace of sorrow on his face because of all these events that had happened. Moreover, he was not afraid to once again make contact with the state that he had almost destroyed. But before the son of the ruler of Balta could approach the boy, he heard some strange knocking. And the child himself was very happy about this sound, since it was well known to him. It turned out that a relative of the little Bethlehem man, who was a regent, came to see him. Ricardus did not know this old woman, but from her clothes he understood that she was from the royal family. Grandmother had a gloomy look, small stature, but great inner strength. But Hakab immediately recognized the regent as a former Bethlehemite named Dimma. During her reign, she united her small state and led it to unprecedented greatness. Since Floet was now overthrown, Raksha chose a new ruler and handed over power to him. But since the boy was still too young, Dimma was assigned to him so that she could teach him everything. The old woman should have retired long ago, but she still became the regent of the new Bethlehem. The prince realized with displeasure that his grandmother's presence would greatly complicate his whole business. But Ricardus was pleased that finally Hakab, who destroyed Raksha, would get what he deserved. While the boy and the old woman with the child stood and looked at each other, no one knew what would happen next. Unexpectedly, Hakab, as usual in his manner, smiled very happily and declared that it was an honor for him to meet the new ruler. The boy clearly did not expect his enemy to be the first to go on the offensive, but he reacted calmly. He very politely replied that he was also glad to meet the prince in this crowded place. The prince then turned to the woman, not knowing what to call her, but she said that she was now simply regent. The old woman felt with her whole body her superiority over the guy who had charmed her granddaughter Floet. She calmly said that she was also glad to meet the Prince of Balta, since they had not yet met. Suddenly, the regent surprised Hakaba with the suggestion that he was expecting someone else entirely. Ricardus, who had been watching this dialogue, was again glad that his enemy had been pushed against the wall. Although Balta's heir tried to pretend that everything was fine, Dimma was clearly threatening him. Suddenly, the old woman silently and deliberately dropped her cane on the floor, which everyone immediately noticed. Hakab realized that this was a provocation, and now he had to bend down to help. Since he had no other choice, the guy began to raise the stick as politely as possible. Dimma also intelligently thanked the enemy for helping her, although she gave off a threatening vibe. The woman suddenly leaned over and said that she hoped that Hakab would come to their country someday. Hearing that Float would also be glad to see him, the prince realized that prison awaited him in Raksha. The regent, meanwhile, reported that her state remembers both the good and the evil that is done to it. Dimma also added, looking angrily at the guy, that she personally always pays the bills. This look made the prince break out in a cold sweat, because for the first time he felt so scared. Even today, countries continue to wage wars among themselves for various reasons. The union of small nations was cemented by a ruler called Bethlehem, and the remaining leaders began to be called Zertai. But at some point, the unity began to crack, as the rulers could not agree among themselves. And this continued until the young and stern Dimma finally ascended the throne. The young empress gave a lot of money to people from the royal treasury, where it had been accumulating for centuries. It turned out to be such a huge amount that people could even build a new country. As a result, many voluntarily bowed their heads before their new and wise ruler. This is how Dimma very cleverly revived her almost fallen country. But Kakab interfered in the peace of the state, and because of this, a civil war broke out there. And now the regent was looking at the guy so angrily that even Ricardus, who was standing at a decent distance, could feel it. Due to such tension, the prince's improved security stood behind him just in case. After this, Kakab left the room, and the second prince watched him with an anxious look. Then he looked at the representatives of the Raksha state, for it was impossible not to notice them. It was just unclear who would be the first to decide to speak with the new Bethlehem and its regent. Suddenly, in full view of everyone, Calix boldly moved towards the rare foreign guests. It was clear from the guy's face that he was determined and had no doubts at all. Realizing exactly where the young man was heading, Ricardus ran forward and immediately stopped him. The prince asked with concern whether Calix had thought carefully about his decision. Rosalind's brother didn't expect anyone to stop him, so he froze in place. Then the guy suddenly smiled cheerfully and asked the heir not to worry about him. But despite the young man's cheerful words, His Majesty only became more afraid for him. And Calix himself, as if nothing had happened, walked across the entire hall towards Bethlehem and the regent, while people watched him. Neither the old woman nor the boy showed any hostility towards the guy who came up to talk to them. From a distance, Ricardus couldn't understand what exactly Rosa's brother was talking about with the guests right now. But suddenly, the serious expression on the face of the new ruler of Raksha, for some reason, changed to a joyful one. The heir was very surprised by this circumstance because he could not have expected anything like this. All the other guests in the room also noticed that everything was perfectly fine with Calix. The whole point was that initially the guy addressed the foreign old lady very politely. He bowed and said that he was the eldest son of her granddaughter and his name was Calix. People around immediately heard this and were completely shocked that the young gentleman was Dimma's relative. When His Majesty heard about this, he was as amazed as everyone else present. Ricardus knew that he himself was to blame for not asking Calix about his pedigree. Suddenly, it dawned on the prince that Rosalind was also the great-granddaughter of the former ruler of Raksha. His Majesty was tense because the situation around the girl became even more incomprehensible. Here, the assistant asked whether Dimma would accept that her blood flows in the representatives of another country. At that moment, the old woman herself gently grabbed Calix by both cheeks to squeeze him. The former ruler admitted that she really sees traits of her granddaughter in the guy. Ricardus didn't even know if it was lucky that his grandmother acknowledged such a partial relationship. A little later, Calix took his relatives with him, and the boy admitted that it was difficult for him at the meeting. But Bethlehem was very glad to have met the descendant of its regent, which it did not expect at all. When Rosalind and Calix's mother got married, she changed her name from Rakshi to the local one. However, Burton did not forget his wife's past, and often called her by her real name. Suddenly, Dimma asked why no one from the boy's family was at the official event. The boy replied that his father was unable to come, to which the old woman began to grumble that he was always busy. Dimma angrily remarked that the Count did not take sufficient care of her granddaughter, and her brother realized that she did not love his father very much. Calix guessed that this was the reason the Count might have had a bad feeling, when suddenly the regent called out to him. The young master didn't expect the old lady to ask when she could see Rosalind. The former ruler immediately noticed that for some reason the guy did not immediately find what to answer her. The brother really hesitated because he was afraid of losing the favor of a relative who could be useful. Finally, he reported that Rose served in the prince's personal guard and could not leave her. So, although very worried, Calix nevertheless offered to accompany his grandmother to Ricardus's estate. The young man hinted that the lady was also waiting to meet the regent, which still surprised her a little. So the old lady smiled and said that she wouldn't mind going all that way to meet the girl. Finally, the next morning, the assistant, in a trembling voice, informed the prince that Calix would bring guests from Raksha to them. Unlike his knights, Ricardus himself was already accustomed to the fact that his brother and sister could do something unusual. While the heir only sighed, the assistants realized with horror that they could not refuse this visit. The heir decided for himself that this was an excellent chance, although somewhat spontaneous. But it remained a mystery to His Majesty how Calix was able to lure guests from Raksha to him. At this point, the guy had already brought Bethlehem and the regent to the estate and was helping the old woman get out of the carriage. She said that he reminded her of his mother, which was nice to hear for the young man. Here, Calix made his next move and said that he always wanted to receive a birthday present from his grandmother. The old lady asked when her great-grandson would have him, and he answered with a sweet smile that he would be arriving very soon. Here the boy noticed some movement from the direction of the estate, heading towards them. It was Ricardus who personally decided to go out to meet the guests, taking his best knights with him. His Majesty, with a polite smile, said that he was very glad to see the inhabitants of Raksha on his territory. In response, the young ruler thanked the guy for not being at all against accepting them. Then the heir asked the old woman if she had arrived safely, since the journey was not short. But in fact, what worried the grandmother most was not the dialogue with the prince, but the meeting with Rosalind. The girl stood silently behind His Majesty when suddenly she raised her head and noticed something. Because of this, she unexpectedly for everyone jumped sharply towards the regent, which no one expected. Almost right at Dimma's ear, the lady deftly and quickly caught something in her fist, still silently. Ricardus was shocked that his knight had broken the rules of etiquette in such a strange way. Since the girl could not help but explain what had happened, she opened her hand and showed it to the regent. It turned out that there was a black wasp on the lady's palm, whose venom was very dangerous to people. At the sight of such a rare insect, Bethlehem immediately turned pink with interest. Rosalind immediately noticed that the boy really liked the wasp, despite its danger. So she offered to take it to the ruler, and he immediately and willingly handed over the bag. Without asking any more questions, Miss put the wasp in it, since it was already harmless. Since the situation was finally resolved, the prince was glad that things weren't so bad after all. Regarding everything that happened, the old woman only said that this day was full of surprises. Ricardus, who, like his assistants, almost had a heart attack, immediately confirmed the regent's opinion. A few minutes later, all of them, except the knights, moved to the garden for tea. Calix leaned towards Bethlehem and whispered that this place was full of beautiful flowers. The boy was immediately interested in this, but asked his grandmother for permission to go for a walk. When Dimma gave permission, and they left, the heir thought what a fine fellow the young man was. Meanwhile, the old woman herself began a dialogue, since she was left alone with His Majesty. Ricardus realized that she was hinting that he should be the one walking with the boy, but he only smiled. The regent noticed that the guy was able to quickly analyze the situation and skillfully change the subject. Before speaking, Dimma immediately asked the prince to speak frankly, as she did not want to waste time. Grandmother warned that her state was not going to help Ilibenia in any case. The heir was surprised by how confidently and succinctly the woman conducted the dialogue. He reassured Dimma that he didn't need anything from her at all, so she could relax. The prince admitted that he knew nothing about the guests' arrival, but was still very happy to see them. The heir suggested that the old woman relax over a cup of tea, because that was all he wanted. Grandmother suddenly realized that her one visit to Ricardus's estate was already enough for him. So, although she didn't stop being vigilant, Dimma still thanked the guy for the opportunity to rest. The prince noticed that the old woman even closed her eyes to appear more relaxed. While they sat, the regent studied His Majesty unnoticed, for she did not know what kind of man he was. Ricardus himself was completely unaware of Dimma's secret glances, so he behaved naturally. The heir allowed himself to look at how sweetly and cheerfully Rosalind was enjoying the insects. The guy didn't expect that the girl would ever be able to communicate so carelessly with the ruler of another country. But since the lady could be trusted, he did not worry about little Bethlehem. Lost in his reverie, Ricardus even allowed himself to smile, as he liked to look at Rosa's smile. When suddenly, with her stern voice, Dimma pulled His Majesty out of his fantasies. The prince realized his mistake too late, because he completely forgot that he was not alone. The old woman admitted that she was constantly worried that something bad might happen to Rosalind. She admitted that she had come to thank the heir for the fact that everything was all right with the lady. Ricardus couldn't even respond when the old woman said that he was taking care of the girl for himself. In response, the guy only blushed deeply, although he was not allowed to show his emotions. Having admitted his defeat, the prince asked if his feelings were really that obvious. To this, Dimma said that it was all written on his face anyway, no matter how the guy tried to hide it. At this moment, Rosaline suddenly distracted the old woman and the prince from their important dialogue. Due to the strong surprise, the prince asked the lady in fear what the matter was. And she, not at all embarrassed in front of the royal family, showed them something in her hands. It turned out to be a small and cute chick, which Miss sat on the leaves of a tree. Dimma immediately said that it looked very much like it had accidentally fallen out of the nest. Miss confirmed this and said that she did everything to ensure that her scent did not remain on him and that his mother did not abandon him. The heir was pleasantly flattered that Rosalind wanted to show the bird to them first. Suddenly, the girl said that this chick seemed to her very similar to Ricardus. His Majesty did not expect this at all, so he was even more embarrassed by such a confession. But then the prince felt Dimma's heavy gaze on him from behind and realized that she didn't like all this. So the boy asked Rosalind to quickly return the chick to its place so as not to provoke the old woman. When the lady left, the regent looked after her thoughtfully, but for some reason said nothing. Meanwhile, Miss quickly and easily climbed onto the branch from which the chick fell out of the nest. The heir asked the old woman not to tell his secret to anyone, but she had no intention of doing so. However, Dimma suddenly said that the prince would need to know something, and he looked at her. Before her granddaughter's wedding, the former ruler asked her what she liked so much about the count. And Sabek, without any doubt, replied that Burton seemed very nice to her. And the prince's grandmother told him that in order to be chosen, it was enough for him to seem nice to that person. Ricardus was partly pleased by this, but he did not want to find himself in the same situation with the count at all. Dimma thought that the second prince was not inferior to many in intelligence, which she liked. She understood that she would have to make a certain balanced decision, but Grandma didn't have much time left because she had already lived for a long time. The old woman asked Ricardus if he knew that she had already been buried once, but she had risen again. The heir had heard of something similar and replied that the regent must have reasons for this. All this was the fault of Kakab, who tried to destroy the weakened Raksha. And the ruler of Ilibenia was very afraid to provide assistance to a neighboring state, although it could be beneficial for him. Dimma admitted that she wants to take those who brought chaos to her country with her to the grave. She wanted to try to do this for the sake of the future of the new Bethlehem, for which everything was just beginning. Only now did the prince realize that the regent had not returned to overthrow Float. His Majesty understood perfectly well that his grandmother's body was already old and not as strong as before. But thanks to her strong spirit, the old woman was even now ready to stand up for Raksha. Ricardus suddenly asked why the regent was telling him all this useful information, but Dimma replied that he did not have to live up to other people's expectations if they suddenly demanded it. She advised giving only the smallest amount when it comes to fulfilling the dreams of others. And then the old woman laughed because she did not expect to be giving advice to the young again. When tea was over, His Majesty escorted the foreign guests to their carriage. The boy said that Rosalind lifted him up in her arms so that he could reach the fruit, which horrified the others. However, Bethlehem asked the lady not to decide because such things could only happen in childhood. The young ruler said that the lady gave him moments that he would remember for a long time. However, he turned to Rosalind and said that she needed to learn some etiquette. The girl had heard something like this before, so she covered her eyes in fear so as not to be scolded. Bethlehem hoped that the miss would improve her manners, and she bowed to him. That evening, the emperor learned that Dimma had come to see his second son. This caused the ruler to laugh loudly and nervously, as he had not expected anything like this. He decided for himself that it was not such a big deal, since the regent could visit relatives. The emperor's assistant immediately obediently confirmed his words, so as not to accidentally anger him. However, Rhino did not understand what the former ruler of Rakshi could want from Ricardis. Although the emperor understood that the old woman's visit was in every way useful for the second prince. But the ruler did not like the fact that Rosalind was again involved in this matter. The next morning, the prince held a council at which he said that it was foolishness to leave Rose with him. The assistants thought exactly the same, although they were worried that the lady's name was heard more and more often. Ricardis thoughtfully informed the aristocrats that they would have to speed up the planned events. One of the countesses called the emperor an old man, which frightened everyone else. The captain asked His Majesty if he really wanted to send Miss to the competition. The heir replied with a sigh that he would have to do it, although he really didn't want to. The demon's power could only be demonstrated through fencing. But the countess was worried that the ruler might suspect some kind of trick. However, Ricardis was more than sure that his father would easily fall into this trap. The prince remembered a conversation with Dimma about how the attitude towards holy power in Ilibenia and Raksha was different. Grandmother was sure that Emperor Rhino divided everything too strongly into black and white, which ultimately hindered him. Ricardis responded by asking if the former ruler really believed that the deity did not exist. And the old woman assured him that if he were real, their world would be completely different, which the prince could not argue with. But he asked the woman if nature could stop its cycle, which puzzled her. Dimma said with a smile that she found it extremely funny to hear something like that from someone from another country. Then she answered cryptically that everything in the world is interconnected, and people can have little influence on this, to which Ricardis listened in silence. His Majesty was suddenly pulled out of his thoughts by a maid who asked if he was sitting comfortably. The assistants were very worried, since this was the first time they dressed the heir, since he usually refused. The guy looked at himself in the mirror and then asked to complete his look with another necklace. As a result, when Rosalind saw the prince, she could not look away because she loved everything shiny. The heir was aiming for exactly this effect, so he was extremely proud of the impression he had achieved. His Majesty, without hiding, watched the girl's face, shining with delight and clearly expressing her emotions. Then, so that their silence would not last too long, the guy asked how the lady was feeling. Rosalind replied that it was very good, but Ricardis still asked her not to overexert herself for some reason. After this, the prince somewhat awkwardly hinted that he would still be glad if the girl could win. From this, the lady concluded that this competition was very important for His Majesty, and she needed to try. Ricardis did not miss how Miss became enthusiastic for him, which pleased him. But before Rosalind could enter the arena, His Majesty suddenly stopped her, gently placing his hands on her shoulders. And after that, he tenderly kissed the girl on the forehead, which the lady could not have expected. His Majesty informed Rose that this kiss would be her protection, so she was now obliged to win. These words pleased the lady so much that she froze in place, as she did not know what to say. A few seconds later, the girl suddenly moved closer to the prince, although he did not expect this. Since Rosaline could now smell the heir's scent, she said that he smelled very good. All these actions made Ricardis's heart beat faster, and his face turn very red. For a moment, His Majesty even thought that his heart would soon explode. Perhaps the lady would have said something else, but suddenly someone called out to her as it was time to go to the arena. So Rose took a step back and bowed to the second prince, promising that she would definitely win for him. Only after this did Miss go off to meet her first fight, leaving Ricardis alone. And the poor guy, due to an excess of emotions, was not even ready to take his place in the stands. The prince's heart continued to beat rapidly, fully showing how embarrassed he was. At this point, Calyx had already taken his place as a fan in the stands, when suddenly someone approached him. It turned out to be Raymond's fiancée Chloe, who decided to stand next to Rosalind's brother. The guy asked if the girl would be alone, and she explained that the Lord had been too busy lately. From these words, the young master concluded that the second prince's assistant had not approached him without reason. The girl really did look ingratiatingly sweet, although she was quite a strict person. And then Chloe admitted that she really wanted to meet Calix at least once. The young man did not know exactly how he should treat this lady, so he was careful. And she suddenly declared that she could already tell who would win today, although the fights had not yet begun. Calix looked at his interlocutor with bewilderment, because even experienced warriors cannot always predict the outcome of a battle. However, for Chloe, none of this was a problem because she was surrounded by money and information. The girl shared with her boyfriend that she tries not to miss even a single grain of an important message, and then she asked rather sharply how Calix behaved among other aristocrats. The lady couldn't understand how the guy had made the prince do something so unusual as throw Rosalind out. Chloe even admitted that she really doesn't like such sudden changes in her personal calculations. To this, Calix replied that he saw no point in adding anything else to the conclusions that his assistant had made. But Raymond's fiancée continued to insist that the guy explain everything to her personally. He was silent for a while, and then with a sigh asked the girl to look at the place he had indicated. Chloe looked away in confusion and was ultimately very surprised by what she saw there. The thing is that the lady did not expect to see Princess Ganjé in the stands, who was silently looking around. Suddenly, her brother came up to her and immediately stuck to her, asking where she was looking so intently. The girl snapped back that she was looking at people's hairstyles and asked Hakab not to bother her. Suddenly, the prince laughed merrily and said that he, too, still had not gotten used to the hair of the people around him. While the princess was trying to understand what was funny about this, Hakab had already gotten up and gone somewhere. The thing is that he saw Bethlehem approaching him and decided to greet him. The boy did not expect that his place would be next to such a polite and cunning enemy, but what frightened the young ruler most of all was that the prince, for some reason, suddenly offered to accompany him. However, Bethlehem quickly coped with his emotions and allowed the guy to help him. Hakab tried to smile sweetly in response and appear even more polite than he already was. The prince asked if the boy wanted to see Rosalind fight, but he was interested in battles in general. Then the boy complimented the warriors of Raksha, who were the only ones who could defeat the severe frost that Bethlehem noticed. As a result, the young ruler visibly blushed, and the princess realized that her brother was allowing himself too much. Ganjé did not understand at all how Dima could let Bethlehem go to the stands all alone, and the child suddenly looked at the girl and met her gaze, which she did not expect at all. So the lady had to quickly put a smile on her face while she herself felt sorry for the boy. But then Kakab began to tell stories about how he once had the chance to visit Raksha. Bethlehem, listening to them, sincerely burst out laughing because these incidents were very funny. Suddenly the prince mentioned that it was on his first trip that he met Float there, which surprised the boy. And the son of the ruler of Balta made a sweet face because he was trying his best to please the child. He said he believed that Float had done everything she could for Raksha, but she had been unlucky. The girl had little support during her reign, and then she tried to find allies on the side. And now Kakab diligently pretended that he felt sorry for the ruler, who was expelled because of her connection with Balta. The prince once again asked Bethlehem to consider Float's motives and try to forgive her. The princess, listening to her brother, was surprised at how smoothly and skillfully he lied. Finally, the boy asked to just listen to him, and the boy even pretended to think about it. Suddenly, he whispered something about a withering mandrake, which greatly surprised Hakab. Then the child explained that they called mandrake a very expensive medicinal plant that grew in the mountains. He suddenly came to the conclusion that for Balta's son, Ilibania was just a withered mandrake. The boy meant that this country, although it had lost some of its power, remained a powerful rival. Then Bethlehem said that Hakab was wrong to think that he was just a spineless puppet. The child, looking angrily at the boy, declared that Float no longer had any allies in Raksha. At the sight of such a formidable little ruler, the princess was truly delighted. And Bethlehem himself concluded that it was not in vain that he came to the competition, since he was able to see the face of Prince Balta, and therefore promised to return the debt. In response to this, Hakab muttered that the child was clearly Dima's pupil, since only she could plunge him into such despondency. And at that moment, Ganjé, no longer embarrassed by anyone, laughed loudly because her brother lost. After a few fights, Rosalind once again won very easily, knocking her enemy to the floor. The presenter was amazed that this time not even 5 seconds had passed since the beginning of this battle. However, he announced the girl's victory and informed everyone that she had now made it to the finals. The crowd, which had already grown fond of this strong lady, roared with joy after this announcement. They thought the coolest thing was that after each of her fights, Rosalind would silently salute. Calix supported his sister with all his might from the stands, happy about her constant, easy victories. Chloe, who was also helping him, was surprised that the guy even bought posters for the lady. Suddenly, she heard from behind that some boy wanted to marry Rosaline when he grew up. This made Raymond's bride laugh, and she laughed that Calix's sister was a bit too old for a future groom. To this, the young gentleman replied that he himself was shocked by Rosalind's unexpected popularity. Some of the girl's fans were so active that they constantly shouted something at her from the stands. Here, one of them leaned too hard on the railing, causing it to crack and the girl to fly down. At this moment, Rose was still in the arena and immediately noticed how someone began to fall from above. In an instant, the miss jumped up to the falling stranger and deftly caught her in her arms. Rosalind then landed lightly on the ground, making sure the fallen girl was not harmed. Realizing what had happened, the fan even cried with joy because she could only dream of something like this. Meanwhile, the guard Ricardus informed her that she should not have leaned so heavily on the fence. After examining the fallen stranger for damage, Miss suddenly discovered that her clothes were torn. So, without saying another word, Rose unexpectedly took off her long cape. She gave it to the girl, who didn't even know how to thank her savior for everything. But the lady didn't need anything, so she went to prepare for battle and allowed the victim to keep the cape. This act of Rosalind made the girls around her, who had already lost their minds, fall in love with her even more. But the miss herself seemed not to notice at all how magnificent and stunning everyone around her considered her. Even Chloe, to Calix's great surprise, said that it was illegal for Rose to be so beautiful. At this moment, behind the arena screens, men were talking to each other, discussing Rosalind's fights. One of them boldly concluded that there was no need to watch the final because the lady was too strong. While talking, he accidentally hit some strong man with his shoulder, which he himself did not expect. The assistant who was delivering the things immediately asked the stranger for forgiveness just in case. And then the man raised his head and immediately recognized the man in front of him who had ordered him not to get under his feet. It was the commander of the Emperor's second elite squad, named Martin, who was known as the strongest knight. The ruler had long ago created such powerful detachments into which he selected only the most skilled fighters. And Martin was one of those gifted guys, but for some reason he decided to fight in the arena today. As with Rosalind, Sir's results in defeating other participants were incredibly fast. Calix immediately recognized the man and became very wary. Since elite squads usually did not participate in the competition, people around whispered that the captain might just be showing off, but the guy didn't believe it. It was unclear whether Martin had decided to prove to everyone that he was much stronger than Rosalind. In fact, the man just wanted to know how powerful the lady's magic was. Here, Chloe distracted Calix by telling him that many knights had sent a request to fight his sister. Ricardus wrote a refusal to everyone under the pretext that Miss could not leave his protection. But even now, Raymond's fiancée was sure that there was nothing to worry about, because Martin was a real man. At this point, the host announced the rules of the fight again, although everyone had heard them many times before. Then he turned to the captain and asked him to introduce himself to the girl so that she could do the same. Martin immediately gave his name, pronouncing it rather sternly, and then holding out his hand to the lady. Rosalind looked almost small and fragile against his background, but she was in no way inferior in strength of character. "Sir," Miss Fire's hand was surprised at how such delicate palms could contain so much strength. The presenter noticed that the sir was daydreaming and delayed the handshake, which he carefully hinted to the man. Just before the start of the fight, Martin suddenly addressed the girl personally, and she decided to listen to him. The man noted that the miss had not fought at full strength even once today, and therefore asked her not to hold back with him. To the captain's great surprise, the lady looked away for some reason before giving her answer. It turned out that she silently asked her squad for permission to use force, but they forbade it. Rosaline then refused Martin's request and explained that he would die if she did not restrain herself. This surprised the captain even more, but he still agreed to the fight, as he wanted to personally verify the miss's words. Here the leader, when he was sure that the fighters were standing straight in their places, gave the command to begin the fight. And Martin, shouting that there would be no point in fighting if Rose held back, attacked first. He admitted that in such a case, as an opponent, he would be very unhappy with such a fight. The girl easily parried the captain's attack, but at that moment she thought hard about his words. Eventually, Rosalind agreed to fight Martin on equal terms, even though her squad was against it. At the very beginning of the battle between the captain and the knight Ricardus, the crowd was in complete delight at their fight. But as the battle went on, the men began to gradually get tired, because the battle was dragging on. For some reason, the man and the girl began to use completely different fighting techniques, competing in each, which tired the fans. But the Emperor watched with laughter as Rosalind beat Martin even in a children's game. His second son understood that because of the magic inside the lady, the victory was not entirely fair, but the main thing was that his father liked everything. So, when the girl's victory was finally recognized, the ruler came out into the arena to personally congratulate her on this. He ordered the miss to raise her head, and she immediately did so obediently, her whole appearance expressing recognition. Rhino announced to everyone that the final battle in honor of the day of the foundation of the empire was simply wonderful. While the Emperor was awarding Rosalind in front of a huge crowd of spectators, she suddenly looked at Ricardus. In response, the prince whispered under his breath that he was sincerely happy for her and also congratulated her on her victory. Afterwards, the heir smiled contentedly because the lady had fulfilled her promise for him. Rosa herself was also happy with how her participation in these first competitions ended. Here, the ruler came to the most important part and asked to bring out the sword prepared for the winner. Having taken it into her hands, the miss, still remaining on her knees, began to read the oath in honor of the Emperor. Her squad of knights looked at the girl with great pride and mentally supported her, and Rosalind, surprisingly without a single mistake, delivered the winner's speech. Looking at this, Ricardus suddenly felt uncomfortable for some reason, although he did not understand the reason. The girl had already finished reciting the text she had recently learned, but she still did not look the ruler in the eye. Rhino looked extremely pleased with everything that was happening, because now another strong knight appeared in his kingdom. When Rosalind finished her monologue, the ruler raised his hands and loudly congratulated her. The Knights of Ricardus immediately began to make a solemn noise to support their friend. Suddenly, a huge eagle appeared from somewhere above in the sky, which the lady immediately recognized. Macaron flew to her completely unexpectedly because she also wanted to congratulate her on her victory. With such a beautiful bird on her arm, Rosalind declared that as long as the Emperor ruled Ilebenia, the country would stand forever. After this, the people around once again began to clap and shout joyfully that the competition was over. And Rose suddenly noticed that someone was looking at her from around the corner, and so she looked in that direction. Inside the arena itself, almost completely hidden, stood some guy whom the girl recognized as Diez. But she was very surprised when she discovered that the fifth prince was crying for some reason while looking at the lady. Today was an extremely cloudless day, and Rosalind was able to win the competition, but for some reason Diez was crying. A little later, distracting the lady from thoughts about her friend, Raymond joyfully jumped up to her with hugs. The guy even picked up Miss in his arms, calling her the best student and a great beauty. The knights around only watched the Lord with Rose in his arms and did not dare to interfere with the boy's joy. Following the Sir, Ricardus's secretary ran up to the girl and also congratulated her, as everyone else did. Then all the other soldiers came up to the lady in a crowd and began to stroke her head, which the miss liked. Suddenly, one of the assistants heard a sound behind him and turned around. Because of what he saw, the guy ended up even freezing in shock because he didn't expect something like that. And the other knights visibly tensed up, so much so that they froze in place, but Rosalind was glad. It turned out that the young Bethlehem with his great-grandmother, the regent, also came to congratulate the girl. The boy cleared his throat properly before saying anything to the miss, as he was still nervous. He then admitted that Rose had really impressed him with her amazing fighting and skills. It was the little ruler's last day in Ilebenia, which somewhat disappointed Calix. But the knights were not at all against the guests returning to their side, since they were afraid of them. Dimma reported that her granddaughter Float had been overthrown, but they still had much work to do. Then the old woman took Rosaline's hand and, looking closely, said that it was the hand of a great warrior. She promised that no matter what difficulties the lady might face, Miss would cope with everything, and Rose smiled back. Looking from head to toe at her sister and brother, who were descendants of the Zertai, Dimma smiled, and finally she wished that the fire inside them would not go out in any weather conditions. Grandmother was sure that all the relatives of the Raksha country had a strong spirit inside them. And at that moment, taking advantage of the rules of his state, Hakab kissed Elpidio on the cheek as a sign of greeting. The first prince was noticeably surprised, but tried to remain polite in his communication with his guest. The son of the ruler of Balta himself knew very well what impression he made, and he took advantage of it. The guy was quite pleased to notice that this son of Emperor Rhino reacted much more emotionally than Ricardus. Then they all sat down in their places because they had something to talk about with each other. Jacob specifically noted Rosalind's skill in the competition, which angered Elpidio quite a bit. So the prince tried to reduce the topic of the dialogue to a conversation about the black moon that had recently attacked the second. To this, the son of the ruler of Balta noted that the black moon detachment itself had suffered quite badly in the end. He suddenly slammed his teacup down on the table as he was still angry about the situation. Elpidio guessed that Jacob was quite right in blaming him for the fact that Ricardus was now alive. Then the guy made another attempt to conduct a peaceful dialogue and said that he was worried about the increase in the Black Moon Squad. The first prince said that he felt like luck was on the side of those mercenaries right now. Hearing the intonation with which Jacob asked again about luck, Elpidio even choked on his tea. And the Prince of Balta himself suddenly burst into loud but very scary laughter, not at all embarrassed. As a result, the first prince had to wait patiently until his guest finally calmed down. But for some reason, a predatory expression appeared on Jacob's face, which even frightened Elpidio. At this point, Hesse had successfully finished helping the maids get Rosalind ready for the event. He looked at his teacher and honestly admitted that this hairstyle suited her very well, and the assistant was surprised that the demon somehow did her hair better than she did. The boy explained that he had been taught this, and then asked the lady who she was going to see. And Rose replied that she would go to Raymond's wedding because he promised a lot of food there. So Hesse walked his teacher and Lady Letitia to the carriage and remained at the estate. When they left, the student decided to first clean his room so that he would not be scolded. He suddenly remembered that he had left some jam on the stove that Rosaline was very eager to try, and he rushed to the kitchen. Stopping near one of the walls, the boy remembered that behind it there was a quick passage to the right place. He hesitated a little, but still decided to use magic to pass through the wall because he knew that people did not walk there. Hesse had a fairly good command of his abilities, so he managed to pull off such a simple trick the first time. But the boy didn't expect that someone might be waiting for him in this place, so he didn't have time to react. The improved mercenary Kakaba took advantage of this and hit the student hard on the back of the head. Since the demon ended up completely immobilized and people did not walk along this corridor, he could not even call for help. Hesse didn't know who the guard was, but suddenly he saw the owner of the mercenary who was holding him. The Prince of Balta came out to the boy openly because he knew that they would not be found here for a long time. He explained that they could have handled it more carefully, but it was much safer this way, and he needed Hesse precisely in order to talk about something important without witnesses. Rosalind was completely shocked at the sight of Raymond's estate, which made the Lord happy. He politely invited both Rosa and her student Letitia, who for some reason was behaving timidly, to enter. The guy promised to show the girls his garden a little later, but for now he led them inside the building. The servants of the estate immediately joyfully greeted the next guests according to etiquette. The student concluded that Raymond's family was very ancient, since he had such skilled assistants. Suddenly the lady was frightened by a sharp sound, which in fact marked the beginning of the concert program. The girl turned around and saw a whole orchestra invited to the wedding, which surprised her greatly. But what surprised Letitia most was that a guy who looked very much like the groom suddenly played the song himself. The student was not delighted with this introduction, as it was too pretentious for her. Meanwhile, the stranger happily announced that this performance was personally thought up by his brother, who got married today. Unlike Letitia, Rosalind really enjoyed the cheerful environment everywhere. For some reason, only the young lady felt uncomfortable at this lovely celebration. At some point, Raymond and Chloe began exchanging love phrases with each other. And this made Letitia even more eager to return to Ricardus's palace. The newlyweds suddenly said that they could not yet receive guests properly, which shocked the girl. She tried to take a seat at the table as quickly as possible so that no one would frighten her here anymore. Meanwhile, the bride and groom had completely separated as they could not wait for the ceremony to begin. For Letitia, pretending not to notice anything was real torture throughout the entire event. When Chloe sat down at the table with the girls, Rosalind suddenly asked her permission to ask a question. To the students' great embarrassment, the miss asked why the bride and groom were touching lips. With a smile, Riccardi's secretary tried to explain that lovers often acted like that. After this, Rosa clarified whether kissing on the forehead is also a similar manifestation of love. Letitia and Chloe immediately leaned closer to the lady, trying to find out who exactly kissed her, and the miss admitted that it was the prince. The daughter-in-law could not understand this, because with his handsome face, Ricardus could win anyone's heart. But she still said that most likely His Majesty values Rosalind very much. Letitia, who listened to these dialogues, realized that she had learned too much that was new to her. Chloe suddenly stated that it was normal for a prince to kiss his knights on the forehead, causing the student to spit out her tea in surprise. Unlike her teacher, Letitia understood perfectly well that the bride was saying something wrong, and Chloe suddenly declared that the lady could kiss Ricardus back the same way next time. Of course, Rose immediately sincerely believed that this was really how she should have behaved all this time. She thought hard about the fact that if someone close to her cared about her happiness, it meant a lot. The secretary tried her best to pretend that kissing the prince on the forehead would be a completely normal thing to do. When they returned back in the evening, Letitia felt completely exhausted. Rosalind asked her for forgiveness because the girls were driving so late because they took a long time to choose a lady's outfit. Chloe was determined to give her friends dresses, so they picked them out. Because of these words of the teacher, the student accidentally remembered the whole day again and hung her head. Soon they arrived and separated, as it was already late, for the same reason Rosaline went to her room. But suddenly, she saw Hesse waiting for her in the corridor for some reason, and then she stopped next to him. The lady asked anxiously what had happened as the boy rose from the cold floor. The demon admitted that he had lost something important to him and could not find it himself, so he asked the miss to help him. Since the teacher could not leave her student in trouble, she immediately agreed to help. Rosalind initially followed the boy silently, but soon noticed that they were walking for too long. So she called out to Hesse anxiously and asked what was going on, as she began to suspect something. In response, the demon turned around and, with tears in his eyes, asked the miss for forgiveness for his actions. But Rose didn't need any explanations, since she could already see everything for herself. The whole thing was that Kakab, with whom she had been trying not to talk all this time, suddenly came out to meet the lady. Rosaline was extremely surprised by this and did not even respond to the prince's greeting. Instead, the teacher looked at the boy carefully, because she did not expect this from him, and all he could do in response was cry and say that he was very sorry for what he had done. Hesse admitted that he thought that if he told Miss the truth, she would never follow him. It was difficult to tell from the girl's angry face what exactly she was thinking about at that moment. To the boy's surprise, she didn't scold him, but instead flicked him on the forehead. The demon gathered all his will into a fist so as not to burst into tears on the spot, and the miss ordered him to go to the dormitory. To keep the student from worrying too much, Rosalind told him with a smile that she would also come soon. As soon as the boy ran away, the prince came closer to the lady, as he was glad that they finally saw each other. Only now did the miss finally greet the guest from another country properly. At the same time, Hakab wanted to kiss the lady, but she said that this was completely unacceptable for her. She explained that in Ilebeni they avoid unnecessary physical contact, and they were not close people. Then the heir asked if they got closer, would the lady then allow him to touch her? The girl remembered how His Majesty kissed her on the forehead and answered the prince's question in the affirmative. Since Miss didn't want to linger at the meeting with Hakab, she asked what he wanted, when suddenly the guy got down on one knee. After which he asked the lady how she was feeling, which ended up surprising Rosalind quite a bit. Miss admitted that because of such behavior of the son of the ruler of Balta, she now felt uncomfortable. To this, Hakab replied that the lady should enjoy the view, since only his father could look down on him. The prince understood that the time might come when everyone around him would look up to him. However, he allowed Rosaline not to bow down before him and promised that he himself would always be at her feet. Having heard this, the lady finally stopped understanding what this strange guest wanted from her. She only honestly said that she did not need such honors at all, to which Hakab allowed the miss to think about it some more. He was sure that Rosa's life in Ilebania would be filled with suffering, which he tried to warn her about. The girl was very surprised when the prince suddenly announced that the doors of Balta would always be open for her, just in case. The guy asked again whether the lady had understood him, and in response, the miss repeated his last phrase. Then Hakab laughed and explained that with those words he had actually proposed to her. At the same time, the heir warned that he had not come to Ilebenia at all to receive a refusal. The prince insisted with all his might that it was in Rosaline's own interests to answer positively. Hearing that if she agreed to Hakab's proposal, Balta would become an ally of Ricardi's, the lady froze in place. And the guy absolutely seriously promised that he would never touch the second prince again if the miss was with him. He warned that he had thought everything through very carefully and was now taking an extremely serious step for himself. After these words, Hakab took off his family ornament and threw it around the girl's neck. And in return, he tore from her neck the necklace that strongly resembled Miss Ricardis's eye color. Rosalind was against it, but at this point the prince ended the dialogue for now and went back to his room. And the lady remained standing in the middle of the yard because she didn't know what to do with all this now. The most offensive thing to Rose now was that Hakab had exchanged his necklace for hers, which the lady liked. However, now she returned back to the estate and asked Hesse if he had joined the Black Moon. But the boy immediately replied in fear that this was not the case at all, and that he had never even thought of such a thing. Hakab convinced him that his teacher was treated very badly because of her demonic nature. The guest was sure that Ricardis's power would end someday, and then the lady would come to an end. Hesse was extremely loyal to Miss, so more than anything in the world he didn't want such an end for her. He told all this to the girl, and she explained to him with a sigh that the Knights of the White Knight live only for the second prince. While the lady was saying that what the boy had done was contrary to this principle, he noticed that her hand was shaking violently. Rosalind had already decided for herself that she would go to Hakab, which made her very sad now. Hesse noticed that something was wrong with his teacher, so he almost burst into tears once again. He grabbed her hand and sincerely promised that he would never make such a mistake again. At this, the lady sent him to sleep for now, since she herself was in a hurry to get to His Majesty's chambers. This time, she didn't break in as decisively as all the previous times she had climbed in. Instead, the girl slowly approached the bed where Ricardis was sleeping, not knowing what she wanted. The heir tossed and turned in his sleep, barely audibly, and dreamed dreams known only to him. Here the miss noticed that the prince was wearing the same necklace from the market, which reminded him of her eye color. This reminded Rosalind once again that she herself now wore the Hakab family necklace. The girl looked at her reflection in the mirror and saw a man sad and exhausted by his thoughts. In her head, the lady still heard Prince Balta's words that as soon as she gave her consent, Ricardis would be safe. So she understood perfectly well that as a knight of His Majesty, she must protect the heir in every possible way. Rosalind, succumbing to some inner feeling, sat down near the second prince's bed. And then she suddenly realized for herself that she did not want to leave Ricardis at all, even if she ultimately fulfilled her main duty. The next morning, for some reason, the prince woke up very reluctantly, although with the rays of the sun. In his sleep, he lazily stretched his arms forward and accidentally squeezed the lady's hair, which she immediately said. The heir asked for forgiveness and immediately moved away just in case, and the miss answered something incomprehensible because she herself was still asleep. Suddenly it dawned on His Majesty that something was clearly not quite right. He opened his eyes and to his horror he actually saw Rosalind, for some reason, right in his bed. At the same time, the girl herself was sleeping and snoring so peacefully that Ricardis could not understand how he had not noticed her before. While they were lying like that, the miss pressed herself even closer to the guy, which made him blush deeply. Rosaline herself liked the feeling of being close to someone because it made her feel much warmer. Looking at the sweet and lovely face of the sleeping lady, the prince could not help but remember once again his feelings for her. In the end, he did not dare to wake the girl, although he understood that an assistant would soon come to wake him up. However, until now, the prince felt sorry to interrupt the lady's sleep, when suddenly he noticed something on her neck. While Rosaline was sleeping, the Hakab family necklace accidentally came out from under her clothes, something Miss didn't even know about. Seeing the decoration, His Majesty immediately guessed that the foreign guest had finally reached the girl. He also realized that Hakab had decided to make the lady his concubine, but he could not believe that she had agreed. At this moment, Rose suddenly opened her eyes as she had slept well and therefore woke up. To her great surprise, she found herself, for some reason, lying right in the arms of His Majesty. Ricardis, trying to remain calm, asked if the lady had slept well that night. Instead of answering, Miss suddenly jumped up on the bed because she didn't even know what to say in her defense. She began to mumble that she was simply guarding the heir's sleep and at some point accidentally sat down next to him. While saying all this, the girl noticed the necklace and quickly removed it, from which the prince concluded that she knew its meaning. Without asking directly, Ricardus asked the miss if there had been any incidents yesterday, but Rosaline stubbornly insisted that everything was absolutely fine, although she was visibly embarrassed for a well-known reason. His Majesty smiled sadly but did not press the lady for information about the meeting with Hakab. He knew perfectly well that there were very few things that could really excite a girl, so the heir guessed that the prince was blackmailing Rosalind with the issue of his personal safety. The guy understood that if he insisted, Rosa would tell him everything, but he did not dare to do this. What the prince did very well, however, was get angry at Hakab for daring to use him as bait. So that same morning, Ricardus gave his maids a very difficult task, which they didn't even believe at first when they heard about it. The whole point was that the heir asked to dress himself in such a way that he would look like a delicate rose with thorns hidden inside. The prince also asked one of his assistants to summon Raymond without Rosalind finding out about it. After thinking for a moment, His Majesty asked to bring Jesus as well, but the assistant no longer knew about the new student. However, upon hearing that it was Rosalind's ward, the boy was surprised that she could do such a thing. At this point, the lady was carelessly asking her friends whether marriages of convenience were a good thing, and the boys she trained said that such unions were common among the aristocrats. Both the first and second soldiers had almost started families, so they could tell a little about marriage. Rosalind was extremely interested in this topic now, although she did not explain to anyone why suddenly. Nevertheless, the lady was ready to collect information as seriously as possible now in order to find out everything for herself. And the knight's friend suddenly gave him away, telling him that he had had a lot of girls before the wedding, which surprised the miss. Here Raymond joined the dialogue and shouted that in the modern world, marriages of convenience cannot be allowed. Rose tried to object that there were still many of them, but the lord good-naturedly assured her that it was all prejudice. Sir shouted loudly that they had only one chance to meet their love and they could not lose it. But one of the knights suddenly objected to Raymond, saying that, in fact, love alone does not decide everything. Just as Rosalind wanted to ask him about it, the lord quickly dragged the guy away somewhere. When they returned, the soldier began to declare that marriages of convenience could no longer be allowed. The lady tried to remind him that the guy had a different opinion before, but he immediately retracted his words. Suddenly, Raymond intervened again in the conversation about love and marriage, asking the miss to listen to him carefully. He stated that one should not accept something from another person if one cannot yet achieve it oneself. All this made the girl think about what was said so much that on the way to Ricardus, she took off Hakab's necklace. The lady held it in her hand for a while, wondering what to do next with this family jewel. And then she put it in a secret pocket, so that for the moment she would never see it again. Only after this did Rosalind knock on the door of His Majesty's office and open the doors to enter. What a huge surprise it was for Miss when she saw what the heir was wearing today. The lady was even quite blinded by such incredible magnificence, and she reflexively covered herself with her hands. Rosalind even felt like she was in a beautiful dream. The guy in front of her was so handsome. The lady was also confused by the fact that, apart from the heir, there was no one else in the room, to which he replied that everyone was simply busy. But the girl did not understand at all why His Majesty's personal guard left him for some reason. To this, the prince stated that this was precisely why he was glad that Miss had come, because now there was someone to protect him. After this, the guy said that he was waiting for a lady, and therefore he prepared well and set the table with all sorts of delicious things. But the girl could not start eating right away because she absolutely did not understand what was happening around her. Then the prince himself took the berry and brought it to the lady's mouth so that she would not stand still any longer. Ricardus, in all seriousness, offered the miss a treat from his hands and winked at her affectionately. Still in complete shock from what was happening around her, the girl obediently opened her mouth and ate the berry. Suddenly the heir asked if the lady wanted to tell him something, and Rosalind was surprised by this. Shining with her beautiful eyes, the guy said that she could tell him anything. Only after all this persuasion did Rose admit that Hakab had proposed to her, causing the prince's face to turn angry. But he commented on this only by saying that he should have figured it all out himself. Rosalind asked anxiously if it was really that bad that a prince from another country proposed to her. But the heir calmed the lady down and asked her to tell him what the guy had told her, to which she replied that the doors of Balta were now always open to her. This made Ricardus even more angry, as he realized that Hakab was trying to lure the child with candy. At the end, the lady added that if she left for Balta, this state would become an ally of the second prince. It was also very important to Rosalind that the heir would also be protected from Elpidio and the Emperor. The girl said that she had always tried to save His Majesty, but it seemed that now it was no longer within her power. What Rose feared most was that anyone could die too easily and suddenly. Then the heir approached the lady and gently took her hands, which held the necklace, into his own. He said that he also worries about the people around him, who quite often leave forever. But the prince also knew that it was him that Rosalind was afraid of losing, and he himself was very worried about this. The girl really wanted to avoid separation from her heir, which only made her fear grow. Here Ricardus admitted that he becomes stronger when he has someone to rely on and fight for. And every time during new trials, the lady shone brighter than anyone else, so you wanted to follow her. His Majesty admitted that he considers Miss his sword, which always gives him strength. It was extremely important for Rosalind to hear such words, so she was very serious now. The girl did not take her hands away from the prince's palms, as she once again enjoyed his warmth. And the guy repeated once again that if Miss becomes stronger for his sake, then his power will also increase. In response, Rosalind broke the Hakaba family jewel and vowed to Ricardus that she would become stronger. That evening, the son of the ruler of Balta watched the fireworks in his room in honor of the holiday in Ilibenia. Next to him was now the fifth prince, to whom the guy also invited to look at the fireworks. But Diaz replied that he couldn't be happy about anything now, because too many things were causing him pain. Then Hakab calmed the guy down, saying that he had not hoped that Rosalind would agree to leave with him. But these words only made the fifth prince more angry, because he didn't like it when people played with him. However, instead of swearing, Diaz suddenly became quiet and announced that they had uninvited guests. At this, the Prince of Balta only feigned sadness, since he was always prepared for something like this. He deliberately put out all the candles in the room to make it more difficult for the killers to navigate. But the fifth prince did not let Kakab pass, and went ahead himself, asking his ally not to go anywhere. Because of this, the heir of Balta turned with a grin to his improved mercenary, who was also told to sit still. Meanwhile, the guy easily dealt with all the killers and only dropped a bottle of champagne into the blood. He took a vase of flowers and poured water on his hands to wash the blood off his fingers and on his hands. Diaz himself did not notice how he found himself in front of the mirror, and therefore accidentally drew attention to himself. The fifth prince's face was covered in blood from the battle, and he still remained as serious as before. The next morning, when Calix entered his room, he was very surprised by what he saw. The thing is that there was some naked guy inside, who for some reason was also holding a bottle of wine in his hands. Out of surprise, the young gentleman even immediately closed the door back, although it was his room. Calix couldn't figure out what exactly he had just seen and why this guy was there at all. It turned out that Macaron had once again taken on a male form and had come into Rosalind's brother's room, not forgetting to take a drink with her. The young man himself was not at all happy to have such a guest, but he could not do anything about him for now. The guy asked the reflection when it came, and Macaron cheerfully replied that it had come quite recently. And then the shadow jumped up and suggested going for a walk, to which Calix said that he should get dressed first. The brother did not want anyone to see him in the company of such a strange and half-naked person. However, he knew why Macaron had come to him, and so he gave the guest the necessary package. The reflection was incredibly happy to see that very dagger with a shard inside, which was very dangerous. Calix remembered that his sister had once told him about these weapons, and only then did he learn that there was magic inside these blades. But Macaron suddenly said doubtfully that what was imprisoned in the weapon was not at all like ordinary magic. The young man did not expect that the reflection would be amazed by human achievements in magical research. To the boy's great surprise, the shadow suddenly cut its hand, which greatly frightened its brother. Calix immediately jumped up to the guest in fear, trying to help somehow, but it was too late. But Macaron flicked his friend on the forehead and explained that this poison had absolutely no effect on him. The brother tried to object, as he had heard from his sister that just a scratch was enough to kill. But Macaron was not human at all, so his resistance to magical poisons was on a different level. The boy closed his eyes, wanting to examine the blade in more detail, and only opened them again after a few moments. After this, he concluded that the blade was not so good, and so he broke it into pieces. That night, Macaron, in the form of a cat, slept in Rosalind's room and was not worried about anything around her. But then memories flooded the reflection's mind and it woke up, as it heard screams. Macaron had the same vision that Rosalind had once had, and it was about them urgently needing to run somewhere. None of those fleeing understood why and for what reason they were fleeing, but everyone tried to hide so that no one would find them. Only one of them thought about why they were running and therefore turned back a little. The boy was very scared by what he saw, and tears even appeared in his eyes. For some reason, the smell of blood was so strong that it even made my head spin. And now Macaron, remembering this whole story, jumped onto the window and began to look thoughtfully at the moon. This morning, the maids were discussing the news that someone had suddenly attacked a foreign prince. It was known that the killers were quickly and quietly caught by the White Knight Squad, for which he earned even more respect among everyone. Jacob himself blossomed into a smile and told Ricardus that he did not expect such care and concern on his part. Prince Balta kissed the air once again in greeting, which again made him unhappy. The guest said that he also wanted to repay kindness with kindness, as the second prince had done for him. At this time, Jacob himself was analyzing Ricardus's behavior and even thought that Rosalind had not told him about the proposal. The guy didn't expect this, so he smiled sweetly to himself because the girl now seemed even better to him. Then suddenly His Majesty pulled out some kind of bag and said that the guest had dropped it. Jacob remembered very well that he had never dropped anything, either accidentally or on purpose, so he became interested. To the boy's horror, there were fragments of his family jewelry inside, so he had to pretend that he had actually lost it. Then Balta's son asked with displeasure who had found the decoration, and Ricardus replied that it was Raymond. Then Jacob went on the offensive and said that he too had found one thing that belonged to the Lord. He slowly pulled out of his pocket the piece of jewelry that he had recently personally taken from Rosalind. At the same time, the prince's face was filled with a smile, although he was offended that he had received such a refusal. However, the Prince of Balta was not going to give up so easily, so he continued to hold back his emotions. Ricardus had a much harder time dealing with what he was feeling, so he silently accepted the decoration. At this moment, Chloe was taking a break from work and calmly drinking tea in His Majesty's office. Suddenly, the entrance doors swung open, and the second prince himself unexpectedly appeared in them. The heir was terribly angry after the dialogue with Jacob and did not hide it from anyone at all. He suddenly turned to his assistant, and the guy immediately jumped up since he did not want to anger the gentleman even more. And Ricardus asked the young man to say that Jacob was much angrier than he was, which he had not expected. Since the assistant continued to remain silent for some reason, the prince turned sharply to him and shouted, which caused the guy to say what he had to. Only after this was His Majesty able to breathe a sigh of relief and at least a little come to his senses. At this point, Chloe called the prince, as he had given her the task of finding out who had attempted to kill the guest. To this, the heir stated that since the killers only wanted Jacob's life, they would have completed the matter. Only after finally letting off steam did His Majesty begin to listen attentively to the lady. And Raymond's wife smiled slyly in response and giggled slightly because she had thought of something funny for her. To further intrigue the prince, the girl winked at him and said that she had news about Rosalind. Hearing about the lady, the prince became noticeably embarrassed and asked if the secretary was really going to laugh at him again. He turned away trying to hide his blush, but the girl continued talking about how they had finished Rose's dress. And now Raymond's wife was lamenting the fact that for some reason there was no gentleman for such a beautiful miss. His Majesty could not stand this and asked his assistant to tell everything as it was, to which she laughed. Afterwards, Chloe added that she had already said what she wanted, so it was time for her to go. Suddenly, the assistant seemed to accidentally remember that Sir Nestor also did not have a partner yet. As soon as Ricardus heard that the knight had found out Rosalind's schedule and then gone to get flowers, he jumped up from his seat. The heir shouted to the lady that this was exactly where the dialogue should have started, and then quickly ran away. In the end, the assistant was shocked by how skillfully Chloe manipulated the prince into action. At that moment, Nestor actually bought a huge bouquet of flowers with which he came to Rosalind. Personally, Hessa, who was next to the teacher, greeted the guy with extreme displeasure. The lady asked the knight what had happened, and he, terribly worried, handed her a huge bouquet of flowers. Seeing this, the boy thought that he should report to his superiors that someone was running around for flowers during working hours. But then the student thought with fear that Ricardus himself might already know everything perfectly well, because somehow the second prince knew that Jacob had spoken to Hessa, although the child himself hid it. Then the demon, with tears in his eyes, began to ask forgiveness from His Highness for what he had accidentally done. But to the boy's great surprise, the heir forgave him, just as Rosalind herself had done earlier. The prince also ordered his assistants in a stern tone to keep quiet about this unpleasant incident, and now Hesse thought that he could not let down his master, who gave him a second chance. Here, the student heard Nestor asking the miss if she by any chance had a partner for the foundation day. So the demon immediately intervened in their dialogue and stated that his teacher had already been invited a long time ago. So, poorly concealing his anger, the boy suggested that the blonde look for his happiness elsewhere. Moreover, the student snatched the bouquet from the guy's hands, which he was strongly against, but did not have time to object. Hesse took advantage of this and declared that it was time for Rosalind to continue working and that he would take care of these beautiful flowers. Nestor realized that the boy was trying his best to drive him away from the lady, which made the guy extremely angry. In order to somehow communicate with the lady, he asked her permission to find out who her gentleman was. Instead of answering immediately, Miss suddenly turned to her student, since she herself did not really know. Suddenly, a guy came up to Rosalind from behind and loudly declared that he would be the one going with her to the foundation day. It turned out to be Prince Ricardus himself, and a mere knight had no right to argue with his majesty. The heir looked surprised and said that he thought that Chloe had already informed Rose that they were going together. Then he discreetly placed his hand on the boy's shoulder and then quickly removed it so that no one would notice. This is how His Majesty expressed the fact that he was extremely pleased with the demon for the work he had done. Hesse smiled happily in response, as he was very pleased to live up to the expectations placed on him. Soon the festival itself arrived, during which many people approached the statue of their god Idelabim. On the same day, Raymond took the final vow to seal his union with his wife Chloe. The girl herself was happy to cement their marriage in this way, since long-standing traditions demanded it. It was Rosalind's first time at such a formal event, so her eyes were shining with interest and happiness. And Chloe and Raymond, in front of a bunch of invited guests, said prayers and finally became husband and wife. Then came the official part for Ricardus, who volunteered to bless this union. The guy brought a flower for each spouse and also gave a ceremonial speech for the occasion. At the end, the heir performed magic and turned the flowers into white doves, which he released into the air. The husband and wife watched with joyful smiles as their marriage was blessed by holy power. And all the guests were no less happy than the couple themselves, because the event was very beautiful. A little later, Chloe cheerfully thanked all the guests for coming to their event. Raymond himself stood a little to the side and enjoyed the ongoing fun, when suddenly he was called out. Turning around, the Lord saw his old friend, who came up to personally congratulate the groom. Sir immediately thanked Diaz sincerely for finding time for him that day. Right now, Raymond could still consider the fifth prince as someone close to him, so he smiled at him. However, he heard rumors that the guy had begun collaborating with Kakab for some unknown purpose. So, a little afraid of what might happen in the future, the Lord now hugged the guy tightly. Diaz didn't know what heavy thoughts were running through his friend's head, so he was surprised by such a strong hug. And the Lord admitted that he was very glad that the fifth prince kept his promise and congratulated him. At that moment, Calix was also at the celebration and listened with displeasure to the whispers of the people around him. Then the girl he had brought with him as his partner came even closer to him. It was Macaron who asked if Rosalind knew that her brother didn't have a date today. The guy asked the girl not to laugh at him, but she responded by saying that she was just telling the truth. But the young gentleman was not pleased to hear his reflections' speculations that he was drinking away his loneliness. To change the subject, Calix asked why the shadow so often took on human form, but she didn't know what to answer. Suddenly, Macaron admitted that she was bored, so she decided to go about her simple business. When the guy asked where his partner was going, Macaron replied that she wanted to explore the area.